Ayo.
Good morning.
There we go. Ayo. I don't know who got the belt today. My list doesn't go back that far.
Yeah. I had a little trouble signing in this morning. 908. Nope, 907 was Scooter, but you guys were already having discussions by then. I have no idea.
I got nothing. Whoever got the belt, announce yourself. Good morning, Katrina. Good morning, Marcus. We are up in here.
Morning, West Sac Kings fan.
It is. What up, Dr. David? Manny says hi to you, James.
Hello, Manny.
Tyler, hello. Tyler, King's getting number one pick. Just manifesting. I love that. What up, David? What up, Tank?
That's
what
like
up,
the
Sean?
82-0.
Not
Kings
me.
fan.
To heck with that. Hey, what's up, Snoop?
I would go to the Super Bowl.
What up, Michigan?
That would be fun. I've never
Brian,
gone
hello.
to a Super Bowl.
Ninja, what up? I would go if somebody gave me a ticket, but I'm not.
Or a media pass.
Or credential. Ew.
Boy, this Giannis thing is like taking twists and turns.
Ew. It was funny when Mark Stein was like, all these guys who are on the trading block are injured. I'm like, those guys are on the trading block because they're always injured.
Yeah, that's a big part of why they're injured. Yeah.
What up, Jess? What up, Ken Dog?
You're going to wait for those three to be healthy all at the same time. You're never going to get a trade.
Oh, yeah, no chance. I'm not buying. No chance. No chance. Ayo. Ayo. What up, Norm? Hey, everybody hit those thumbs up now. There's like 86 people in here. Should be more than 20 likes. Thanks, Leezy. Big cardigan guy.
Cardigans aren't easy to find.
Not like a just I can throw this on. Like this is
Yeah.
just a giant oversized cardigan.
I looked for you for a cardigan for Christmas. That was my first objective.
Where you landed was fucking incredible. I don't know. I've done 0 NFL draft work so far. All right, here we go. Hi, hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. A happy Monday to ya. Yeah, big announcement today.
Yeah.
Big station announcement coming up at about noon. About noon o'clock is when we'll have our big announcement here for ESPN. 13:20, we have our Super Bowl matchup all set. And I was all ready to open today's show talking football, and we are going to talk a lot of football today because, man, a heck of a performance from Sam Darnold, a weird-ass AFC title game. We'll get to all of it. But then we got an email. Mark Stein emailed James and I personally.
He does. Every day I get an email from Mark Stein.
Yeah, Mark Stein or what's his name? Jake Fisher.
Jake Fisher.
Yeah. Every once in a while, we'll get just personal emails. That let
The
us know
People's
what's going on.
Insider.
The People's Insider, Jake Fisher. He emailed us personally to confirm what James has been saying for 2 weeks now. Mark Stein, quote, one source close to the process essentially describes an Ellis trade as an inevitability. Thanks, Mark. Ben told you that. Hopefully you've been dialed into the insiders.
Yeah, it's kind of like it is what it is. Like this is the move that they're going to do.
Yes.
Whatever other moves they can do, that's one thing. But the move they're going to do is to find a new home for Keon Ellis, not Keegan Murray. And it's because, like, look, number one, there are a lot of teams around the league that want him.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, the Kings, because of that, are going to be able to probably get a first-round pick out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, it'll be like 2 seconds. And even if you got a team that's hemming and hawing, but it's a good draft pick, the Kings have 2 early seconds. Maybe you throw in a second to move into the first with Keon.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I'll bring this up again. The fact is that Keon Ellis is a league minimum contract.
Mm-hmm.
And so that means that teams that are over the cap and everything else, you can trade him. They can always fit a league minimum contract in unless they're completely hard capped and at the hard cap. So that means that there's so many more teams that can actually go out and acquire Keon Ellis from the Kings. Kings don't even have to take back a player. So again, if you're looking at ways to, number one, sign Dylan Cardwell to a long-term regular contract, you need to clear up a roster spot. You can do that by waiving a Dario Saric or Drew Eubanks or Doug McDermott and clear a spot as well. But you still have to pay those guys if you do that. So this is just a way in which you might be able to free up some money and get a first-round pick and kind of move on your merry way with a different group of players that you're trying to build around.
It's strange because you've been describing the Keon trade as a when, not if, for 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
Having Mark Stein confirm that, great. I'm less like, cool. If they're not interested in signing Keon Ellis to a long-term deal, or if Keon Ellis is not interested in signing a long-term deal with the Kings, anytime you can trade a player that you did not spend any draft capital on for draft capital is good business. I understand the value in that for Sacramento. What happened here?
How did we get here?
Like what? Because this time last year, there was and a bunch of us. There were literally dozens of us who were going, Keon Ellis should be starting for this basketball team. Keon Ellis does things that nobody else on this team can do. He's a defensive-minded guy. He knocks down threes. Like, how do you not find a way to fit this guy into your either your lineup or into regular rotation minutes? Like, what's the deal? How can we get Keon Ellis to play more? And then the offseason comes, and of course, throughout the course of
Kuminga Watch,
nothing new. I just wanted to hit the thing. Throughout the course of Kuminga Watch, we were going, okay, what are the trade packages? And when Keon Ellis came up, it was like, well, no chance. Not trading Keon Ellis. And now we're here on January 26th, and a couple weeks before this even, and you, James Hammer, reporting, yeah, he's gone. Like it's when, not if. Teams are going to offer the Kings quality draft capital for Keon Ellis, and he's going to be gone. What?
How do we get here?
Yeah, please help.
Yeah, so I'm going to actually rewind. Like, and I know we can't have everything. We can't blame everything on an event that happens, and then, but sometimes there is a ripple effect that happens.
Sure. And
so I'm just going to, like, straight up, this whole entire thing is, it goes back to when Mike Brown gets fired. It goes back to when they trade De'Aaron Fox. You fire Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox wants out. You trade De'Aaron Fox. You trade your starting point guard who plays 35 minutes a night for a starting shooting guard. When you already had other players that could play the position, including Keon Ellis, including Malik Monk, right? So you made this move, and sort of the ripple effect keeps going, because when you get to the offseason, instead of paying Keon Ellis, opting out of his deal and giving him a 3-year 36 or a 4-year $48 million contract, and instead of that, you picked up his $2 million team option, which is realistically, it's a smack to the face of Keon Ellis. Like, he had put in his time and his dues and was ready to get paid, and the Kings made a decision. And that decision, like, really, it tattered everything right there. And I'm sure that they could have worked something out, but the problem is you took the money that you were going to pay Keon, and you went out and you traded for Dennis Schroeder.
Right.
And when you traded for Dennis Schroeder, you, again, hard capped yourself, which, again, limits anything that you can do. And so by making this move and going out and paying Schroeder, you now, got more point guards in the building. You made your backcourt more crowded. And when you added Russell Westbrook, you went from a potential of a 4-guard rotation to Schroeder, Monk, Levine, and Keon, to now you got Russell Westbrook playing 30 minutes a night. Like, it was over then, and we should have seen it.
Sure.
But, you got to let it play out a little bit. And I think Keon has had options here to sort of earn his place in the starting lineup. But every time I've watched him play, at least early on in the season, he felt like a player who was trying to go out there and earn a contract.
Yes.
Not a player who was going out there and trying to, do what's best at all times for the team. And that happens all the time. It's not even, I think it was subconscious that he's doing it, but he's going out there and he's trying too hard. And it didn't equate to him earning a spot in the rotation. They gave him multiple opportunities to win a spot in the rotation. And now the Kings are looking around and saying, hey, look, we get it. We know where we're at as a franchise. We need assets. And he's a good young player and we like him, but he's also 25 going on 26. We need to start over younger. And, oh, by the way, we drafted a kid in the 24th with the 24th pick. And we think he's going to be really good and a more versatile version of Keon Ellis that he can slide right into a starting shooting guard spot and probably give us more. Better ball handler, stronger defender, better rebounder. Now, he's a stronger defender. I'm not saying he's a better defender today. Keon Ellis is a very good defender. He's also a very good steal guy. I think Meek Clifford projects as a better, stronger defender that can guard up and guard down.
Right.
And
more versatile.
Yeah, more versatile. And he's more versatile as a player. He's a better ball handler. He's a better creator for others. He's a better passer. He's again, a guy who averaged 9 rebounds a game in college. He knows how to get to the free throw line. There are a lot of things that Meek Clifford does. And, oh, by the way, you got him locked up for 3 years because you have him on his rookie scale contract.
Yeah, I don't want it to come across like I think Keon Ellis is Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
because very clearly not. I'm not even sure he's a starting shooting guard in the NBA. I'm talking my I think confusion, and nothing you said. I don't think anything you said is wrong, and I don't not follow any of it. But there's a style of play that Doug Christie has talked about. He talks about defense and he talks about getting stops. I feel like Keon is just kind of there. And if your whole thing is defense and getting stops and playing hard, that's kind of this kid's calling card. That's why he's on the roster. That's how he got here. And there's the hesitation or the lack of consistency in getting him minutes. And maybe it is. They just had more veterans and, hey, tough. You can want to instill this style of play all we want, but the fact of the matter is we have all these players in front of you, which comes back to the roster construction. And you can start asking questions about what they were thinking there. Maybe Keon Ellis was just like a Mike Brown guy. And Doug said, I didn't think he was that good. I didn't think that he did enough on a basketball court. Being a 3-and-D guy who can only guard really 2 positions on most nights, and who gambles too much, and maybe who falls asleep off the ball here and there. Maybe I'll say I just kind of overrated Keon. Maybe they were just so desperate to have a quality defender alongside Keegan Murray that a guy who did a little bit, I don't want to say a little bit more than the bare minimum, a guy who did a little bit defensively looked like he was doing a lot defensively compared to everything else Sacramento had going on.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too because, like, look, the Kings are one of the worst defensive teams in the league. Like, there's no question about that. I don't know what their defensive rating is. I'll find it.
They gave up 140 points to the Pistons.
Okay, so per Basketball Reference, they're 28th in the league in defensive rating at 120.6. It's horrible, and their offensive rating of 110.4 is 29th in the league as well. So they're negative 10.1, which is net rating, which is the 29th, best in the league. The problem that I do have with this is that, again, Keon Ellis, you're a bad 3-point shooting team. They're 19th in the league at 35% from the field. That's fine. From three. But they're 30th in the league with only 30.1 3-point attempts per game. In a league that is completely going to the 3-point shot, they don't have enough 3-point shooters. And one of their best 3-point shooters, if not their best 3-point shooter, is Keon Ellis. I mean, he's a career 42% 3-point shooter. So the fact that he plays defense and that he shoots a 3 ball and can't get on the court is a huge problem. But I'm going to point to the fact that you have all these bloated veteran contracts,
Sure.
and you have to play some of those guys so you can maybe move them. And we're past the point of that being really the case where you should worry about that at all.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, like it's just such a weird dynamic to keep saying that you need this specific thing, and to look at the stats and know that you need this specific thing, but then not be able to get to that player on the court when you have one.
Yeah.
And so it's tough. It's tough for Keon, but I think everybody's going to end up in a good spot here.
I'd be interested to see what this looked like if Keon Ellis was in year 2.
Yeah.
Where they had a couple of years to work with, where they had a couple of years where they could clear out some of the glut of guards they have.
Yeah.
And potentially give him some run into 2027 or 2028. But the fact is, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent after this year.
Well, that, and I think, again, I just looked, he's 26. He just had his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one of the downfalls to bringing in older prospects all the time
Good point.
is that they get older much quicker.
Damn.
So
It'd be like that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Even if they just change their date on their ID, it happens. Yeah. So with Keon in particular, like, you brought him in as like a 22-year-old undrafted free agent. Like, Dylan Cardwell's 24. Like, everyone's so excited about like what he's going to look like. What he's going to look like is very similar to what he looks. He'll clean up the fouls.
Yeah.
He'll get a little bit better offensively. But we're literally talking about a 24-year-old.
Yeah.
So, like, you can say, all right, well, the good thing about having a 24-year-old on a league minimum contract is you now have until he's 27 in his prime.
Yep.
As it's sort of the Moneyball aspect. You have him in his prime as a low budget contract, but when the contract goes up, like, you're like, okay, well, you're only a 2 contract guy, and you might get a 3rd contract, but it'll be like when you're 30, 32,
Right.
33 years old, and you're not getting nearly as much money at that point. So it's really an interesting dynamic that comes into play when you do go out and search older players. Again, I want to say Devin Carter's a prospect. Devin Carter's like 23, 24 years old.
Yeah.
He's
not older than Jonathan Kuminga, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And if he's not older, he's very, very close. Yeah, man. And that's why, I mean, we'll talk a ton about the draft and the lottery and all that as the regular season wears on, surely, but especially going into the offseason. That just has to be one of the Kings' top priorities.
Yeah.
You have to get younger in the sense that you can't keep bringing in 23, 24-year-olds and expecting them to blossom into stars in 2 years.
Yeah.
It's just not super how it works. It is going to be funny though. And not saying I agree with where the Kings are, where Keon Ellis is. It's a little bit of a whirlwind how we got here, but I think it's the right thing to trade him, especially if they're getting an inkling or have gotten the inkling that he has no desire to be here beyond this season.
Well, and that's where I'm at. Like, the second, this relationship got kind of tattered during the offseason, you either went full Keon Ellis and like tried to bring him into the fold and really like support him in the right way and give him every opportunity and have him play 25 to 30 minutes a night, whether it's starting or coming off the bench, and you build him up and say, like, look, man, we really, really want you back. As soon as we hit February 9th, where we can negotiate a contract with you, we will, and we'll bring you back. Just please stick with us. Well, that's the opposite of what's happened.
100%.
It's the opposite. I mean, Keon Ellis just played, but he went 3 games as a DNP CD, and 2 games before that he had the swollen knee. Then he doesn't play for 3 games after that, so he hadn't played in almost 2 weeks.
Jeez.
And you're like, all right,
that's just not tenable.
Yeah.
It's going to be funny though. I think it's the right thing to trade him, especially if you're getting a 1st-round pick for him. But then we're going to look at this draft class, and we're going to look at the undrafted free agency class. It's going to be like, hey, where's the next Keon?
Yeah.
They just traded.
Well, you just found the next Keon and Dylan Cardwell, just the big man version, and that's good. But again, a team like the Kings, because of the bloated contracts, for every one of those bloated contracts, you need 1 or 2 of these lower budget contracts, and that's the way it goes.
We have a ton more Kings to get to. James had his 6 quick thoughts from last night's 139-116 loss to the Pistons. There's all of those single point snapshots from last night, I think, expand into bigger picture conversations with the Kings. We'll continue doing that. And our Super Bowl matchup is set. Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium. We have our matchup, and I think I already know who's going to win. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Harrison Bader signed a 2-year deal with the San Francisco Giants.
Harrison Bader.
I
feel like that's just a peak Giants signing.
Yeah, I agree.
9-year pro, 31, turns 32 in June.
Yep.
Career 247 hitter. Maxed out at 16 homer. Oh my God, dude.
Okay, so is it possible the Kings will include Keon in a deal attached to Levine, or will this basically be a Keon only type trade? I think there's a good chance it'll be a Keon only type trade, but stick with me here for a sec. If there's a possibility that you need to make multiple moves, if you are able to get a first round pick right now for Keon, unlike players, picks can be traded again right away. So if you were to take Keon and trade him for a player, for a pick, then you could go and attach that pick and another trade between now and February 5th, if that makes sense. So I don't think it really matters whether you use Keon as a sweetener or you use a first round pick that you got for Keon as a sweetener, or if because you now have an extra 2026, maybe you move off of one of your seconds or two of your seconds in this, because the Kings have 2 second-round picks as well. So I don't think Keon will be included. And someone else brought up, Brett Siegel said something. I'm just Levine and DeRozan likely staying because their interest, it's not about interest, it's about contract. Like, there are teams out there that would like Zach LaVine on their team. They just can't do it. $47 million is like, you have to gut half your roster to do it. And, DeRozan, I think there is a market for DeRozan, but it's very specific. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. If they're both here after the deadline, it's not like somebody failed. It's because there wasn't enough interest, and it's clear in a league that has not only a salary cap but all of these different aprons and messes to deal with that that it's going to be difficult to trade a player with a salary that high, which is why the Kings should not have taken back that salary in the first place. Yeah, even if they would have if the Kings would have just made a deal with San Antonio, even you still did the Fox deal, but in that Fox deal, you take back another young player and like Zach Collins. You could have traded Zach Collins already for Jonathan Kuminga and would have been over as an expiring contract.
If Zach Collins was on the Kings, I wouldn't have survived. We were going to fight, and I would have died in that fight. By the way, Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowler.
Oh, why?
Shedeur Sanders has been added to the Pro Bowl roster as a replacement, according to Jordan Schultz of
We're just
fighting people in Starbucks fame.
Handing things out? That's weird. Michael, I do think that Keon Ellis gets traded. Outside of that, we're going to have to see. There is a certain amount. I just keep doing weird things because the scroll is getting all weird.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
All right, we got to get into it. Seattle, New England. at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. Just want to let everybody know that Tide is the official sponsor of Odyssey's big game coverage. Tune into ESPN 1320 all week long for nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. I have good news and bad news, everybody. The good news is I know who's going to win. The bad news is it's going to be Seattle. Seattle is going to win by 20 points.
I think so too.
They're going to steamroll these dudes.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll change my mind. I'm sure I'll waffle on this as we read things and look into things and, oh, hey, this number, and oh, the Patriots did this against this coverage with the switch. The Seahawks run this much, and by game time, I'll feel less confident in this. But the opening line I saw was Seahawks -4. I'm taking that. I'll take Seahawks -5. I'll take Seahawks -6. I think I would take Seahawks minus up to like 9.5.
Yeah.
And that doesn't usually happen in Super Bowls.
Yeah.
They're always really close. But I felt like I watched two different sports yesterday. And that's before the snow started falling in Denver.
Yeah.
Like, did it not seem that way? Like, you watch New England and Denver play, and then you watch Seattle and LA play, and at halftime of Seattle LA, it was like, oh, whoever wins this is just going to win it all.
Yeah, I felt that going into the weekend.
Same.
But then when you watched it play out, you're like, oh, yeah, this is like JV versus varsity.
God, it feels that way.
And it's possible that something weird happens and that Seattle, falls apart somehow. I just don't see it.
I don't either.
I don't see it. And I'll say this too, Kyle. We got to like week 18. And it was this huge game with the 49ers and Seattle. And I thought we didn't, like, Sam Darnold was not put in a position to lose the game and be blamed for something. And so you were able to preserve him. Then you get the bye week, you get to the next round. Again, Sam Darnold was not the reason why they won the next round. It was very specific. It was they ran the ball, they played great defense, and Sam Darnold was just a game manager.
Yep.
You get into a really, really big game, and you had allowed Sam Darnold to now have a couple of what were, one was an official playoff game, but the other ones felt like playoff games. And he had the confidence to go out there, and I thought he was absolutely spectacular.
He was
for
so
most
good.
Of the game. Yeah.
The fact that on that last drive, Klint Kubiak, their offensive coordinator,
I have no idea who that is until Tom Brady talked about him 45 times.
Yeah, hey,
Oh, go ahead.
spoiler alert, everybody. Klint Kubiak's going to be the Raiders coach. Anyways. But the fact that they're trying to burn clock. They took over with a little over 4 minutes left after the Rams didn't get that fourth and goal. The fact that on first down, they're trusting Sam Darnold to roll out and throw it. They're running play action. They're putting him on the move. And it's not dink and dunk. It's not checkdowns. He's pushing the ball down the field, getting first downs, like applying that pressure on the Rams in the biggest spots, converting third downs. Every question I had about the Seahawks all year, every question we had about the Seahawks all year, we do tiers, Tuesday tiers. And the biggest hesitation with putting the Seahawks in tier 1, despite the fact that they were awesome all year, was, yeah, but what does Sam Darnold look like in a huge game?
Yeah.
And you said it. The 2 games against the Niners, he was fine. He was just fine. Seattle dominated those games for, you could list 7 things before you get to Sam Darnold. Last night, Sam Darnold was dominant. He was so damn good. And it wasn't they went up big and then he just kind of managed the game the rest of the way. He didn't make the one big throw to Rashid Shaheed on their opening drive. I think it's their second play from scrimmage. And then, that's the only throw he made. He didn't just hit a couple of wide open guys down the field. Like, no, he was throwing into tight windows. He was making good reads. He was throwing like outs to the opposite hash. Like, he has the arm. He has the talent. And you saw all of that talent that made him the number 3 overall pick. You saw all of that kind of come together, and the moment didn't matter. The team he was playing against didn't matter. The past didn't matter. Sam Darnold was outstanding. And if Sam Darnold is going to be outstanding in that spot, you're not beating this Seahawks team. They're that freaking good.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's crazy to watch a player who had been like thrown out on the trash heap come back and become this.
Yes.
Like really. And I know he gives a lot of credit to his year in San Francisco, but that doesn't matter. He went to Minnesota and was incredible. Like ran a 14-3 record in Minnesota. He leaves, they're trash. He goes to Seattle and takes a second year coach and takes him to the Super Bowl. I mean, this is just incredible to watch. And like, good for Sam Darnold, because I think that there's tons of question marks about him for the last like 5 years in the league. And for him to come out the other side and say, look, I can still be that guy. We just don't see it very often. Even like, I know Baker Mayfield had like this moment where, he gets waived and then he bounces around the league for one season, like built into like this really
couple
weird
years,
year.
yeah.
And then he signs with Tampa Bay and boom, he's right back. His career's right back on path. Well, I thought that the reason he wasn't a Browns quarterback anymore was on the Browns. It wasn't on him. And they were just fools and let him go. That's not what it was with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was a mess. He like couldn't get out of his own way in the first like 4 years of his career. And part of that's because he played for bad teams, and playing for good teams actually gives you a little bit better, again, I'll make this comparison. Keon Ellis, if he does get traded to a really good team, it's going to be very good for somebody.
I agree.
And the Kings are going to look like fools for letting him go, but that doesn't mean that he would have done the same thing here. That there's like there's a reason why he's not getting playing time here, but when he goes somewhere else and a team is better, he's going to look better. And I think some of this is that Sam Darnold just looks better on a better team. But I also think that there's something sneaky. I think whether the 49ers are just geniuses and were able to take Smith and Jigbo away, or if it was Seattle like slow playing this, I thought like they came out and just threw to him again and again and again. And he is so impressive. And even post game, his interviews were so impressive. And you're just like, man, this kid just totally gets it. But it felt like they were holding back some of their offense in the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season and the first rounds of the playoffs. And then like, all right, Smith and Jigba time, let's go. Yep. And just dominated.
They were awesome.
Yeah.
And again, Super Bowls are always close, and things happen throughout the 2 weeks that weird plays happen because certain guys get deer in headlights on the biggest stage, and weird things happen in Super Bowls. I get it. But where we stand a day after the day following the championship games, the day following the run up to the Super Bowl, I have no reason to believe the Patriots are in the same class as the Seahawks. They are just that, and that's not New England's fault. This isn't New England's doing something wrong. New England is way ahead of schedule. You don't win 8 games in 2 years and then go to the Super Bowl the next year. They were 4-13 2 years in a row, and then they're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They are so far ahead of schedule. Even the Niners, because people will go, well, the Niners, 2017, they won, was it 5 games? And then won 4 games in 18, and then they went to the Super Bowl. But 2018 was that second year build. 2018 went sideways because Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL.
Yeah.
In week 3 or whatever that was. That's why that season was sad. That team was probably like a 7 or 8 win team. So that was part of the build. Mike Vrabel went in there. Drake May got his little bit of run in year 1 and was good. And now they're just there. This is not this is not anything. It's not anything wrong with New England. I think New England's going to be good for a long time. But I've not seen anything against. I was looking this up today. So they've played Houston. They've played arguably the 3 best defenses in the league during their playoff run, or during their last 3 games. They had Houston, they had Denver, and now they get Seattle. And I went and looked this up today. New England, in 28 offensive possessions, and this is why I'm looking at it, and I feel really, really firmly that Seattle's going to win the Super Bowl by a lot, which is sickening. Seattle celebrating a Super Bowl at Levi Stadium or whatever. The Patriots have had 28 offensive possessions this postseason.
Okay.
One of them was 2 kneel downs at the end of the Houston game. So we'll call it 27.
Okay.
So out of their 27 non-kneel down drives, 8 of them have gone into opponent territory after starting in their own territory.
Okay.
So they've started in their own territory and crossed midfield 8 times in 27 possessions.
Okay.
They have 5 drives that have gained 50 or more yards. They have 4 drives that have gained negative yards, not including their kneel downs. We've seen them play really good defenses, and God bless Drake May. He is an MVP candidate. He probably finishes second in the MVP voting. That's outstanding for a year 2 quarterback. He's been awesome. I have no bad things to say about Drake May, except for the fact that offense has not looked good against top defenses, and Seattle might be the best defense that they're going to face all year.
Yeah, and then I'm going to add the other thing in. It's one thing to go up against those top defenses, and that's fine. And Drake May has not looked good in against those top defenses. But on top of that, CJ Stroud did not play well at all and has not played well historically in the playoffs.
Nope.
And Jared Stidham hadn't taken a snap in 2 years. You literally went up against, great defenses with either a quarterback that's not handling the situation at all or a quarterback that you can't expect anything from.
Yep.
And so it's not like they went through Brock Purdy and Matthew Stafford to get to the Super Bowl.
Mm.
And, you gave up some points there because they were so, both of those offense can score, but it's very much like a much easier path. And, again, I'm not going to take away from them being in the Super Bowl because it's just the AFC this year.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a bunch of young quarterbacks and then guys who were great quarterbacks on teams that just weren't very good.
Mm-hmm.
And so, they're not, he is not, his path to the championship is not going to be that difficult. And then when you get there, now you're facing a team that's rolling, a team that's great defensively, but also just had a guy throw for, close to 300 yards, or was it over 300 yards?
Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
Way over 300.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the final stats. I just,
yeah, no, he was cooking there at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. My thing last week was Jarrett Stidham doesn't stink. Like, Jarrett Stidham isn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, if not for the snow, I think that game probably looks a lot different.
Well,
do
certainly.
You know how smart I felt when he completed that 50-yard bomb on their second possession?
Yeah.
It's like, yes, hell yes, come on, Jarrett. And then he finished with 130 passing yards or whatever. But I didn't see anything from New England. Now, I do think I could not think more highly of Mike Vrabel as a coach. And if any team is going to have his team prepared to go blow for blow with Seattle, it's going to be Mike Vrabel. But I've not been impressed with New England in their first couple of playoff games or their last couple of playoff games.
Yeah.
I'm just not. I can't get there.
They're still standing, but
they are.
Again,
salute, like shout out. They've earned it. But there's nothing. I don't care how they stack up against the rest of the AFC. I care how they stack up against Seattle.
Yeah.
And Seattle looks like a juggernaut right now.
Well, that in Seattle played in the most brutal division in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you played the Rams and the 49ers each 3 times this year, and you're still standing.
Yeah.
I mean, those are realistically 2 of the best teams in football.
And they went 4-2 against them.
Yeah, you put them in the AFC, I don't know what they do. Those teams are monsters.
Yeah.
And for Seattle be the team that comes out on top is pretty crazy. So again, shout out to Sam Darnold. I think I don't want to take anything away from when the chips were down, he was incredible.
Yeah.
And that it's good for him. He's put in his time. He's taken the lumps that come with being a top tier draft quarterback for a bad team, and he's found a way to resurrect his career and be phenomenal on a huge stage.
What's going to be interesting, and this goes to the conversation we've had several times about like evaluating quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
What happens if Sam Darnold goes into the Super Bowl and doesn't play well? What happens if the Patriots turn him over 3 times and New England wins the game 17-13?
Oh, that'd be tough.
Are we right back to like, oh, nope, never mind. Sam Darnold can't actually win a big game. The NFC title game no longer counts.
I think we would say that.
I know, it's also tenuous.
Yeah, we'd say it because, you'd get beat by a second-year quarterback in the Super Bowl on the biggest stage.
Okay, but that's it. Are you being beat by a quarterback? Or did Mike Vrabel and his defensive staff just put him in a bind where, man, he threw a couple of interceptions and it gave him a super short field one time, and
and your special teams didn't return the kick for a touchdown or get another turnover at like the 12-yard line. Like, their special teams changed the complexity of both of those games.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's what sent the 49ers into a spiral.
Yep.
And then on top of that, it's what changed the tempo of the game in the second half against the Rams.
Seattle had the ball for 7 minutes in the fourth quarter. They went 1 for 3 on third down. Sam Darnold in the fourth quarter, 4 of 6 for 40 yards. He's rock solid. Good for him.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford also really good yesterday. Matt Stafford can't get it done.
Matt
So many are saying.
There's a good chance Matthew Stafford's going to retire.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
22 of 35 for 374 and 3 touchdowns for Matthew Stafford last night. Didn't get it done.
And he was cooking. He was throwing to everybody.
I know, man. Puka, 165 yards. Devontae, 89 yards. Colby Parkinson. Oh, the Colby Parkinson drop. That's the kind of play that if you're Colby Parkinson, you're never not thinking about that for the rest of your life.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's like the
brutal.
Jake Tonjes fumble. He'll never, ever forget that.
Never, ever. He is never going to stop thinking about that. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll have a ton more NFL stuff, big game stuff to go. Oh, we got to talk about the new NFL conspiracy. We'll do that in a bit. But I want to get to at least some of your 6 quick thoughts, because I do think your 6 quick thoughts as we get back into basketball and get back into the Kings' loss last night to the Pistons. I think so many of them, it's easy to take it within last night's game and then zoom out to some bigger picture issues facing the Kings. We'll talk about those next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear?
Is there really an NBA game on right now? Is it a game that was postponed, possibly, over the weekend? Let me see what game it is. Oh, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would it Indiana, unless there's inclement weather? Lots of questions about me and Locked On. We'll discuss in a few. But no, Steven, I am not a bridge host.
Bridge host? Oh, that's dude.
He meant like just taking it over temporarily and then handing it to someone else.
Oh, I know that. I know exactly what you meant.
Yeah. Oh, man, you got a huge win this weekend. Huge win over Arsenal. Super fun game. Now it looks like Cunha might get suspended for a game because he yelled profanity into a camera. Keeps it G. I don't have a favorite prospect yet from this year's draft class. Number one, I like to let college players play out a lot more of the season before I start making rash judgments on them. But this is about the time where you start to dive in. Maybe next month I'll start looking heavily at draft prospects. I like DeBonsa. Darren Peterson's incredible. I worry about the health issues because he has all kinds of health issues already. And then I'm not super sold on Cam Boozer. And then there's the Ament kid, Nate Ament for Tennessee.
Kind of cooking.
Yeah.
Kind of figuring it out.
He kind of woke up. That was a crazy thing. And I was watching the game where he woke up and you're like, oh, but he just it feels like he moves too slow. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. We're hanging out with you till noon. Actually, we're hanging out with you till like 12:30. We have a huge announcement today at noon.
We do.
So lock in. Big announcement for James for ESPN 1320. Got a ton of stuff going on. So stay dialed in to hear that. We'll talk about that during the handoff with D'Lo and KC. The handoff starts at 11:45. Announcement at noon. All right. James, you had your 6 quick thoughts, as you always do, at James_HamNBA on Twitter. Of course, subscribe to the Kings Beat at thekingsbeat.com. I would like to dive into some of these because I was going through them last night, and when the Kings lose by 20 points, I'm so uninterested in the game, typically, unless something super special happens.
Mm-hmm.
But there was nothing like in the nitty gritty of last night's game that matters that much to me going within the scope of those 48 minutes. A lot happened, though, that I think matters in the scope of the Kings' future. So I want to take your notes from last night and then have a big picture conversation about those.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah, it's James Ham, everybody. Number 1.
Sabonis is rounding into shape. He picked up 2 fouls in the first minute or two of the game, and it was like, oh boy. But then I just thought he was really, really good until the game didn't matter anymore. He had 12 points. He had 7 rebounds. He had 8 assists. He played 25 minutes. And really, he looks healthy and ready to play. And I feel like a lot of his teammates are not playing on the same level that he is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also kind of a problem because now the better he gets, the fewer minutes you're going to see of Dylan Cardwell and Maxime Reynaud.
Yeah. I don't...
It's tough.
I struggle with the Domantas Sabonis thing so much. Because you can't, and you can, I guess, just put him on the bench. But the guy tries his ass off when he's out there. I assume that's what Doug Christie and co want. On the other hand, if they're like, no, defense, any guys who get stops, all right, well, he's not helping in that department very much. But he goes up and puts up 12, 7, and 8 in 25 minutes. And then you look at the rest of what the Kings are doing offensively, and you have a guy who's going to grab rebounds. He's gonna work hard in the post. He's going to distribute and pass from the post, from the elbow, wherever he is. Like, he's going to make things happen offensively. But I don't know that the Kings know what they're doing offensively to maximize what he's doing. And so I know, and he's like,
yeah.
But I'm in favor of trading him. But it's also like, yeah, but you're not just going to you would just want to get off of Zach LaVine's contract for whatever you can get, right?
Yeah.
But Domas, I don't think you can do that. But also, I don't think he's given just kind of where your timelines are. I don't know that he's your center of the future, which is where the Dylan Cardwell and Maxime Reynaud part come in. And it's like, okay, is it worth it to play this guy because he's really good at basketball and bury Cardwell and / or Reynaud? Or I don't know. I don't.
It's hard because he
struggle
steps on
with
the
this.
court. He steps on the court and he's so much better than everybody else. Like realistically, you put Domantas Sabonis on the court and Dylan Cardwell and Max Reynaud. It's been so much fun to watch them grow and get better. And they do, well, I'm not going to say both of them do things that Domas doesn't do. Cardwell does things on the defensive end that Domas can't do and will not do and is never going to do. You can't make Domas taller and jump higher and have longer arms and play defense the way that Dylan Cardwell does. You also can't have Cardwell on the court for more than 20 minutes a game because he's averaging 7.3 fouls per 36. So there's going to be that issue. But for me, when I watch Domas step on the court, it's like, oh my gosh, it's not even remotely close. And in 2 years from now, like these other the young guys are going to grow, they're going to get better, and they're going to get stronger and all that stuff. But again, I think at that point, Cardwell will be 26 and Reynaud will be 25, and you'll be like, okay. I mean, it's not that much different, and there's more likely than not they will never ever reach any of the heights that Domas has. Because that's just, it's the reality of the situation. So like, I get it. You need to start over. You need to start fresh. But it's also one of the reasons why I keep saying you can start over, you can start fresh, and you can also hold on to one or two of these guys that makes sense as you try to get better.
Sure. Really, really interesting to see what happens here with Sabonis. There's trade chatter about him, but the Kings have got him under contract for a couple more years. What are they? Can't wait to see what happens there. It's going to be a fascinating domino to either fall or not. Number 2.
Solid with the starters. Nick Clifford started for Zach LaVine, who had back soreness that showed up on Sunday morning. I thought he was aggressive on the offensive end, which is all that we've been asking him to do, especially in the first half. Finished with 15 points, 3 rebounds, and an assist. He needs to be better as a rebounder because it's one of his superpowers as a player. But overall, I think he was 2 of 4 from 3. He was aggressive, attacking players and getting to the rim. He played off ball really well. I just think that we may have got concerned over Nick Clifford way too early, and it's more or less, number one, I think there's some rookie wall stuff that happened, but also just that finding your way with this particular team with a whole bunch of super selfish players is very difficult. And when you see the last 5 games, 6 games, I think the Kings they've gone over 30 assists like 4 or 5 times. They've also had multiple games where either all 10 or 9 of the 10 have all had an assist in a game. The ball is starting to move more, and Nick Clifford is starting to feel like he's more part of everything. And that's a big deal. He looked great to me. And he also looked like a player that may be able to take a starting lineup job down the road.
Yeah, the consistency is now going to be paramount, but what you bring up about the rebounding, that's where I don't think he's ever going to start a point guard for the Kings.
Yeah.
But I think he's certainly good enough to be a secondary ball handler, a secondary playmaker. And that's where, if he can, again, down the line, not expecting this from him in year 1, but if he can down the line be a guy who pulls down 6-7 rebounds a game and is leading breaks and creating transition opportunities off of that, that I think could be something that really becomes a big part of what the Kings are doing offensively down the road. Like to see him knocking down some threes too. That's going to be a big one.
Yep.
It's going to be a big thing to keep an eye on. Number 3.
Backseat with Sabonis playing the bulk of the minutes, especially early. Max and Dylan, they struggle to get minutes. Cardwell finished with 4 points. This is a crazy stat line though. 4 points, 5 assists, 9 rebounds, and 2 blocks. And I'm going to say this, do not go crazy on this. But you remember that playoff series where Kevon Looney kept getting all the offensive rebounds and then firing it out to wide open shooters who hit those wide open shots? Dylan Cardwell is figuring that out. And that to me is crazy. You're not going to be able to run a standard offense through him. But what you can do is have that be, he's not somebody who gets an offensive rebound and then does a couple of silly dribbles and tries to dunk over everybody every time. He has really good court vision, really high IQ. He opens up his eyes and looks around and goes, who's open? How can I get the ball to somebody? Doesn't turn the ball over. Really, really cool to see that But Reynaud, 2 points, 4 rebounds, and they both played a lot in the second half as the game got out of control. And again, it's going to be tough. I think Max has hit a rookie wall, and go back like 4 games, you could see that little baby jump hook coming up short again and again and again. And it might be a little bit of him looking over his shoulder at Domas, but I think it's also just like he's got to that stage where he might have a down week or two where he's just not very effective, and that's okay. The Kings have other players.
Yeah, and how do you, A, work through that while, B, having your minutes cut?
Yep.
Can you persevere through that? Like, that's a thing that derails players sometimes.
It is.
Just early in your career, you lost minutes, you lose confidence, you never gain it back. That's an interesting thing to watch, and it's another factor in the Domantas Sabonis minutes thing.
Yeah.
If he's a player that they look and they go, yeah, he's great, he's just not a part of what we want to do in the future, and you see that Maxime Reynaud is becoming less and less effective as he plays fewer and fewer minutes, where's the balance there?
Well,
that's going to be a really, really tough question for them to answer.
And I'll also point out that Max has played a ton in the starting lineup with Russell Westbrook, feeding him as a pick and roll guy. Now you've got Monk and you've got Dennis Schroeder in that second unit, and it doesn't look like they have the same chemistry yet that you're getting with Max and Russ. And so it's going to take a little bit of time to process that and to get them on the same page. But he just looks a little awkward, a little gangly right now, and he'll be right back to who he is. It'll just probably take a week or two.
You mentioned real quick Dylan Cardwell and the offensive rebound thing not being a sustainable form of offense. I would like to point out that's what the Rockets do.
Yeah.
The Rockets' entire offense is like, yeah, nobody can shoot, but we're going to get an offensive rebound and create a good shot off of it.
Oh, he's incredible as an offensive rebounder. I love watching him, but to see him fire the ball out and look for shooters is just spectacular. On time, on target.
Yeah.
About time.
Yeah. Number 4.
We had Keon Ellis sighting. Injury kept him out of 2 games, and he was a healthy scratch for 3 games with Levine out. He came off the bench for 14 or 15 points, 5 of 9 shooting. I thought Keon was really good. Maybe those stats are old and I didn't update them, but Keon finished 5 of 9 shooting, 14 points. I thought Keon was fun. He was good. He didn't have a steal, but he hit his wide open shots, and it's something that, again, if they have a Dylan Cardwell grabbing rebounds and firing it out to Keon Ellis, I'm very comfortable with that.
Yeah, me too.
But when no one else is looking for wide open shooters, especially 42% career shooters from 3, it doesn't really help to have a 42% shooter.
Keon's going to help a team wherever he gets traded. And it'll help the Kings if they get a first-round pick. Number 5.
What could have been? Malik Monk was a target of the Pistons a few summers ago. Man, he would look so good on that team. He would be so good on that team, especially with all of their length and their defenders and their toughness. Could you imagine him and Beef Stew as a bench tandem? It would be like Williams and why am I drawing a blank? Oh, shoot.
What team?
The Clippers back in the day with Montrezl Harrell and
Lou Will.
That's what that would be like. It would be very similar to that combo. But again, Monk has just been a dream over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. 3 of 5 from deep, 19 points. He's been shooting the 3 ball so well. Yeah,
man. I keep waiting for the month where Malik shoots 18% from 3, and he just continues knocking down 3 of 5, 4 of 6. He is scorching hot right now. Last one.
The last one, oh boy, yikes. What in the world was happening? And what has been happening? Why is Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder combining for 11 turnovers, and almost every single one of them are live ball turnovers that led to disastrous results? The Kings finished with 19 turnovers on the game for 28 Piston points. 11 of those came from these 2.
I think if you're going to put an emphasis on got to have a point guard, got to have somebody to organize, and then it's just really unclear what you're trying to do offensively, and it doesn't appear that the coaching staff really cares what they're doing offensively because they're so worried about how bad their defense is. I don't understand the value of bringing in veteran point guards if you're not going to need them to run an offense.
Yeah,
because I think that's part of the issue here.
Yeah, they need to be game managers.
Yeah, and
just manage the game.
It's hey, balls in your hands, go make plays.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate saying this, but I'm gonna say it right now. You know how much better this team would have been with one of the Jones brothers as their point guard? A game manager who averages like 3-to-1, 4-to-1 assist to turnover ratio.
Yeah, maybe. But also, if it's just like, hey, Tyus Jones, we need you to go be a playmaker, they wouldn't be better.
No.
Like, it seems like that's what they're asking is just like, hey, go do stuff. And I don't want Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook doing that as your primary offensive functions.
Yeah, and I'm going to need Willsie's stats to go look and how many times that Russell Westbrook does the stop motion 3-point shot and how many times he hits it when he does that. Because I'm going to guess that the number is so incredibly low. It's not just the turnovers with these guys. It's also the shot selection.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just watching like guys with combined 30 years of NBA experience, and they're not running a team. And you're just like, for me, it's so stunning to watch. But then when it bubbles over with a turnover game like that, and it's just, again, Dennis Schroeder had 7 turnovers.
Come on, man.
Russell Westbrook had 4 turnovers in 22 minutes. He was on pace for 6 or 7 himself.
There's just no way this is what Scott Perry was envisioning when he brought these 2 players in. There's just no chance.
Unless
if you wanted this, you could have just stuck with Malik running the point.
That's right. Unless it was just get us through this season, sell some tickets, we'll make some posters.
We'll have a night.
Waiting for Dennis Schroeder night.
I guess. Hopefully soon. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon. Big announcement for the station coming at noon, so stay locked in. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll have more NFL stuff coming up. We got a spoiler alert for what's happening with the Raiders coaching search. We'll tell you what that is. And there was something with the Kings and the lesson that we've learned mid-season that ESPN wrote up. I want to talk about that, but there's a different lesson and a potential superstar who may become available. We'll touch on that in the second hour as well. This is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hang on, everybody. Be right back. And we're back. Jesse Toppe, everybody.
Man, that is totally a Giants signing.
The most Giants signing. Dude.
Yeah.
What's up, James, Kyle, Chatty House?
Hello.
Like Harrison Bader is just the most. I said he's the Marco Scudero of Michael Confortos.
That's harsh.
Marcus Bryan, what did I just see? West Side Kings fan. What's up? Bader was a Yankee last year, or was that the year before?
I don't remember. I think he's a Twin last year.
Yeah, he was on the Twins, but yeah, he played on 2 different teams last year.
I think he got traded from the Twins to the Yankees then.
No.
No?
He hasn't played for the Yankees since 2023.
Oh.
He got traded from St. Louis to New York, then New York to Cincinnati. Then he played for the Mets in 2024, signed with Minnesota last year, and got traded to Philly.
Stuck on 2023, I guess.
He was really good for Philly. Had a 305, 5 homers, and 194 bats.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not a bad player. He's won a Gold Glove. Back in 2021.
Charismatic, Katrina, Miss McTan.
You said charismatic. I thought you were just going to start listing listing personality traits of Harrison Bader.
Yeah, I did.
Charismatic.
Yeah. Clubhouse leader.
Clubhouse leader. Really good public speaker. His nickname is Tots. How do we feel about that?
Fine,
Really?
I guess.
Huh. I don't see a nickname on. They don't do nicknames on Baseball Reference, do they?
Yeah, it's down a little bit.
Shout out, what did I just say?
Oh, there it is.
Same thing.
Why do they do that? And how do you link it?
I don't know. Let's see. Click.
Player nickname. You click on it and it brings...
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, my gosh. What?
Fernando Abad. Damn. A's legend.
Nandito. That sounds.
That's
That's
a
fun to
name.
say. That's fun to say.
Francisco.
Fernando.
There's a man
Mendoza.
named Joe Adams who oh my God. Joe Adams pitched for St. Louis for one season. He pitched for one game. He pitched 4 innings. His name is Joe Adams, and his nickname is Wagon Tongue.
No, what the hell it is. Nope.
That's crazy.
How do you?
Hey, how does Joe? You pitched 4 innings, one time, 124 years ago, and you get a nickname on Baseball Reference?
Yeah.
Well, how does one go about getting a wagon tongue nickname?
I don't think I want to know that actually.
Nope.
I'm good on that.
We're not going to ask that question, Jesse.
Someone's got to, James, and I'll do it if I have to.
All right.
Joe Edward Old Wagon Tongue Adams.
Huh.
Has been regarded by multiple writers as one of baseball's all-time great nicknames. This is trash. We can't do this on the radio because we have other stuff to talk about today. But you don't get to have one of the best baseball nicknames of all time, and you pitched one time and you were ass for 4 innings.
Well, we need to know why he got that nickname.
Jesse, what do you think of my Man U win this weekend?
They might be back. They're not actually back, but that's a good win against Arsenal.
Top 4 on the table, baby.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s helping us out. Okay, I have homework for everybody. Before we dive back into some football stuff, and then we've got another Kings thing to get to. I have some homework for everyone. 1, stick around until noon. We have a massive station announcement coming, so stick around. You're going to want to hear what we've got going on at ESPN 1320. Number 2, this is less important, but I need somebody to do the research on where a baseball player who played for St. Louis in 1902 named Joe Adams got the nickname Wagon Tongue. I have to know.
This is wagon like a tail wagon or wagon like a wagon?
Wagon like WAGON. Yeah, man. I gotta know. I have to know. There's an article. So he has a Wikipedia page. Alarmingly, this guy played in 1902. He pitched 1 game, 4 innings. Didn't pitch well, and that was his whole career. And he has a nickname on Baseball Reference. And we started looking into it. He has a Wikipedia page, which is insane. There are articles on that Wikipedia page, but one of them is behind a paywall. It's a New York Times article. I'm not logged in there, so I couldn't look it up. So I need somebody else to look this up and hit us up at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Jump in the chatty house and let us know how he got this nickname.
Joe Bob 1331 says nickname origin. He was nicknamed Wagon Tongue because he used an extra long bat with great success.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
That's pretty boring.
I think it's a lie.
I also
that feels like a
think
big.
it's
I don't know.
Like a giant
I'm not
fib
buying
to
that.
me.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. Like he didn't have a baseball bat that he walked into the plate with, and people went, "Oh, there goes old Wagon Tongue."
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I know.
No chance.
It's like using like a.
Because a wagon tongue is like it's like an axle of a covered wagon, from what I understand.
Well, yeah. It's a long. It goes out and hooks to the horses,
right,
or oxen, whatever you're using. But yeah.
All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. On to the more important things. Wait, where'd my buttons go? I do this every time. On to the more important things. I want to talk about the Kings and a superstar that we need to keep an eye on as a potential trade target for them. But we also have a spoiler alert.
Oh, yeah.
Klint Kubiak's going to be the Raiders head coach, everybody. That's the Seahawks offensive coordinator. So Raider fan, lock into the Super Bowl and watch Seattle's offense, because buckle up. That's going to be your guy. Here's why. And shout out to Awful Announcing for pulling all these quotes. Tom Brady, of course, part of the Raiders ownership group, I assume has a very, very strong voice in the coaching search, is on the broadcast for Fox last night. Here are some of the things that Tom Brady said about Klint Kubiak. Quote, this is via Awful Announcing. I love the opening script by Kubiak. This is following Seattle's first drive of the game. There was such great tempo with their offense later on in the first quarter. Such a great play call by Klint Kubiak as well. He understands that now for the first time, the Rams D-line is like, let's be super aggressive and try to make a big stop. Next thing you know, they take advantage of the over-aggressiveness and the rush, and they lose coming out of the backfield. Later on. This is, while he's talking about the Rams offense. Quote, good design. You saw it with Klint Kubiak putting JSN in the backfield. A little bit later. Quote, both quarterbacks have played tremendous today. 145 rating for Stafford, 143 rating for Darnold. I love seeing good quarterback play. Really a lot of great play calling from both Kubiak and McVay. They're hiring Klint Kubiak. Later on. Oh, this is later on. Quote, yeah, there's more. A very brave call, or I would say a courageous call from Klint Kubiak on the bootleg. James, you said earlier you couldn't tell that Sam Darnold was playing well because Tom Brady was crediting Klint Kubiak with everything they were doing offensively.
Of course.
We're hearing it. Last one. This is Seahawks. There's like 20 seconds left. The Rams need to go 1.5 miles to score a touchdown. Quote, Kubiak designed some great plays, getting his guys open, and then Darnold just executing everything. That's going to be the Raiders head coach. I would be floored.
Yeah. I wonder what Tom Brady would have felt like if during his time in the league, they only credited his offensive coordinator and then threw his name in as like, oh, and it's being executed really well by Tom Brady.
Oh, dude,
great job, Josh McDaniels.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, it would have been like, bro, I want that guy fired now.
Yeah, I'll call the plays.
I call all the plays from my wristband.
Man,
get that guy out of here.
I was watching that last night because Kubiak is Tom Pelissero reported. Tom Pelissero from NFL Media reported that he's a heavy contender, or he didn't say the favorite, but Klint Kubiak is very much in the mix. And so I went into last night knowing that Tom Brady's been in meetings with Klint Kubiak and has probably been in part of these interviews with the Raiders.
Yeah, he's helping lead the search.
Yeah, so I went into last night going, I wonder if you're going to be able to tell. And man, sure enough, it was not even, I heard noticed a couple times, the Awful Announcing pulled all the quotes.
Oh, yeah.
Now so I think that's the direction they're going, assuming Kubiak wants that job. And maybe he won't. Maybe they lose the Super Bowl and he goes, I got unfinished business. I don't think it's happening. Does Sam Darnold and his play last year up until the final couple games, and then his play this year, specifically his play last night, is this a one-off? Or do we need to start changing the way we and teams need to start changing the way we and they evaluate quarterbacks?
Yeah, man, it's tough because like if I am an agent for a young quarterback and you're going into the draft this year, I don't want my quarterback going to a team that has no offensive line, no wide receivers, no running back to speak of, and you're like sticking my young prospect quarterback in and he's going to get his head kicked in for the next 4 years.
That doesn't help anybody, yeah.
And then he's going to be kicked to the curb and bounce around the league, and maybe he'll get another shot to be a starting quarterback again. Maybe he never will. Like, I think we could come to a point where, because we've seen this in the NBA where teams direct their players to specific places, but we might get back to that a little bit more where teams are like, hey, agents are like looking at him going, I don't want my quarterback going to the Raiders. You just proved that Geno Smith couldn't, stay upright in the pocket for you guys. Like, what is my rookie quarterback going to look like? And traded some of their wide receivers. Sure, you've got a young tight end or two tight ends that are good, and you've got a young, running back. But can you address some of these weaknesses before you try to bring my guy in and just let him get punted. So I feel, like we're watching Sam Darnold at this point. I feel bad for Sam Darnold for having to go through the trials and tribulations that he has, because most quarterbacks don't come out the other side, and they certainly don't lead a team to a Super Bowl. You look at his first, 5 years in the league, took him until 2022. In 6 starts, he goes 4-2 for the Carolina Panthers.
And
He's
people thought that when he played with Carolina, it was like, oh, Sam Darnold's peaking.
Yeah,
man, he played great.
Yeah, it's tough.
So it feels like in the NBA, it feels like in the NBA and the NFL that we're going away from just have the best guy. As long as you have the best guy, like, you're good. You're gonna go. You're gonna go to the Super Bowl. You're gonna go to the finals. I think that we continue to see that we're trending away from that. And I wonder if teams are going to start having the patience to draft a quarterback. Let's say the Raiders this year. They're gonna by all accounts they're drafting Fernando Mendoza first overall. Let's say they bring in Fernando Mendoza and he struggles a bit in year 1. Do they have the patience to say, don't worry, we went 2-15. That's fine. Here's another draft. We're picking first or second or whatever. We're going to continue building out this roster, and we're going to let you grow with this roster, and we'll sign you to a second contract, and we'll see what this looks like in 6 years. Instead of going, hey, if you don't win a Super Bowl by the time, or we don't think you can win a Super Bowl by the time your rookie contract is up, year 4, we're done. Because so many people will go, oh, well, Sam Darnold's the anomaly. But Sam Darnold's also the only guy who's ever really gotten this kind of shot.
Yeah.
Where he went New York to Carolina, he gets a year to just sit as a backup in San Francisco. And then he goes, and a lot of people credit Kyle Shanahan with Sam Darnold's turnaround. I think the 49ers get credit for rehabbing Sam Darnold's image to the point that another team like Minnesota would take a flyer on him as a starter.
Yeah.
Or as a potential starter. I credit Kevin O'Connell with Sam Darnold's like full development into kind of the player that he is now, enough that Seattle went and signed him to, was it 3 years and $100 million or whatever the numbers were, 3 and 110.
Yeah.
So they bring him in and put him in a very real spot with a good running game, one of the 3 or 4 best wide receivers in the league in Jackson Smith and Jigba, and arguably the best defense in the league. And say, hey kid, go get it. There's no reason to believe that. I don't think it would have been the Jets, because the Jets are a disaster. But there's no reason to believe that, man, can you imagine Sam Darnold with some development playing for Carolina this year instead of Bryce Young?
Yeah. It's tough
they're
because
probably better.
It's so many times that you look at these quarterbacks that have failed and are trying to make a comeback, and they were drafted by the Jets. It's like, how many times do you get to destroy somebody? And it always feels like they go from the Jets and then they end up in Carolina as a stopgap.
Yeah.
While they're trying to figure out whether they're still an NFL player. That's not a good place to go either.
Not at all.
Typically for quarterbacks. And then, it takes him a little bit of time, but also he goes to the 49ers, stable. He goes to Minnesota, stable. And he goes to Seattle, who
one of the best
stable.
organizations in the sport.
Yeah. And so having a good organization, but also having an offensive line matters. Having an offensive line, having some weapons to throw to, it matters. And so if I'm a young quarterback and if, again, an agent for young quarterbacks, it's not about that first contract. It's about, will he get the second contract that pays him $50 to $60 million a year? And if you're not going to provide the roadmap for him to get to that second contract, then I don't really want you drafting him. If this is going to be like an experiment for 2 years and you keep, shuffling through coaches and everything else, like, I don't know that I want my guy going there, because again, it's always going to be about that second contract. And if by the time he gets to his second contract, he's been sacked, 250 times, you're like,
yeah,
there might not be anything left.
He's toast. Yeah.
Yeah. Mentally, that, like, he might not be able to make the reads anymore.
Right.
So
that's what I'm worried about with CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Kind of wonder if Mac Jones is that next guy.
Yeah.
Very, very interested to see what happens with Mac Jones. We'll, of course, follow the NFL trade rumor mill closely as we wind down the 2025 NFL season. Let's get back to the Kings. We've talked a lot about why you want these picks, why you want cap space, because sometimes a star level player comes available, and I think we might see one come available soon. I'll tell you who it is next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. It's called a tease, people.
I'm with you. I might just walk out too. I'll follow you. Here we go. Where are we at in? I know people are talking about the tank. Boy, Indiana, Atlanta. I seriously don't understand how they're playing this early.
Okay, Matt Barrows put a Twitter poll out.
Uh-oh.
Who would you rather have on your team, Puka Nacua and Jackson Smith and Jigba?
Puka.
Just that easy?
Puka he seems like you can't, that doesn't matter who you throw on him, he's going to get open. And not that JSN isn't, but like Puka went for 200 yards or whatever it was against the Seahawks that one game. And for me, it was like, all right, this guy's amazing.
I think Puka has better hands and is bigger, but I think I'm taking Smith and Jigba.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote for Puka.
Nice.
Matt Barrows put this poll out. 2,231 votes. It is 48.9% to 51.1%.
They're both right there with each other.
Yeah, I don't. It's a coin flip for me.
I think Puka, because of the style of player he is, he gets hit way harder.
Yeah, dude, he peels himself off the turf constantly.
Yeah, and Smith and Jigba doesn't. I mean, and he's always open. You know, you're like, how in the world did that just happen? Shouldn't, like the 49ers either game plan spectacularly for him and took him away where other teams weren't, or, or he just had an off day or whatever.
I don't think the Patriots are the evil empire. I don't they play in my division. I don't even hate them like that.
The Patriots and Seahawks.
Believe it or not, Mike Vrabel's actually pretty he's a cool guy, seems like.
Vrabel's the man, dude.
Yeah.
The Patriots and Seahawks both kind of fading around the same time. Like end of the Russell Wilson era, end of the Tom Brady era, and already overhauling their coaching staffs and their rosters and being back in the Super Bowl is nuts.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Dolphins fans my friends like, oh yeah, it must be tough. Like, no, it's tough for the Bills fans today.
Yeah,
like we just stink. That has nothing to do with anything.
I
hate the Jets. That's what it is.
This is not a shot at the Dolphins. I promise.
Oh, it's fine, dude.
The Patriots have gone to 10 Super Bowls since the Dolphins last
won.
Since
the last playoff one. Yeah, I saw that tweet as well.
10 Super Bowls is nuts.
Yeah, it is.
They've been to more Super Bowls this millennium.
So is 26 years without a playoff win.
Well, damn. All right.
No, let's just talk about it now.
No, I don't want to. I want to talk about the Kings. It would be so funny if Shedeur declined a Pro Bowl.
But he needs to. That or let's just shut the Pro Bowl down.
Also, Mike Vrabel has more wins since December 21st than the Titans have since firing him.
Mish, I'm not rooting for them. I just don't hate them.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse's on the ones and twos. Talking a ton of football today, and I'm sure we'll get to that as well in the handoff, which is coming up in about 20 minutes. We've got a big announcement at noon. Big announcement at noon today, so stay locked into ESPN 1320. Really, really exciting stuff happening here at our station, and excited to share all of it with you. We've been working super hard behind the scenes to make a bunch of stuff happen, and now we get to tell you all what's happening. I believe, so ESPN wrote this whole thing about lessons that we've learned for each team at the halfway point of the season, or at the midway point of the year.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings' lesson is there's no NBA team further from contention. And then their write-up says, less than a year after trading De'Aaron Fox, Kings rudderless, starless, grueling rebuild. They should add a high lottery pick, veterans, multi-year contracts, up and down. An executive said, quote, they're just going to play the lottery game and hope for the best, and that's what they should do. I didn't take much away from that. If ESPN had asked me to write something up about this, that's probably pretty close to what I would have said.
Yeah, if they would have said, hey, who is the furthest away from contending, I would agree it's the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't really have anything there. That's nothing new. We're not going to learn anything from that. But I was scrolling through the rest of them. Just kind of see what's going on around the NBA, things I've missed, you know. And this jumped out to me because we've talked about the Kings rebuild and ways they can accelerate that rebuild and the different ways they could use picks and cap space, because we talk about cap space and people immediately revert to, well, they don't sign free agents. They can't sign free agents. So why does it matter? Well, because it matters because you want to have room to add a big salary if a player does come available. And that's why you also want picks, is to be able to be contenders to acquire that player. Enter this nugget from ESPN on their midseason lesson for the Orlando Magic. The lesson, quote, the numbers continue to be better with Paolo Banchero off the court. This is the one, man. This is one of those moves that I'm not saying this deadline or even this offseason, but this is one of those moves that, hey, this is not the Ja Morant. This is not Trae Young. This is not who's the other one? Who's the player I'm missing out of that group? It's not like Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
It's not LaMelo Ball, although he's playing a lot better. But if the Magic just decide this isn't working with Paolo, they're going to go with Jalen Suggs and
Desmond Bain.
Thank you.
Franz Wagner.
Yep. And they're going to roll forward with that group, and they're going to build around them, and they're going to try and do so by trading Paolo. That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a player that you can acquire. You use your picks, you use your cap space, you bring him in, and you start building around that player. I'm keeping a very close eye on that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it does depend on, draft position and stuff like that, because I think that like Cam Boozer kind of looks a little bit like a Paolo, and you might be able to get that player without, giving up a bunch of picks and stuff. But I also like look, there are going to be players that become available, and you just have to be primed and ready to do it, to press the button. And that's why I think the Kings are going to sit on their picks as long as they can. And again, this year they're trying to add another pick right now by trading Keon Ellis. And I would assume that they're looking for a 2026 pick. They're not looking for something down the road. And so if you all of a sudden start having 2 picks in this year's draft, and you've got 2 picks in next year's draft, although one of them you traded half of it away in one of the trades. To get the 24th pick in this year's draft.
Yes.
So I think the Kings, the Spurs, they have the Spurs pick, but it's now protected 1 through 19. And so if it falls in, the 1 through 19, they get to keep it, and it becomes, I think, 2 second-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
But if not, so now you could have 2 first-round picks in 2027 as well. And that's what, what I think Scott Perry's trying to do. He's trying to get in asset collection mode right here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really, really difficult to collect assets when you're at the luxury tax. Your owner is not going to go over the luxury tax for a 12-win team, nor should he.
Mm-hmm.
And you have players that you need to trade, but that aren't going to bring back assets,
Mm-hmm.
Negative value players. And that's really, really difficult spot to be in. And that's why I think we keep hearing like this 2 years out thing. Now, if a Paolo becomes available, yeah, you got to push all your chips in. And and so I get what you're saying, but I think there's also like a small list of players that I feel that way about as well.
Oh, that's why the Paolo thing jumps out to me.
Mhm.
I'm fully, anybody who says that John Morant is the player the Kings should be trying to get, okay, fine. That thumbs up. If that's your belief, I'm obviously not going to argue you off that point. If
That's
you
a
say,
reclamation project though.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right.
It's in the Jonathan Kuminga, not exactly the same as Jonathan Kuminga, but it's in that realm of would love to get him at a bargain basement price and see what we can do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to push all my chips in for that player, but if you believe that would have been Trae Young or John Morant or whoever, salute, fine. I'm with you. The list of players that if I'm the Kings, I'm taking this war chest of picks they built up, and I'm ready to offload 3, 4, 5 of those picks with potentially a player or two. The list of players that would come available that I'm ready to do that move for is very small.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not Rudy Gobert. It's not the Minnesota paid an exorbitant price to get Rudy Gobert in their building. That's not what Paolo to me is on a very short list. He's still very young, and yeah, he has the max extension, the max rookie extension.
Mm-hmm.
He's not cheap. But I think it's a fit thing more than it is Paolo Banchero good at basketball or not. Paolo's freaking awesome. I think the Magic have just built a team that he's having a really hard time fitting into. And I don't watch every Magic game, but I've listened to like Zach Lowe talk about this. And people who cover the Magic have talked about how, yeah, he's changed his game since he's come back.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was out with injury. They were playing really well. He's not trying to fit his game into what they're doing. He's trying to fit into what they're doing into his game, right? Other way around, whichever. He's trying to do the things to fit into what they're doing offensively specifically. And it's just not flying. I think if you get to a point where if you're the Kings, you can trade those picks, whatever, you're keeping Keegan, you're keeping Nick Clifford, and you're saying, all right, it's going to be Paolo, it's going to be Keegan, it's going to be Dylan Cardwell, Nick Clifford. This is kind of the core moving forward. That to me is a really, really great starting point where you could kickstart this, where now all of a sudden, Keegan Murray doesn't need to be the one. Nick Clifford doesn't have to be something spectacular. If they hit on their 2026 pick, and that 2026 pick is a all-star caliber player, and you're bringing in Paolo Banchero, now all of a sudden you have a group of players that may allow you your baseline of talent that you need around them comes down, and now all of a sudden you have a group that going into a season you go, hey, this is a young group of players that looks like they're heading the right direction. This looks like a team that, man, you don't have to squint that hard, and that looks like a playoff team.
Yeah.
And they would all be relatively young, where that window would be more than a year or two. And that's why I like I said, there's very, very few players that I would be in this camp for, because I'm always usually pretty conservative with like, yeah, go use your picks, go get players.
Yeah,
Man.
I'm just going to keep pointing out, like, this doesn't have to be a 5-year rebuild.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a little while to tear down to build up. Like, we understand that. But at the same time, there will be value in a $49 million expiring contract in Zach LaVine next year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not the ultimate value. Maybe you won't be able to trade him for something, but there should be value there and the potential to go out and do something much bigger, because that's what other teams have done. Other teams have held on to star players. They used to be stars who have bloated contracts, and then in the final year of their deal, they go out and make that trade. I think that the Kings are like, you're trying to figure out when is this big deal going to happen for you, and what is your time frame. And I think Scott Perry is asking for like a 2-year window for that time frame. But at the same time, Like, look, you're going to get a top 5 or top 6 pick in this year's draft. Maybe the top pick, maybe number 2 pick. You don't know, but you're setting yourself up today to be in that conversation. You're probably setting yourself up to be in that same conversation for 2027, where you're going to have a top 5 pick and you're going to get to take a swing to find a young star level player. That's why when, again, you watch the Kings go face the Detroit Pistons, like the Pistons lucked out and got the top pick in the draft. But that team is not just all Cade Cunningham. They made savvy moves when it came to veteran players. You know, Tobias Harris is still there, but remember the Bojan Bogdanovic era. Remember, like they had they brought in Dennis Schroeder to try to help this team elevate. They brought in
Tim Hardaway Jr.
to help supplement and give them more. So you do need veterans, but they also have savvy picks. I mean, the Jalen Duren selection was what, number 10 overall, something 9 or 10 overall. Isaiah Stewart was a year before. And then I'm also going to point out, like, look, if you don't think they missed on Jaden Ivey, they missed on Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey is not right now going to be, I don't think is going to be a star level player. And it's hard because he had the injury. And so that may take away from what he is and may take him longer to get there.
He was ascending when he got hurt.
He was ascending, but he still has to be the right player next to Cade Cunningham. And would you rather have him or would you rather have Dyson Daniels, who was like 2 picks later?
Sure.
And it's like, I'd probably rather have Dyson Daniels. And then all of a sudden I've got this sick defensive backcourt and that's young and I can grow from there. So like, look, I think there are going to be missteps. There always are. There's always, but what you can't do if you're the Kings is you can't have 2 or 3 missteps here that prolong whatever it is that they're trying to do. And if someone becomes available, the reason why you would trade all these things for a 23-year-old, 24-year-old Paolo Banchero, if he does become available in the next year, is because you know exactly what he is. And the draft, you have no idea what you're getting. Number one, you don't know where you're going to draft if you're 1 through 6. Like you have no idea. But also the top pick might not be nearly as good as the 5th pick. And that's just the way the draft goes. I mean, Markelle Fultz was the number 1 pick in the draft. Lonzo Ball was number 2. Jason Tatum was number 3. Josh Johnson out of the league. Josh Jackson, yeah. Out of the league at number 4. Number 5 is De'Aaron Fox. Number 6, you can keep going. Like it's a never-ending battle, you know, and it's, I think number 6 is Jonathan Isaac. Number 7 is Lauri Markkanen. Like you don't know what you're getting until you get them in your building. And that's why sometimes when you do get to a certain point, when you do have enough talent that you can project out who's somebody, you can look at some other team and go, I'm done projecting. I now need to go get somebody who I know who they are and I can fit them into my system and I can build around that player.
Paolo Banchero for his career. I've seen people talk about his efficiency. He's not been a great shooter. 44.6% from the field, 31.6% from 3 for his career, 49.2% from 2. You'd like to see that number go up. And in fact, he's 50.9% from 2 the last 2 years. But for his career, 22 points, 7 boards, 5 assists. And he turned 23 in November.
Yeah.
Like that's just a player to bet on, man. Like a lot. Jason Tatum doesn't hit the trade market typically at age 23. Like that's not, and again, maybe Paolo and the Magic figure something out over the second half of the year. Maybe they figure something out in the offseason and he starts to fit seamlessly into what they're doing. And this is not a conversation anymore. But it's something I'm keeping a very, very close eye on if I'm the Kings. Because if you are talking about it, pressing that button and trying to accelerate that rebuild instead of just using a bunch of picks and becoming the Wizards potentially. Well, yeah, we got a bunch of guys who are like 18 to 21 years old, have no idea if any of them are good.
Yep.
We can't put them in position to succeed because everybody's just kind of young and we're just running around. You can do that. It's really difficult. So I'm just watching this very closely. And if Paolo starts fitting in and the Magic make a run and they go to the finals or the conference finals or whatever this year, then okay. But if they struggle, if they're like a first or second round exit, they continue to not play well when Paolo's on the court. Just someone watching.
Yeah.
Just got a little eye on it. That's all. That's all. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon. The handoff coming up in about 10 minutes. And we got our big announcement coming up at noon as well. Hey, I want to we were talking earlier about Domantas Sabonis minutes and what it means for Dylan Cardwell and Max Reno. Has Dylan Cardwell passed Maxime Reno in the I don't really know what it is, like development arc, or is he just older and does things that translate more quickly to the league?
I think that's a big part of it. It's easier to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to be a guy who's stripped down to just like, hey, go get rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do stupid things when you get rebounds. Go block shots. Don't worry about how many fouls you have. And I think he's filling in and like automatically, like becoming like a full-fledged rotational player, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I also think like what we've seen so far with him and Domas on the court together, I haven't looked at the advanced numbers to see if it's actually working. But I do really like what I'm seeing. I think that him in the dunker spot and Domas as more of a high pick and roll guy works really well. There's going to be moments where Cardwell needs to clear out and get out of the way, and he needs to learn when that is. But I also think that like just the way he's going so far, it's much easier to be like just that type of player than it is to be Max Reno. And
I agree.
like, look, Max also is like, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but probably 35 games into his rookie season where Dylan Cardwell's not. Like, you got to remember that we keep everything we're looking at with Dylan Cardwell. It's got to, we have to remind ourselves that he hasn't played that much, right? He's on the season. Dylan Cardwell is 20 games into his rookie year.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, as opposed to Max Reno, who's played in 39 games, so twice as many. So I think what we're seeing right now, again, I'll just keep pointing this out, is I do think that we're seeing a rookie wall. Max?
Sorry?
You killed both our mics.
I did. That's fine.
Yeah, I think you're seeing him hit a rookie wall a little bit, and that's fine because that happens.
Totally.
But also, I think it is very difficult to be a young player and to look at the superstar center that's on your roster who is literally a 3-time All-Star and 2-time All-NBA player, and he shows up and he just does all of these things that you're like, oh my gosh, that's what they want me to be down the road. The physicality, the rebounding, the passing ability, all of those things. I think it's intimidating. And I think he is looking over his shoulder a little bit.
Sure.
And the only way to get rid of that is for Domas to no longer be here. And if the franchise is ready to move on from him, it will open a door for Max to be like a starter the rest of the season. I just don't know how wise that is.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's only about losing games, then sure. But yeah, I also don't want to make Max Reno into a quarterback that's been sacked 50 times the first 5 years of his career.
I'm Kyle. He's James. The handoff with D'Lo and KC coming up next. Big announcement coming up at noon. Stick around. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
See? Right here. Wilsey stats. Sabonis and Cardwell have a plus 11.6 net rating in 58 minutes. Small sample size. Now, Will, I need you to go back and research how many times Russell Westbrook hits a 3-point shot that he pump fakes on. Oh, interesting. I thought they really liked Mosley, though. That's also possible. What's happening?
Hey, guys.
What's up? What's up, man?
Is it that cold out? Oh. It was. No, it was. I meant, is it still that cold out? It was cold as hell this morning. What? Did you want your mic on? Oh, okay. I have this really tough conundrum in the electric car where running the heater in the electric car really kills the battery. So I have to, like, my threshold for what's cold in the morning is very, very high. And this morning we had to throw the heater on for a little bit.
Wow. I preheat my car every day. I have the seat warmer on the whole time.
Yeah.
I even turn on the steering wheel warmer the whole time. I'm like, if that battery life, I'm not worried about it.
You have the cabin control thing in yours too.
Yeah, I can do it.
It can set to where, like, if you're up here and it's really hot outside, it'll turn on for a few minutes and then turn off.
Oh, is that what? Because during the summer, there's a Tesla that no matter what time of day I walk by it, it's on.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and there's never anybody near it.
That's what it is.
It's because also the glass ceiling gets so hot that it can, if you don't turn on the Sentry mode or whatever, there's a mode, your car will get too hot and you can damage all your electronics.
Yeah, it's fire though.
It looks sick.
It's fire though. Maybe it's not functional.
But
it's fire.
I have a chip above my head where a rock hit the glass above me.
I can't remember how many panels it is. Is it 2?
There's
front, middle, back.
Yeah. And I had the back window broke out.
Oh, like someone smashed it?
A kid threw a rock and broke the back window.
Soccer pit that they were mad at you?
We were driving by the clubhouse like on the 4th of July. There were a bunch of kids out and throwing rocks.
Did the security guard shoot him?
Yeah. No.
Oh.
Only in, yeah.
Because she was going to shoot me. Who are you here to see? James Ham. All right. Limited access, but you can go ahead.
He's like, oh, the mayor.
I've broken my front windshield, I think, 4 times in the Tesla already.
Jeez.
Damn.
Got
Really?
a big break in it right now.
You.
Dang.
I guess I got lucky.
I got hit like right to the left of like the post.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. D-Lo, KC are here. It's the handoff. Jesse Toppy also here on the 1s and 2s.
Collector's item.
What's that?
The handoff.
Well, damn. Stay tuned. 15 more minutes, everyone.
the Michael Jackson doll.
That's what it is. Save them, kids.
What?
The old Michael Jackson dolls that sold
he wouldn't. I don't think
you weren't.
I wasn't outside.
You weren't alive.
Yeah,
I don't
you
think.
weren't
Yeah, I don't think
you weren't outside.
I don't think you were born yet.
You definitely weren't outside.
Yeah.
Felt like we talked about this before the AFC and NFC championship games. I thought the NFC title game was going to be the Super Bowl, and I super feel that way now.
Now, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people feel that way. Is it because the Seahawks game was second and that's your lasting memory of yesterday?
No. It's because the Seahawks are good, and I don't think the Patriots are that good.
Really?
Yeah.
I disagree.
They've gotten into opponent territory after starting in their own territory 8 times in 28 drives.
Is that bad?
That's not great.
Drake May's next good game in the playoffs too might be his first.
Oh, that's not.
There's
What
that.
happened yesterday is not fair, though.
Well, he was fine, but like
he's played 2 other games. And
Yeah, that's it.
I said what
Before the
happened
snow.
yesterday.
But it was before the snow came down. It's just like,
No, look, he might have played better when the snow came down. He might have made more throws then.
Yeah.
He was awful in that first half.
That play he made to clinch the game, though.
That was big
sick.
time.
That was sick.
That was big time.
Apparently,
You know,
that wasn't a call either.
Oh, really?
No, he just did it.
Yeah, he did that on his own.
Yeah, he
Man, what a
did. He
gangster.
just did it.
Is that 52 on the Broncos? You got to hang him up after that. That was tough.
Gotta hang him up.
Got the angle on him, and they got stiff armed twice by the quarterback who you're getting paid to get on the ground. That's a bad beat. It's a bad way to go out.
I pushed against that. They asked something similar to that on Friday.
Mhm.
I pushed against that a little bit. I was like, nah, man. Like, I think either one of these 2 AFC teams can play and give a really good game and win against the NFC. And then watching the game yesterday, even before the snow, I was like, nah, I think they were right. NFC championship game is the Super Bowl. But
y'all spent a week trashing Sam Darnold.
oh, he balled out. There's no trash in
He was
Sam Darnold today.
a gangster yesterday.
Yeah, he was so good.
He was fantastic. I will say this though, in the Sam Darnold argument, I'm not arguing against Sam Darnold because all I ever asked for him is to show me one time in a moment that you can play at a high level, and he did that.
4
played at
quarters,
a
he was awesome
unbelievable
yesterday.
level yesterday. So I'm not. This ain't a diss towards Sam Darnold, but what I do believe in is I do believe in Vrabel in that defense. You give them 2 weeks.
Sure.
I think they can. That's their shot. That's the Patriots' shot, that they almost like that blueprint of when they won the first Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just kind of have the game plan to kind of confuse Sam Darnold, lock up JSN, and make those other guys beat you. But that's it. I don't know if their offense can do enough though against that.
Yeah, that's what I keep going back to. What's going to be interesting is if Sam Darnold goes to the Super Bowl and that happens, and he throws 3 interceptions, and they lose 13-10. All the wow, Sam Darnold silenced all the haters. What do they got to say now?
They need to.
Yeah, he was really good. I know he was really good yesterday. I'm not trying to take that away, but it's just I have a fascination with how we talk about quarterbacks. I'm so interested in it. In that, Sam Darnold did it. That's how I feel. My one question, we do Tuesday tiers. My whole question all year, the question we all had was I can't quite put the Seahawks in tier 1 because I don't trust Sam Darnold. But then he just did it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But then if he goes to the Super Bowl and plays like people expected him to do, doesn't play well, it's can't trust Sam Darnold. Biggest spot, he's not going to do it.
Well, those people are idiots.
But here's
it's me. I'm going to be those people.
Here's
I'm
why.
an idiot.
Here's why. Can't we just hit? Hang on all of this. Is how many weeks did you all 3 of you say the Rams defense wasn't very good?
At least 10.
So, right. So he took advantage, and I'm not he took advantage of a bad defense. That is not New England. That is not what Los Angeles had. Yes, that is not New England's defense.
Sure.
And so it's okay, he did it against them.
Mm-hmm.
He did it against the Rams. The Rams were never going to win with their defense. They're going to win with what they could do offensively. Now he's going to have to go out there against a defense that is very, very good and pick them apart.
Yeah. You're 100% correct in that assessment. The reason why I wouldn't subscribe to doubting Sam Darnold if he didn't play good against the Patriots defense is because great quarterbacks struggle against great defenses. That's not an indictment, or for me at least, it wouldn't be an indictment on Sam Darnold if he had a bad game against a hell of a I think that Patriots defense is really good. I don't think they're the best in the game. I thought it was the Texans. But I think they're up there. They're up there for sure. So if, say, he did have a middling game against the Patriots, I wouldn't look at that as, Sam Darnold is who he thought he was. It's this is what good defenses do to quarterbacks. Since the beginning of time, we've seen it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wouldn't lay that at the feet of Sam Darnold.
My greater thing going into the Super Bowl is less oh man, I think Sam Darnold's going to throw for 400 yards. It's Drake May against their defense. That Seattle defense is so good. And I don't see it.
No, it's
as good as Drake May was this year.
It's really good. I think it could be had. Now, I don't know if the Patriots have the weapons.
That's it.
Because the Rams for 3 games went to work on that Seattle defense.
Yeah, no doubt.
They've got 2 of Devontae isn't what he was, but he's still a top.
He's an overqualified second wide receiver,
right? And that's just a problem. And even as good as Stephon Diggs has been at times this year, that's still only one of those guys. I don't know if they got another weapon to keep that Seahawks defense honest. But if they can find somebody, I think there's plays to be had on that defense too.
I just think they're a year ahead of schedule. They haven't gotten to build up.
You're gonna make me throw something.
Can I ask you something real quick?
You're gonna make me throw something.
Where is this schedule?
I hate that.
No, let me. Okay, I'm okay. Fine.
James,
don't take it.
Do you have the schedule?
Yeah, the Pat schedule.
Jesse,
Can you show
do you
them?
have the schedule?
It's supposed to be 2026 was the year.
Yeah, so the 2024 Oklahoma City Thunder. There, can you just give me the?
Okay. I think it's interesting because you bring that up. The schedule is changing, especially the NFL. What are we at? We're 8 straight Super Bowls. There's going to be a new winner for 7 or 8 straight time. The schedule is changing. Even the NBA, you're seeing teams like Oklahoma City who jump ahead, and you're like, "Whoa, that was crazy!" But I'd point out the same time that they jumped ahead, we saw the Cleveland Cavaliers do exactly what most teams do, and they want to win a bunch of games their first year, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, we're out quick in the playoffs."
I'm sure we thought the Lions were ahead of schedule when they lost an NFC Championship game.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to see what
Not all of us.
So
what did the Detroit Pistons do this year? Like, what are the Detroit Pistons getting?
To me, basketball is a little different than football. Football, it's a year-to-year thing.
It's become
agree.
that. It's
I
become
agree.
more of that. Yeah.
the Patriots, I don't think, have the personnel to be in the Super Bowl. I think they need another year of. They won 4 games last year. I don't think they have. The receivers. They might have the running back room for sure, but I don't know that they have done enough building around Drake May yet to be a team that's going to go punch for punch with one of the best team in the league.
Need another draft and
right. That's what I mean. They're a year ahead of schedule.
I get you. I completely understand what you're saying. It just people talk about that in not you, but just like people talk about that indefinites. Like don't do that in the NFL. Like I don't know what the Bears are going to look like next year.
Sure,
you know what I'm saying? Like
look at Washington.
They won every close game they could this year. Every come from behind win they got this year. Not a whole lot of big time injuries. I know Rome Odunze had I think he was the one that was hurt with the foot injury. So they dealt with that. But you never know. Like football, it's such a sprint in football that I'm a big believer of. When you have a shot to win it, you got to go win it.
Oh,
like
1,000%.
You have to. It's not like, oh, it's okay. We're here this year. And once I'm not talking about you, but it's okay. Like we're ahead of schedule. It's all good. Like, nah, man, go win.
That's why the thing that really made me like a Dan Campbell fan is when they lost to the Niners in the NFC Championship game. And he said, hey, this is going to hurt and let it hurt because we may never be back here again. It's like, damn. Yeah. Damn. And they haven't been. No. So he was right.
Did you guys see the stat that, what is it? 7 of the last 8 times, potentially 8 of the last 9 times the 49ers have been in the playoffs, they've been eliminated by the Super Bowl champion. If the Seahawks win, it's going to be 8 of 9.
Wow.
The one time it didn't happen was the Eagles when Brock.
Oh, yeah, because they lost to the Chiefs that year.
Yeah.
Wow.
This team is snake big.
That's the other part of this. Just the 49ers angle of it all. If Sam Darnold retires, and not Sam Darnold, excuse me. Darnold's going out on top. But I did it, boys. See ya. If Matt Stafford retires, the Cardinals have got to figure out their quarterback situation. I feel like, and this is where, Damien, you said, like, do you feel like the NFC title game was the Super Bowl because it's the last game you saw? I feel like the Seahawks are a mile ahead of the 49ers right now, but I think it's partially because of the way those last 2 games went.
Well, then the injuries.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that plays into it. But when I look at what Seattle's doing defensively, like, man, that defense is super young and they're awesome. And offensively, they're figuring it out right now with whatever version of Cooper Kupp is, and JSN, who's awesome, and Kenneth Walker, who's very good, but I think they could be better offensively if they do this next offseason right. I don't think their defense is going anywhere. And I watched last night's game, even on the Rams side, and I think the 49ers are very clearly behind those 2 teams, as long as Matthew Stafford's going to play. If Matthew Stafford doesn't play, I feel different, because I think he does a lot of things individually that make the Rams
very clearly.
Yeah, like the Seahawks just haul ass on defense, and offensively they're super dialed right now. And I know their defense helps with that because you trust that unit so much that you can be more aggressive offensively. But it's like the Niners are super old. They don't have any young players that you feel that we can go with Diamador Lenore. but they don't have any like young players that you're like, yep, all pro at that position, all pro at that position. Fred Warner coming back off an injury, Nick Bosa coming back off an injury. They've not hit on anybody in the last 4 drafts outside of Brock Purdy that you feel really great about being like a star level player.
If Ricky Pearsall could stay healthy, he's a star level player.
Maybe.
I think he's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's a
Really
big if.
I agree.
And I think it's too big of an if. Like Michael Williams, he could be a star. But, you know, the injury, I'm not going to count him out now because of the one big injury. We'll have to see what he looks like in 2 years after the injury. But I think you're right. I mean, like, their running back situation is dire.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at an aging running back who had 420 touches or whatever it was on the season. Their wide receiver core has to be completely redone. Their star tight end just popped his Achilles and is out for a good portion of next season, and they've got to rebuild that position. Like, there are a lot of question marks. I mean, your left tackle's 37 years old.
Going on 38.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
They I think the Seahawks they're
Year ahead of schedule?
well, not a year ahead of schedule, but they're a year or two ahead of the 49ers. They had their 4 and whatever year, and then like if you're going by the Niners, going by the Seahawks trajectory, Niners had their bad year. Seahawks had their bad year. The next year after that, I think the Seahawks were like 7-10 or something like that. The Niners went 12-5. And then this year's the Seahawks version of like, we're ready to compete. I'm not saying that the Niners are going to be there. They're the where it took the Seahawks to go from 1 year where they just missed the playoffs to where they're at now. It might take the Niners 2 years, but they still have like time building ahead of the 49ers.
So that's what we were talking about, the Seahawks just as an organization earlier. They went 12-4 in 2020 and lost in the wild card game. They went 7-10 in 2021. Then they sneak into the playoffs at 9-8 and they lose to the Niners in the wild card game. They go 9-8, 10-7, miss the playoffs those 2 years, and now they're 14-3. Like, they never had that. Oh man, they went. God, they haven't won fewer than 7 games since 2009.
What was what? Give me those years again, because one of them, what, they win 7 games or something like
2021.
That? Yeah, it's like the Niners won 6 last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 6-11.
That's same type of
Yeah,
game.
but they didn't. Seattle's like overhauled their roster in that span. The 49ers have not. Like, Seattle's hitting on picks despite picking in the middle of the first round. Like, that's the
Niners have 2, 3 people here from 2019. It's not Juice, but Bosa.
Juice check.
I wasn't even counting Juice, but we'll say 4. Bosa, Kittle, and Warner.
Yeah, and Juice check.
Yeah, 4.
I think that's it.
And they've had different versions. They had a Debo version. They had a Ayuk being the guy version. They brought Christian McCaffrey in there.
But that's 7 years. That's a long time. 2019. I mean, so I mean,
but
they've not been able to flip their core, and that's what
fair.
I keep getting back to.
That's fair. For sure.
All right.
For sure.
You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. I would like to put a pin in sports talk for a moment because we have some announcements to make. Stand by. Hang on. I got to do this first because we have some announcements to make. Air horns?
Sure.
Air horns? We'll start with that. A drum roll?
Oh, a drum roll. Wow.
Oh, there you go.
Dramatic.
It is dramatic.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's that whole thing. I know. I missed
Maybe
it.
we cut that part out.
Okay. Yeah. I'll delete that. All right. We're making some changes here at ESPN 1320.
He's going to fire us all on the
Very,
air.
very excited about it. Reformatting.
You're all out of here.
Reformatting. No, we're going to start with our man, James Ham, who has his own announcement.
Some of you might have noticed something.
Chatty has been talking about it all day.
Hey.
So let's cats out of the bag. James Ham, please proceed with letting everybody know what you're up to.
Yeah, I took a new role as the host of Locked On Kings. started on, I don't know, Thursday night, Friday morning. I posted my first couple of shows over the weekend. Big shout out to Matt, who did a phenomenal job of building up Locked On to a big monster, Matt George. I'm just saying, shout out to him.
Vaguely remember.
He did a great job of building it
tall,
up.
skinny
Raiders
guy.
quarterback, right?
Something like
That was
Big
Jeff.
arms.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was
Matt
Jeff George.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Um,
never.
So I'm gonna be taking.
Oh, the guy who's always hurt in Philadelphia.
Yes, that's him.
It's Paul George. Never mind.
Oh.
It's a bit. I thought you were going to go
He
along with
did
it. Forget it. Go ahead,
361
James.
There we go.
Damn, that's wild.
Yeah, and so what that means for me here is I'm going to take a little bit of a step back, and I'm going to go back into more of an insider's role. And for me, it's just like health-wise and everything else, it's like a better avenue for me. And also it allows me to go back to covering a team full-time. So I'll be able to get to practices and
That's pretty awesome.
do a lot
yeah.
more
really, really
full-time
great.
coverage of the Sacramento
You'll
Kings.
be able to get us a lot more audio with the basketball dribbling right behind you.
There it is.
Hell yeah.
There will be a lot more audio
Very,
of
very
basketballs.
exciting.
Yes.
The
Very
good
exciting.
news, the good news is James isn't going away. He's still
Oh,
here
no.
with us
Yeah, yeah,
at ESPN
no.
1320. James is not going anywhere. It is a bittersweet thing for me to say that the Insiders will be going away. The Insiders is no longer going to be a program on the station. And I've enjoyed that tremendously, doing this with James. And we'll have time for that later in the week because we're still on this lineup throughout the rest of the week. What we're doing is we're moving into drive time as a station. This is something that we felt is necessary to help us grow on this incredible foundation that you guys have built. Damian, Kenny, James, Jesse, shout out to our guy, Charlie. What you guys helped build is amazing. And now we're ready to take that next step and go into drive time. So speaking of taking next steps, a big shout out to our guy, Jesse Tapia.
Oh yeah, let's go 5 screen. Let's go 5
Come on,
screen.
sir.
5
Come
screen.
on.
5
Yes,
screen.
sir. My guy.
Jesse Tapia and myself will be moving to the mornings. We're going to go 7 to 9 a.m. with a show called The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia. That'll be 7 a.m. on your radio, on your Odyssey app, on YouTube, every single day, Monday through Friday, 7 to 9 a.m. We're going to be hanging out with you in the morning drive. Super excited about that. Super excited to work with Jesse. And super excited to have Jesse kind of build on what started as like a board op role into a producer.
No, shout out Jesse Tapia because I know you remember the sentence, don't let Jesse talk. Jesse doesn't need to talk. Jesse just needs to push buttons. Jesse just needs to keep you guys on the air. Jesse doesn't need to talk.
Oops.
That's the shoot. Danny in San Francisco did not want Jesse to talk.
That guy was wrong.
As soon as we got
Look at
Danny out of here, hey Jesse, why don't you like
Crack that mic, bro.
talk a little bit. Talk a little bit. And watching what Jesse has become to this station is pretty amazing. Like he is I often equate him to, so this is for like hardcore sports radio, to Chris Verlade. Chris Verlade has been at 1140 for 20 years or something like that.
Savior, though.
There is no one better than him. Like if something happened to everybody over there, Chris could keep everything up and running and functioning. Yep. Jesse is that to this building, not
100%.
Not to ESPN, but to KSFM, to the End, to 98 Rock, to all of that.
Yep.
And the fact that the guy who, when we started the show almost 6 years ago, who was told like don't talk, now having a show in Morning Drive is pretty fire.
Oh yeah, man.
It's like I'm super proud of Jesse.
Yeah,
for sure.
So proud of him.
And I told him too, and I don't think there's anything wrong with saying it or telling. He's gotten better.
Yeah,
like maybe to a
1,000%.
certain degree he wasn't ready when the esteemed brand manager was saying that, and I've seen the growth in him. I've seen the growth in his voice and the way that he can maneuver during the show and on the microphone and stuff. And he's gotten better. He's ready for this in a major way, man. So I'm super happy for Jesse. And it's well deserved.
Yeah, and Jesse's also the type who will come to you like, hey, how do I need to get better? Like, do I need to do something differently? What do I do differently? And in the very rare occasions we'd share with them, hey, try this or try this, or don't do this. He's always done it. And it's turned into a guy who, where if I can't be here, if KC can't be here, if we can't be here, oh, Jesse's got it. He'll just do the show with whoever's here.
Yep.
And to do a show with 4 different people at different times, it's very, very
Really
difficult.
difficult.
The show I do is different than the show Kenny does. It's different than the show Kyle does. It's different than the show James does. And Jesse finds a way to get into that and make it all work.
Yep.
Make it all work
Absolutely.
perfectly.
So,
Real quick.
oh yeah,
Real quick,
Jesse, you want to
real
say
quick.
something? Yeah, go ahead and cut the mic
my
off.
heart's beating hella fast right now. I'm trying to be all stone faced, but no, like I just want to
Be
say thank you.
excited, dog.
No, I'm hella excited right now. Like I told Zane, like last time we talked about it or whatever, and I'm like, this is probably the happiest I've ever been or whatever. Like ever since I was a kid, this is what I wanted to do. Told people I don't want to be on TV, I want to be on radio, I don't want to wear a suit and stuff like that. Like I just want to chill and just talk sports, and just you guys have given me every opportunity. Kyle was like just be on there with me. James is always, giving me pointers, things like that. And then D'Lo and Casey, I was telling Kenny before the show or whatever, like I'm the oldest brother, oldest cousin, stuff like that. Like I'm just the oldest. So I've been just kind of doing things on my own and figuring it out. But to have Kenny and Dame out here just kind of having my back and just give me every opportunity in the world, like that's a big reason why I get the show and stuff like that. And I can do all the hard work on my end of stuff, but I got a good community.
My
So,
man.
Real talk.
Yeah,
Real talk,
thanks.
guy.
Community.
man?
And for those who
wouldn't
are
be the same
unaware,
without you.
this very much is excited Jesse.
Oh, he's
Like
pumped.
I'm trying to keep my emotions in
No,
check right now.
No, I heard it. It was a little Mr. Tapia going on. It was a little Mr. I see
Yeah.
you take care of yourself, big dog. There was a little Mr. Tapia going on.
very little, because with Mr. Tapia, it is a waterfall. It's not like Mr. Tapia doesn't hold his emotions. He lets them out. Jesse's
yeah.
a little more. He's a little more
even
restrained.
keeled.
But Kyle, you don't know that Kyle and I would joke over the last few days or whatever. Like Jesse's excited. Like he's really excited.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, as excited as he can
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
Like that's like this is very much his version of excited.
Right.
Like his voice changes a little bit. The
Punch in the
pace
hand.
of his words
Yeah.
are the hand is, that's a big thing right there.
Yeah.
But one, very, very, very proud of Jesse, but proud of both of you. What James has brought to the station is immeasurable. Like James came along. I didn't want to say anything, but James isn't going anywhere.
Yeah. it's
But
not a,
James came along, when the Kings Insider role started, at a time where we needed him like so badly. He was coming off of that stint with NBC, and to get him in here almost immediately and be like, no, it's not James with NBC anymore. It's James with ESPN 1320.
mhm.
That was a pretty big deal for us, and it established because this was always kind of like a cute little radio station in the years past, and now it established, oh no, this is something like,
Yeah.
okay, all right,
Yeah.
so that was
Even-
important.
Even for me, I was at 95.7 at the time, and same deal. I knew you guys. I knew what you were doing, but then I saw that James was not just doing hits; he was the insider. Like he worked here. I talked to Danny every day. Danny was my boss too. I talked to Danny every day. I was like, "You guys got James? That's what we're doing now?" Because
You
I
guys
thought
got
it was just
Burkle?
I thought it was
Burkle?
D'Lo. I thought it was D'Lo and KC, and as we're
That
gonna
was
hang
it.
out, getting James
Never
involved was like,
actually
"Oh my
showed
god!" Oh, damn. So we'll have more on this going forward. Again, the insider's on the rest of the week, so we'll talk more as the week goes on. But that's not it.
That's not all.
That's not all, folks, because we got a little change coming for D'Lo and KC as well. That change is not Jesse, who will still be on with D'Lo and KC.
Amazing.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
So-
rip me away from D'Lo and Casey. Yeah, I told Kyle, like I'm not going anywhere.
D'Lo and KC also going into drive time full time, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday on ESPN 1320. If you're watching on YouTube, the whole new lineup is out now, and I'm so pumped for you guys because this is where you guys need to be, man. Fired up.
It's been discussed forever. I mean, every person who has sat in your seat has said to us at one time or another, have you guys thought about drive time? Have you thought about drive time? It's like, yeah, tell us why.
Mm-hmm.
Like we kind of just got put here because they were doing this Damon Ratto and Kolsky thing, and it was like, all right, like we're cutting corners. And shout out to Kenny. Like, I don't know that we've ever told this story before. Kenny was the one who was like, why are we 2 hours and they're 4?
Mm,
Why don't you just
that's a great
expand
question.
what we're doing and eliminate them? Because there was this deal with ESPN where we only had so many hours for local programming and all of this stuff. And Danny was trying to figure out, do we move to 10? Do we do 10 to 2? And it was KC who was like, why are we the one, like, interrupt their show and run us till 4? And that was the first time where it was like, well, if we're going to 4, why don't we just go 2 to 6? And then it became all right, well, let's do the 4 hours. Let's go from 2 hours to 4 hours and see what happens. And then Danny leaves. so it's like, all right, well, here we are. Like we're 12 to 4. And then, program director 1 would come in. Have you guys thought about drive time? Yeah, just tell us why to do it. And no one ever offered a clear and concise explanation other than the old radio line. Well, it's drive time. Great. Do better than that. We've built something here. And then it came up again with Miller and yourself. And it was like, same thing. Tell us why. And then it was like, they were like, well, I'm glad you asked. And here comes Complex with his goddamn computer. And it was like, oh, got it. Okay. Yeah. That's why.
And you guys are, I firmly believe you guys are the best show in this city. And I'm excited for that to be reflected now, 2 to 6.
Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
Really fired up for this. I know it's kind of a big change. So the way this
starts Monday,
by the way,
right in time for the trade deadline.
Yeah, the second. So yeah, leading up to the Super Bowl, leading up to the trade deadline. So we're gonna go, me and Jesse 7 to 9. That's the jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia. 9 to noon. It's gonna be national. We're gonna have Rich Eisen from 9 to noon. 12 to 2 is gonna be the jump rewind. So you get, if you're not able to listen in the mornings, you'll get the jump from noon to 2 leading up to D'Lo and KC. And the really cool thing about that is if something happens between the shows, between the 9 a.m. and noon, we have the ability to cut off that replay and jump in live with you guys if there's something breaking that we need to get on and cover.
Yeah.
That's a
We'll
line.
be here. Man. Yeah. And stream's unaffected. Stream is, the YouTube stream is the same. Twitch, Odyssey app, all of that stuff. It's just the same. That's why we say hit the little heart button in the upper right-hand corner, and you'll just be alerted every time we go live or every time a new show starts.
Hell yeah, man.
Really hyped for Rich Eisen.
Go Blue.
It's actually a good show. Rich Eisen's show is really good.
It's a good show.
It's void of stupidity.
Except for oh my God, when Rich Eisen stopped the broadcast during the NFL draft to let everybody know how awesome Jake Moody is. I'll never forgive him.
That's the wrong Go Blue. You don't say
I'll
Go Blue
never
for everybody
forgive him.
now. Not for everybody, Rich.
Now everybody hang on. This guy is money. All right, Rich.
No, he's not.
And 9 to noon.
Stealing money.
Listen to Rich Eisen every day on ESPN 1320. Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, man.
Can't wait.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Can't wait.
sir.
That starts Monday. Hell yeah.
Lock in.
And Locked On already started.
Yeah, Locked On's out. Go subscribe. Locked On Kings on YouTube.
Yeah, wherever you get your podcast, Locked On Kings.
That's 5 days a week.
I was leaving on Friday.
That's a lot of content.
And I was saying bye to Jesse. He's like, James is on right now. I said, wait, what?
Yeah, I was cutting the pod or whatever. I'm like, wait, Locked On Kings. Wait, it's James.
I'm not going live, but every once in a while, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, man.
And
you got a lot of work to do on. I don't know that you'll go live. That's a lot of work over there.
There's a lot going on.
And
that is a full-on production you guys do.
Damn,
it's pretty crazy.
I thought I heard this correctly. James is still rocking with us 2 times a week still, huh?
2 to 3, yeah. We might do. We'll talk with James, but yeah, the whole James isn't going anywhere with us. Like he's still on with us. We have this dope hour during the show from 2:30 to 3:30 that's completely uninterrupted.
Yep.
Not like, oh, we got carried away, we skipped all these commercial breaks. No, we're going an hour straight.
Like I hope you get carried away.
That's the plan. the plan is to go from 2:30 to 3:30 without a commercial break, and those will be the hours that James joins us on Monday and Wednesday, and we'll kind of work everything out from there. But yeah, we have. I mean, that's the Trista Crick hour. Like if we, when reach out to guys like Anthony Slater, Mark Spears, those type of guys, Marcus Thompson. It's long form discussion.
Yeah, and I'm excited. Like, people are asking, the King's Beat isn't going anywhere. Actually, it's gonna expand a little bit, and so the podcast will still go. Newsletter will still go out. It just gives me a chance to go back to my roots and be there a lot more often, and not have to drive down the hill every single morning, which is fine.
Yeah, as soon as the
That's a big
announcement
time
at
W.
7 a.m. was made, people were like, "Oh, I get it."
Yeah,
There's no way James was going to be here
Hell
7
no.
a.m. after a back-to-back against Miami and
Hell
Toronto.
no.
Nope.
Hell
Nope.
no. Yeah, man. I can't wait. Thank you guys for being part of this.
Yes, sir.
Was it
Allowing
optional?
me and allowing
I
me
just
to
got
be
a
part of
memo that
this.
said we had to do it. Was
Yeah,
this
well,
optional?
I mean,
Did we vote? Very good.
um,
So the Kings lost a couple times.
boy,
over the
did they.
weekend.
Golly.
Another day, another dollar with that.
Another
do you
day,
guys-
another 137 points or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's
139, 116.
139?
So the
Jesus.
Pistons are
offensive
like a
juggernaut.
juggernaut. Yeah. I don't know. I have a tough time getting riled up about anything with the Kings at this point, because we all know what it is. We talk about it all the time.
Mhm.
What the Kings are today, no version of it is the Kings next year or the year after that, or certainly any kind of version of it when they're contending. So it's really tough when the opposing team turns the game into a layup line and warm up threes. It's annoying. Like, it's like, good Lord, man, another one.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I'm not tripping at all. I wouldn't say I'm tank commander or anything else like that, because I still like to see them win games. Like, especially at home, you get to see the Beam Boys light the beam on it. Like, I still enjoy that. I have fun with that. But if they lose, I'm really not tripping. Like, I'm not tripping at all, especially after you see performances like AJ DeBonsta over the weekend, Kingston Fleming over the weekend, and the way some of these guys are playing. It's like, that'd be a lot of fun. Like, if AJ or Darren, or like I said, Kingston, I'm a big fan of his, Michael Brown. If those guys were drafted by the Kings, that would be a lot of fun.
Yep.
Like, that would be dope to have those guys here. So they can't fluster me at this point. You know what I mean? Like, what I thought they could be and what I was hoping they could be at the beginning of the season is far gone.
Yep.
So yeah, you either win, and I'm happy to see you guys win a game, or you lose, and it's one step closer to getting one of these guys.
Yeah.
I'm a little frustrated. Their 4-game win streak turned into an immediate 5-game losing streak.
Oh, it's just like watching them spiral the drain.
It's like so we asked the question as it was happening, did they run into like a Houston team that was uninterested, an LA team that just played really bad, and a New York Knicks team that was spiraling? And the answer is yes. That's what they did. It just happened to all be in succession. Houston was not interested in playing that game. Anyone who saw it, particularly the fourth quarter,
not at all.
they had no interest in that basketball game. The Lakers, I think, played poorly. LeBron was very vocal and very frustrated about the way his team defended in that game. And then the Knicks were in the midst of, I think it's over, I don't know. They were in the midst of that nasty spiral that they were on, which saw them get their ass kicked, I think, the next night by the Golden State Warriors. So it was just, and then the other win was the Wizards. Right. Well, all right. I was curious as to what was going on during that stretch, and it turns out nothing. Just emphatically nothing was going on.
Yeah, and it's weird. You get Domas back and you get worse. And I don't think those things are correlating to each other at all.
Well, no, not at all. That started at the Cleveland game is one of the oddest games I've seen.
That was really strange.
Like 16-2. I'm like, whatever, man. I'm gonna walk the dog.
I
like, this
texted
is
James.
dumb.
I was like, this is one of those games they're gonna lose by 40. And that's when I think it was 9-0. And then they battle back and they take the lead, and it's like, oh wow, I'm gonna go nice little win in Cleveland.
You can't
And they just fell apart.
keep starting that same group. You just can't. Like, I don't care if the idea is to lose. You still can't keep starting the same group and think, oh, this is fine. Like, no, it's not. It's not watchable. Everyone's turning the channel before the midpoint of the first quarter.
Well,
Yeah.
it may not correlate to be like Sabonis' fault or whatever, but it could correlate to the point totals we've seen. I mean, he's a bad defender, not a rim protector. And since his return, it's been he didn't play against Portland, did he? I don't think he did.
Yeah, he didn't play on the second night of a
back-to-back. He didn't play
back-to-back.
in the Toronto game.
Yeah.
It's 117, 130, 122, 123, 139. And they weren't no defensive juggernaut in those games in the winning streak, but there was a level of physicality. That was the emergence of Dylan Cardwell and him getting more time and what they were able to do as far as getting stops, having some rim protection, getting out in transition, all this other stuff. And there's a number of different things that go into it, but I mean, all that stopped when 11 started playing.
Yeah, but they're 28th in defensive rating, and that hasn't moved. I mean, they're one of the worst 3 defensive teams in the league, and net rating, it's just even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Offensively, they're one of the worst offenses in the league, 29th in the league in offensive rating. Net rating is like over a negative 10. Yeah. Oh no, it's bad. It's bad.
There's just not a single player or person who's going to step in and change anything about the Kings, like for better or worse.
I agree.
Like they're just
100%.
This is what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, once again, coming into the season, hope for. I thought something could be different. That dream has died a long time ago.
Yep.
Yeah, that
expectations have to change.
Yeah, if they losing a bunch of these games to end, let's go. I think I think I'm gonna do a couple of reaction videos coming up. We got some big games. We got Cole Pete versus AJ DeBonsta tonight. We've got if he's healthy, if he's able to play, Darren Peterson versus AJ DeBonsta on Saturday. That's what I'm tapping into. That's what I want to see.
They're just showcasing AJ DeBonsta against everybody.
Pretty much. BYU is on national TV every day.
Man, good for them. Good for the Cougars.
Shout out Rider Lions.
Yeah.
Shout out me.
Steve Young.
That is my alma mater.
God, this guy.
It is.
Well,
it is my alma mater,
well,
BYU. Yeah.
And I'm a Cornell grad, so.
Oh, nice. All right.
I took a math class.
Fine. They made him take it online, though, because.
They knew I'd.
Because he's not Mormon.
No, they knew I'd break the rules.
Right. That was it.
I'd be breaking the rules. I'd be breaking the rules. I said, I need to take this online.
I don't know. Katie watches some show, Secret Lives
of Mormon Wives. Yeah.
I do not like how excited you got for that.
Yeah.
all.
No.
At all. Point was, I think you're fine.
Hey, yes.
I think you're good.
Who was what was it?
They are
Davies, the guy who, when BYU was good with Jimmer, he got suspended.
Oh yeah,
he got suspended for having relations.
And That's right.
Did he miss the tournament?
I don't think he missed the
I don't
tournament. Did he?
Huh?
I don't remember this.
Oh yeah.
That's how I learned about this.
Yeah. No, that was a thing.
Because they were, I don't know how, they might have been a top 10 team or something like that with Jimmer. And he was their starting center, and he got suspended for having relations. That's illegal.
Yeah, show him that Secret Lives of Mormon Wives show. Like, nah, he's fine.
This show is crazy.
It is crazy.
Wild, dude.
Yeah, the wife started watching. I'm like, nope. I'm going upstairs.
Hey, watching other people's mess is just terrific. Whitney sucks. That's a bad person. That is not a good person. She's manipulative.
You just insulted like 25% of the ladies in Utah because they're all named Whitney.
Whitney specifically from that program.
Yeah.
All right.
There's also the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. So
right.
You get a little
different group.
Strong Mormon vibes to that one. Again, you're good. you're good.
I'm sorry. I don't.
I guess it's more like anything goes as long as you're not the starting center for the BYU basketball team.
It's like Jeezy once said, "Don't get caught." I guess that's what it comes down to.
Trent Williams, when Eagles fans are complaining about the hold on the game-winning touchdown, and he's like, "You don't get a speeding ticket. You weren't speeding. You don't get a ticket. Yeah,
you only get a ticket if you get caught."
Yeah. All right. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
We've got a lot. Well, we got a lot more Kings basketball to talk about. There were a lot of people fired up about the weather in the AFC.
About football weather.
So we got that. We'll give Sam Darnold his flowers, man. There's a lot to talk about in terms of the Kings basketball. the Jonathan Kuminga injury, some Keon Ellis stuff, and then James back with us at 3.
Right on. D-Lo and KC next for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Till then, drink water. Be nice, people.
Bye, friends.
See you guys.
Be right there, guys. Hang on.
So we'll be right back. Hang on, everybody. Gee.
Yes, Brian, that picture is absolutely Jesse Tapia's graduation picture.
They asked, do you want something else? I said, does it need to be something else?
It's
they said, nope.
Only picture of Jesse that we have. Oh, we're gonna try liven up the stream a little bit too.
Fumble.
Get that out of there. Here. All right. Right on, Young Sav. We appreciate that. That's as we learned, that's a great look, Young Sav.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, please do that. Open up all your devices and go to the Odyssey app. That's a good look.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. One more time, man. Hey. We welcome you in here to one of the final editions of the 12 to 4 edition of D-Lo and KC. I am Damian Barling here on this Monday, January 26th. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside.
What are you doing with him?
Always alongside.
What are you doing with him?
Like Jesse was like, hey, I'll go host your little morning show. I'm still riding with D-Lo and KC.
Yes,
That is
sir.
facts. That was the first thing on the list.
Come on, man. Come on, my guy. It's for life.
Indeed. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We appreciate you guys tapping in. It's been a fun run here from 12 to 4. In the radio world, those are just numbers. They still hear terms like drive time, man. And so we're going drive time, 2 to 6. It's going to be the same exact show. The 2:30 to 3:30 thing is going to be pretty fire, though. I'm kind of excited for that. There's a lot we could do with that. Like the full on, because we always do. Like, imagine if Godfrey just showed up and we were 2:30. We wouldn't have had nothing to worry about. It would have just been like, go ahead. Let's cook.
Oh, for real.
Let's cook. Let's cook. Let's cook. Jesse is legit coming in to do the jump with Kyle Madsen, going home, hanging out with the dog,
chilling for a few hours,
taking a nap, and then coming back to do the show with D-Lo and KC. And there are a lot of people like Jesse was the first person we wanted to do this, and our boss was like, not Kyle, but like our boss was like, we can't ask him to do that. That's kind of crazy. So we called. We asked a few people. We said, hey, what do you think? Some people mulled it over. And in the end, Jesse was like, hey, I really want to do this. So Miller was like, okay, that's what we're going to do.
Grinding.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to that boy, Jesse Tapia, man. Come on, man.
Jesse, the MVP.
Come on, man.
Just having fun on the radio. That's all it is.
That's it, man. This job is fun. I'm thrilled that we get to hang out with you guys here in the chat and shout out. We try to do this as frequently as possible, but it's not nearly enough. Shout out to those that are listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. Shout out to those that are watching on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, or whatever, and just aren't commenting. Like they're in the chatty house, but they're not in the chatty house. They've never called. They've never done anything. They just might stop us at a game. They might stop us at the store and say, hey, I like your show, and just keep it moving. Because normally I'm conditioned to be like, what's your handle? Oh, I'm not in the chatty house. Oh, okay. Well, salute.
I'll just be watching.
That's it.
That's it. I appreciate you just the same.
And we thank you so much, man. We thank you so much. And who wouldn't want to tune in to hear about how bad their basketball team is?
Oh, man, anybody.
We know how much Kenny loves tuning into sports when his team loses. God, thank God you guys aren't like that, because you'd never see us this year.
Now, there might be some other fan bases that have seen us a lot this year. Because hey, look, I woke up this morning. You know what I turned to? ESPN LA. I want to see what they talk about. And they were not happy.
Oh, that's
tapped in with Denver too.
Denver.
I don't have no problem. I just I'm not going to tune into Seattle.
Okay.
I'm not going. I don't want to hear that.
Okay, I'll bite. What Denver say about Sean Payton?
It was an idiotic, greedy decision not to kick the field goal.
So silly.
That was a first guess. That was a first. Like, nah, take the points. Take the points. This isn't a second guess. Take the points. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I think you said this last night. I don't even know if it was on TV or just while we were rating. Did Sean not know the weather report?
Yeah, like what's going on here?
I mean, even if you did, take the points.
Yes.
But did you not know the weather report? Was there not someone coming over to you going, hey, Sean, it's about to get bad.
The blizzard.
It is about to get bad. Bro,
you got about 20 minutes.
You was at home. Like, they would have been on the news all day.
Dog, when the Niners win a game or they're in the playoffs and we're trying to figure out where they're going to play next in the time, I go to the Apple app and say, what's the weather going to be like in Seattle? What's the weather going to be like in Philadelphia? You run the Denver Broncos.
Arguably your most famous call.
Well, saw that one coming.
It's going to rain that day. Solid 2.5 months in advance.
That
was spectacular.
I'm not even asking for that from Sean Payton. 2.5 hours would have been fine. Sean, coach, hey, there's a blizzard coming in 2 hours. There's a blizzard coming in 2 hours. Make sure we're planning accordingly. This guy's like, no, let's go for it on 4th and 1 with our backup quarterback against a team that has one of the best front fours in the game.
I won't stall out nor defend Sean Payton. You take the points. Is there a chance, and I don't know if he addressed this yesterday or not, is there a chance he thought, if we get in and this does happen, they are not going to be able to come back?
I'm sure there was a lot of
it. If we can get in the end zone right now, and, you know, if we get one stop and the weather starts to disintegrate, like there's no way they're going to be able to make up for this if it's bad as we think it is.
For sure. My counter argument would be to Sean Payton.
Thank you. Not to me.
Yes, Sean Payton. If you go up 10, like your thought process, if you're Sean Payton, might have been, we go up 14, they're not scoring 14. Or 15 or whatever we're that's not going to happen. I would say true, but if it doesn't work, they can score 10. They can score 13.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go up 10-0, in my opinion, you can't lose. You can't lose. Because I'm with you, Sean. They're not scoring more than 10. Like, they're not. Defense is cooking. The storm's coming. We've got the direction of the field set up for the fourth quarter, all this other stuff. Really, the Patriots had a quarter and a half to make something happen. That's what Tony Romo and everybody kept telling us. You got a quarter and a half to get at that. If you would have took the field goal, 10 points against this defense. Sean, you can't lose if you take the 3.
Yeah.
You can't lose. You can lose if you don't get this and they get 10 points and all this other stuff. It was clear as day to me. It was clear as day. And then especially maybe if you have Bo Nix, maybe you do that. No, your boy Stidham, he had done as much as you could expect him to do up until that point. And the Patriots defense they were locked in from the start. I thought they were fantastic. They let that one drive happen, but outside of that, they were locked in. And I rarely do I say, hey, this cost them the game, this call, this other stuff. They had a field goal blocked, all this other stuff. That cost them the game. That decision cost them the game. Because you talk about the score, you talk about momentum, all this other stuff, new life in the New England. That play cost them the game. I couldn't believe Sean Payton didn't take the 3.
I know you have very strong feelings for that game being played in those elements. Let me say this before, because I know you have strong feelings about that game. It destroyed the broadcast.
Oh, man.
That stupid ass thing that CBS was doing. I didn't know exactly what was happening first and was able to read later that this was a CBS idea to implement the overlay onto the screen that completely ruined the view of the player. It just destroyed the entire broadcast.
With the lines trying to help.
Yeah. Thankfully, they recognized it rather quickly and were like, Twitter. I'm out. Okay. I'm out. And to me, it destroyed the broadcast. You're frustrated with how it destroyed the football game.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, it's not anybody's fault. Like, that's the world. That's life. You know what I mean? A blizzard game. I just hate that a game with that much at stake got played in those conditions. Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people will say that's football weather. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I maybe, but if that's football weather, I don't like football weather because you play a certain way all year long, and then in the biggest moment, your season is decided about whether or not the wind is blowing your way. Like, that's crazy. And the line that I used last night when I was talking to Jake Gaden and Brendan Benitez about it, once again, it's not the Patriots. It's nobody's fault. It's not the Broncos' fault. It's not Denver, Colorado's fault. Like, this is life. Mm-hmm. But there's a reason why Super Bowls aren't played in those, just anywhere.
Sure.
Because nobody wants their season or a legacy in a lot of ways to come down to Mother Nature. And Yeah, that was terrible. And especially on a day like the game was awful. The second half of the game was awful. There was nothing exciting about it other than I don't know, Jim. They've got 4 minutes left in the third quarter, and they're not going to be able to score anymore because they're going up against the wind.
Yeah. Well,
and he was right.
Well,
they didn't even come close.
So can I tell you the other thing that was funny was the kick, the field goal attempt. He misses the field goal attempt. Oh my God! It never had a shot. The cold, the snow, the weather. Oh, Jim, it was tipped. It was tipped. The ball, it could have been 80 degrees outside, and the ball would have been tipped, and it wouldn't have gone in. Everyone assumed the brother missed it because of the weather.
Yeah.
It was a hell of a play by the special teams to block, to get a hand on the kick and send it the way that it did. But everybody was certain. I had Twitter open. It doesn't happen. Oh, there was just no. Oh, ban outdoor football. All of the stuff. Man, the dude blocked the. He got his hand on the kick. Like, come on, man.
No, man. I didn't see it right away either. I would have been right there.
Oh,
with you,
man.
man.
Yes.
But
I didn't. It was the fourth replay, by the way, that I saw it.
But
me and Tony saw it at the same time. That's my quarterback.
I love Championship Sunday. I love, like, to a certain degree, and I know maybe to some I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth with this. I love that those are like the last real football games of the season. You're playing with a home and a road.
Sure.
It's not a neutral site. Yeah. You've got elements if it comes to that. You've got a crowd.
There's no week off. Pomp and circumstance is different.
It's the last
no
real
40-minute
games.
halftime show.
Right. And they're for like unbelievably high stakes. So I love the conference championship games. Like, I don't even want it to be like, play those games in a neutral site. Like, no, I love that it's home, road, all this other stuff. It's really just, it was frustrating watching the game, but once again, it was nobody's fault. It's an unfortunate circumstance where a game of that magnitude was, number one, so ugly, and number two, came down to which way the wind was blowing for like a whole quarter.
So you want dome stadiums everywhere?
No, but
cancel the game because of bad weather.
I can no.
Guys, move up kickoff. It's getting cold out.
I understand why. Like, it's an interesting tidbit to have to a game. Like, oh, it's snowing or it's super cold or whatever. But it's when it affects the game, like in Chicago, I don't feel like the cold affected that game. Chicago and the Rams. Like, that was still a football game. There were elements. It was cold. You had to deal with that to a certain degree, but it didn't affect the game. It didn't. There wasn't a situation. I keep going back to this where they're like, well, yeah, you know, Jim, the Bears have to score in this third quarter because in the fourth quarter they're going with the win, and it's just not going to happen. They can't even get a first down. Like, well, I don't want to watch no football like that.
There's 16 minutes left. Yeah, it's not happening.
And he was right.
Well, he was
almost. But yeah, I didn't enjoy that. I didn't enjoy that because to a certain degree he was right, and it's almost like, all right, it wasn't even for much of the quarter. It wasn't even if New England was going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
It was if Denver could take advantage of going in that direction. Because New England did almost nothing in that fourth quarter. Was that pass in the third quarter or the fourth quarter that Drake May made?
I
think it was in the third.
Which
quarter.
one?
The one
push pass?
No, he made like a maybe about 25, 30 yards downfield. And it was a big time play. I think it was in the third.
I feel like that was the end of the third.
Yeah. After that, and I only say that to say that, yeah, he was right in the fourth quarter.
The pass I'm still confused about is was it the Jarrett Stidham one?
The chest pass?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That they ruled, like, Gene Stessator got, like, he was really struggling with what just happened. And Jarrett was running in the wrong direction, threw some sort of pass. They were debating whether it was a fumble, whether it was backwards, whether it was forwards. I'm still unclear as to what happened on that play. And that was before it started snowing.
Now, help me out. Now, this is my fault because I meant to go back and watch this. I was doing some stuff. I was doing some housework, and I had the game on, and I saw that play, and they called it intentional grounding, correct? Vrabel wanted to challenge if it was a fumble, right?
Yes.
Did he get the opportunity? Only reason I ask is I was doing what I was doing. I saw that. I put the stuff away in the house. I get in the house, and it's 7-7. So did they call that a fumble?
They ruled it a forward a pass. They ruled it a pass, but it was a backwards pass, so it's a fumble that way.
Right, but they blew it dead.
So you couldn't advance it for a touchdown.
So he couldn't. So when he picked it up and ran it into the end zone, they blew the play dead because they thought it was an incomplete. They called it an incomplete pass, and so the score didn't count.
Got you.
Then
so they did give him the possession.
So they gave him the possession on the 7 or whatever it was, and then that's how. Yeah, that's how the score got.
It happened. It happened pretty quick. I should have just. I didn't want to rewind because I wanted to see what was going on live, but I was like, "Damn, Stidham fumbled again, and they scored a touchdown or scooping scores." I don't know, but literally, I go back in there and it's 7-7. I'm like, "Oh man, Patriots scored," and it felt like that was what New England needed to stay in that game because it was looking a little dicey early.
Do you think so? The climate did not bother me yesterday. I don't mind games like that. Like I understand what you're saying, and everyone who's saying that they don't like this. To me, it adds an entirely different level of drama to the game. I loved it. For that reason, I just thought it was dramatic. Do you think the white jerseys that New England had helped?
For sure. I think it helped a lot.
I had to imagine it was probably really tough for Jarrett Stidham to see who was out there.
So the one play, was it before the interception? I think it was the play directly before the interception. Stidham, they called play.
At the end?
Yeah, maybe it was the possession before the interception. But anyway, he had somebody on a skinny post, and he was about to throw it because I saw it on the replay. He was about to throw it, and then at the last minute, he saw the Patriots safety over there, didn't throw it, and Tony was talking about how he made the right decision. He made the right decision. The guy was there, check down, do what you're supposed to do. Man, Ms. Raw gives Stidham some grace. I realized there was a safety there at the last moment. I was like, "Oh, there's a person there." I just saw the whiteness of the snow, and I was like, "He's open, throw the ball." And I was like, "Oh." So I can imagine that might have happened once or twice with Stidham.
Yeah, that time lapse they showed in the fourth quarter was pretty crazy. What the first quarter looked like, the second quarter looked like, the third quarter looked like, and then what it looked like in that moment. Again, I thought it was really dramatic. But
I like the drama aspect of it. I just think it affected the game. That's what I don't like about it. So you look back at the Eagles-Rams last year. It was snowing.
Sure.
It didn't affect the game. Stafford.
So what do you mean?
Like the New England wasn't able to do anything in the fourth quarter, and they knew it.
Yeah.
Vrabel's game plan was, let's just run the ball. Let's not turn it over. It's going to be a 3 and out because we can't do anything. And we'll just hope that the defense can hold it down. But really,
that's okay to me. Like I get it. I get it. But that was fine to me because 1, it added to the drama, and 2, there was this heightened level of, if you make a mistake, you're probably going to lose. Don't be the one to make the mistake. And of course, the first time, you get to a point where you have to score, and Stidham's trying to get down the field, and ball's just taken right out of the air. Like, you don't have a shot. Yeah. I get those that didn't like it. I thought it was dramatic. I thought Drake May's play there at the end was pretty incredible. I thought it was significantly more incredible when I learned it wasn't the call. They were going, it was just a run play up the middle. They were hoping to find a space right there. And Drake decided on his own to not hand it off, to take the out. He got around the corner, got, the first down that sealed the game. And apparently he didn't, no one knew. There are scenarios where you don't always tell the running backs, but you tell the linebackers. There's There's scenarios where you run both scenarios, but like, hey, I might keep this. Just follow me. Mm-hmm. He didn't do any of that. He just called the play, took the snap, and ran out. I thought that was a hell of a call because I was wondering, is he going to try to throw it?
Yeah.
Like, are you going to try to win the game right here? My guess was he wasn't, and obviously he wound up not doing that, but I thought that was a hell of a play. I think a little higher of the Patriots than you guys do. I'm not willing to declare them Super Bowl champions or anything like that, or even make a pick in that game in a couple weeks. I just am not sold. I just am not definitive on the idea that the winner of the NFC Championship is going to be the Super Bowl.
I'll lean Seattle right now. I think like early prediction or whatever is like, yeah, Seattle maybe gets them by 2 scores. New England, if you want to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt, they played some of the best defenses in the league up to this point. I mean, Chargers defense is good. Houston's is probably the best, if not Seattle's. And then you had Denver's yesterday. We all know was great. I mentioned earlier on the Insiders, like Drake May hasn't really had a great game yet, but it's like maybe it's because of that. But like that's kind of why I'm iffy about them right now. We haven't seen it from their offense yet.
Yeah. I think New England's defense is top tier. I think it's top tier, and that if they are able to win that game, it's going to be because of the performance that defense has. And I think they have a real shot to bother Seattle offensively, make life difficult for Sam Darnold and Kenneth Walker and those guys. I give them a chance because of that. I give them a chance more than I would have given Denver with no Bo Nix there. But yeah, it feels like Seattle is like what I said about the Niners throughout their playoff run. They should be favored. Seattle's for sure favored, and rightfully so. But if they get into a low, they're going to have to get the scoring up. If it's a low scoring game, that's going to favor the Patriots, I believe, because that's the type of game that they can stay competitive in and stay close in. And that defense, Vrabel going to have them boys ready.
Our man Scout says Seattle's defense didn't look good last night, and I think that's fair, but only if you recognize that they went against like the top offense in the league. Like that's kind of what you were going to get out of that game. And it goes back to what we were talking about with the Insiders there a second ago, when you talk about Seattle, Sam Darnold specifically, what he was able to do against the Los Angeles Rams, and specifically the Los Angeles Rams defense. That's not New England. And so while the Sam Darnold questions have emphatically been answered for now, he's going to be he doesn't have to do that again, in my opinion. And we'll talk more about what Sam Darnold did this weekend in as the show progresses. But he probably doesn't have to do that again. But he's going to have to be really effective, and he's going to have to find a way to pick apart a very, very, very good defense. Because if Drake May in the postseason has been, maybe not the best, or, you got your questions about the second-year quarterback, that's all very fine. They're here. When Drake May's been good, but they are here because of that defense. And all we saw with Sam Darnold last night could be very, very different in Santa Clara in a couple weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And Sam Darnold, I've been tough on him for a lot of the second half of this year, and he answered a lot of questions for me last night. That was a performance that I needed to see. It didn't even have to be that gaudy. Like he went crazy. But just a good performance in a big moment is something that I hadn't seen from him in his entire professional career. And he's had not the most opportunities, but he's had opportunities to change that narrative. And last night he was fantastic. He was great last night. And it's one of the reasons why I went against my better judgment. And usually we talk about Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, guys like that. Like, oh, are they really going to win a championship? Are they really going to win some playoff games against Josh Allen or Stafford? Like, yeah, they can. No matter how bad it was or whatever, there's no correlation necessarily to what they might do on any given night. And I try to keep that in perspective with some of these quarterbacks. But Darnold had been so anemic in big moments for his entire professional career. I was like, I just haven't even seen it.
But to be fair, how many big moments has Sam Darnold had?
Probably a handful.
Because he obviously didn't have any in New York. He didn't have any in Carolina. and he didn't have. Is it fair he didn't have his first big moment until they got to Minnesota?
Yeah, and he was bad in those last 2 games of the season.
It's just when we got to the moments last year, it's like, okay, here we go, and it's like, oh no, this was really bad.
Yeah, and he was bad this year in the
4 picks
two
against the
biggest
Rams.
games against the Rams, the 4 picks in one game, another 2 or 3 turnovers in that Thursday night game. Wasn't overly impressive in the 2 49ers games. And it's like, all right, well, like he's going to have to do something. And he definitely did something in this game. Like once again, it didn't have to be 364. It could have been 275. You know what I mean?
The 3 and the 0 are a big.
Yeah. I just needed him to play well, and he played.
And the completion
fantastic.
percentage. Yeah, the completion percentage is really good.
So that's why I say I'm not gonna doubt him in the Super Bowl. And if he had a bad Super Bowl game, for me personally, I'm not gonna be like, oh, this is the Sam Darnold we expected to see. Like, no, I just needed to see it one time to know that you had it in you. And at the very least, I know you can reach those heights. You may not be able to do it multiple times or anything like that, but I know you got it. I know you can do it. So if he had a bad game in the Super Bowl, especially against a good defense, I'm not going to hold that against him because I've seen him play at a high level in a high moment.
There's a lot more to talk about as it pertains to the Seahawks win last night and what it means moving forward. I'm not sure if Dusty Baker is a big Seattle Seahawks fan. I have to imagine he isn't, given his ties to San Francisco and you won't like it, his ties to Los Angeles.
We don't speak about that.
No, we definitely don't. But I know Dusty will be happy to crack open a bottle of his dark rosé in celebration of D'Lo and KC's move to the afternoon, 2 to 6, beginning next Monday. You can join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. If there's any particular bottle of Baker Family wines that you're looking for and you can't find at the Nugget in Elk Grove, or you can't find it at the Nugget in Granite Bay, you can't find it at select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations, just head over to the tasting room. It's right there in West Sacramento. You can learn more about it at bakerfamilywines.com. And again, joining Dusty's Clubhouse will go a long, long way in making sure you get all of the incredible releases from Dusty's incredible line of wines over at Baker Family Wines.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
And we'll come back. We've got a lot more to talk about. We'll dive into Kings basketball as well. More on Sam Darnold, his moment in the upcoming Super Bowl as D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're still here, guys. We ain't going nowhere, but I'll probably put this up quite a bit throughout the course of the next week or so, just so people see it. But we're still here. We ain't going nowhere. We're not doing the, sorry, guys, we're on commercial. We'll be back later. We're not doing that. And I had to double check, like, hey, guys, we're not doing that, right? No, we're not doing that. There is a reason it's done, not to kill anybody for doing that. It's just we don't do that here. Nah, Rocco, we still on KSFM, man. I'm on KSFM 10 to 2, and KC is all over KSFM on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways.
Yeah, man. They hooked your boy up. I think next weekend's going to be a monster.
Oh, I didn't even look.
Summer.
Shout out Jim Jones, too. I wouldn't be here without him.
Capo be saying whatever.
Out of his mind.
No, he is. Well, I can't say that. I can't say that because Day and Night was a big song regardless. But he did elevate that song. He didn't make the song. Like it was already kind of a big song, but him on a remix elevated that track. I realized something last night for the first time. I apologize. I wasn't on this. Did you hear that J. Cole song?
The single?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is this track 2 or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
I missed it.
He dropped it at the same time the trailer came out.
Yeah, I missed it.
Oh, what do you think? Yeah.
He's the best rapper alive.
He's bad.
He is the best rapper alive.
He is bad.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I just heard it last night. I didn't even know.
Yeah, it came out as part of that trailer thing he did, and we're approaching
this Friday.
A week from Friday.
Next Friday. I was and the reason why I found I was getting caught up on Joe Budden, and they're like, it was that when it came out, and they were like 3 episodes ago. They're like, all right, new J. Cole, like let's listen to it. I was like, what they talking about, man? They joking? And he starts rapping. I'm like, wait, what? I had to stop the pod and go listen to the song.
Yes, John Poles, live shows are very, very much still a thing. Very, very much so. Absolutely. Ain't nothing changed.
Can we talk about the big game and where we at yet?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, now that Casey mentions it, I guess we're telling you we're gonna be at Sky River for the big game.
Yeah.
And if y'all want to join us, make those plans now, because we're approaching too late territory.
Make sure you got your tax return.
They said to us last year, hey guys, we want to have you out to MC the Super Bowl party. All right, bet. What do you need from us on the air? Oh, this sold out like 4 days ago. Oh, all right. But John Poles really wanted to go. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, so try to reserve your table, reserve your there. Hey, look, it's the big game. Y'all know how it is.
Yeah.
There's going to be a spend limit. Anytime you step outside during that game, there's going to be a spend limit. The same is going to be true at Sky River Casino. The good news at 32 Brew Street is there might be a spend limit, but they want you to spend your money elsewhere. So it's not going to be nearly as egregious as some of the other spots that you might find. So come through, hang out. We are going to be at 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino for the big game coming up in just a couple of weeks.
Yes.
Y'all are going to see us in San Francisco. We're not doing Radio Row, but we will be doing our show. It's from an Odyssey studio. It's not the game studio, but we will be doing our show in San Francisco next week because we're headed to a dinner with St. Jude that night. And so we got to do our show somewhere. So we're going to do it out there in San Francisco. We're going to take the stream looking like, 10 out of 10.
Straight up.
But yeah, that'll be an interesting day because I don't know what I don't know what the studio's like. I don't know what the vibe is there. I don't know who's just walking around hanging out.
I heard it's smaller than ours.
I heard we're talking to Wale that day, so who knows? I'm not even sure. Is that in person? Like, is Wale just pulling up on us in San Francisco?
I would
or
assume
is that something?
Yeah, I think he's in the city.
I would assume he would be here, but I have no idea.
I might even go just poke my head in the Steiny and Guru show. Just poke my head. I was with Guru over the weekend. Shout out to my guy, Goo.
Dude,
he was in Sacramento, D-Lo.
You know what you should do is go in there, ask Guru to come in and do my show, but you do his show as him and see if anyone on the radio notices. Hell, if you would do it, put on a Cowboys jersey and just sit there and do the show as Guru.
There's no way I'm putting on a Cowboys jersey. I know Jerry is doing whatever he can in Jerry's world, but D-Lo, it's not going to happen. It's not.
Can we get the clip of Guru going crazy so people can truly appreciate how good that impression is? Just by far the absolute best. The absolute
shout out to my boy Goo, man. I was with Goo on Friday night. We was at the NABJ Sacramento chapter meeting,
mixer.
Man. Yeah, the mixer, man. So Goo pulled up. It's like, what you doing tonight? I said, I gotta go to this mixer. He said, well, I'm coming with you.
Very good. It's strange. Guru sounds a little like Jerry Jones. It's very odd. He sounds just a little like Jerry Jones.
A little Jerry there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Jason Anderson tweeted just moments ago. Jason, I believe, is on the road. He certainly was the last couple of games. I think he's traveling around with the Sacramento Kings right now. J.A. wrote that Zach LaVine with lower back soreness, and Malik Monk with right ankle soreness are listed as questionable for tomorrow night's game against KC's New York Knicks.
Okay, well, not my Knicks, but I am a supporter. It was I was worried about Malik when he left that game yesterday.
Yeah,
I thought it might have been.
He was
serious.
He had that.
Right back in.
He had that. Yeah, he had that speedy hobble
Mm-hmm.
when the camera caught him going to the back, and it was like, that's
And it was a straight to
that's
the locker room.
yeah. It was like, hey, Malik is headed to the locker room. I'm glad they were able to see that though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, they were right there because
but it was obstructed, Kenny.
Well, it was.
I don't know if anybody watched the game and knew that the view was obstructed yesterday.
Oh, was that well?
And it's the only broadcast team in the NBA, I guess, who doesn't get monitors.
But that happened a lot yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, I was too TV. Jim Nance and Romo got the volume.
Oh no,
they didn't.
So I had King's. Yeah,
I thought it was just regular.
No. I had King's volume. I had King's volume for a while. I got really angry in the fourth quarter because I was trying to it's our job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to watch this trash anymore. Now they're out here fighting. Keon taking a bump. Doug at the podium talking about I can't remember. Oh, we played it last night on Sports Sunday, and I can't remember the verbiage he used. But
he said we gotta grab them, hold them, and contain them. And
that sounds a lot like smack it up, flip it, rub it down. I'm not sure, but he said something like we got to stand our ground or something. And it's like, but as Doug is saying it, we got to stand our ground or whatever the line was. They show the clip of Keon flailing backwards like Brock Lesnar just speared him. And he knew he took a bump because they went to the huddle and he's laughing like hell.
Yeah. Holland deserved to get thrown out.
Oh, absolutely.
That was just stupid.
No, absolutely.
Like, what are you doing?
Keon deserved the technical instead of Neek because he took the bump.
So I didn't even, once again, volume was down and it was a 20-point game with 3 minutes to go. So I was like half looking at
it.
Neek. Neek got a technical.
They got Neek. So
I didn't think he was physical.
So
enough.
I didn't. So I was so confused too when they're talking about a Neek Clifford technical. I was like, and even when the ref said it, I was like, does he think Neek Clifford is Keon Ellis? Like, why is Neek getting a tech? So Neek essentially gets the tech. Holland does the thing. Keon takes the bump, and Neek like pushes him.
He didn't do anything.
He kind of had his arm up. He kind of had his hand up already, and I guess he pushed him or he straightened his hand out. You look at it however you want to. I can't believe they called a tech on Neek for that.
That was crazy because I remember watching the moment. And I was like, there wasn't enough furniture moving for me.
Absolutely not.
Like,
absolutely,
somebody need to be doing something, and I'd give Neek a tech.
Yeah, well, there wasn't enough furniture moving, but it also that wasn't a real shove.
Also, that took entirely too long to sort out.
Oh my God.
That's another reason why I checked out from that moment. I was like, bro, they're still trying to figure this out.
So bad. So bad. And now part of me is like, so do I have to keep looking at this because a fight might break out in the next 5 minutes?
Look,
I do not want to watch this anymore.
I was taking my notes and I was about to close up the iPad. Like literally, I was about to close up the iPad. I was like, man, one more bucket from the Pistons. They'll go up 25 and I can write in here, this is the moment I checked out. And sure enough, Holland pushes Keon and I'm like, oh, well, I'm still here.
If y'all tempers are flaring from our vantage point.
Now, the funny thing, the reason why I question that is because I see our boy Drapes in the background when Keon gets pushed, and he got really dramatic. I can only imagine what it sounded like, but you can see him in the background, and he's like, whoa! So I thought they saw it perfectly fine.
Well, it looked like, especially like I don't know what Drake saw from his obstructed vantage point, but I know from a television standpoint, it looked like he threw Keon to the ground. Then they ran that first replay, and it was like, oh, for God's sakes, man, what are we doing? What is this league doing?
Oh man, damn.
Shout out, Neek. Poor kid lost money yesterday just trying
That's
to stick
crazy.
trying to stick up for his teammate who's probably going to be gone in 13 days.
He lost money. He wasn't even sticking up for him. He was just like, hey.
Yeah.
It's just like, hey,
it's
guys.
not like he was down and then the whole like we're down for each other. We're going like, hold on, man. And with all due respect to our guys, I'm not fighting the Detroit Pistons.
Oh no, hey, be Stu.
Yeah, like, hey.
I didn't even want Reese to say hi to Beef Stew. He had an opportunity to like see him in the tunnel and be like, "Hey,"
leave him alone.
I said, "Hey, man, nah, man,
Son, leave that man alone.
He's
busy.
him alone.
Yeah, because if he say something, I'm gonna have to fight Beef Stew, and nah, man."
And then it would just be D-Lo in the afternoon because Kenny's.
No, I would have been right here.
Kenny's still in
I would've been
traction
right
after.
here.
No,
You
know what Beef Stew would have done? What he would have done is he would have looked like he was going to attack you, but he wouldn't have actually have done anything.
I would have just quick little slap and then got out of there with a backpedal like Carmelo did in his fight.
Oh, that's the biggest sucker move in the history of the NBA.
And
that's easily Carmelo's worst moment. Punched that man and ran away. That was 25 games, wasn't it?
Yeah. That
was a David Stern suspension.
That
was
absolutely
a
was David
suspension.
Stern. Like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
We'll come back, man. We'll talk. Let's get into the Sacramento Kings a little bit and talk about what we've seen over the course of the last couple of days. We talked very briefly about that odd game versus Cleveland, some changes that were instituted both in the second half and then into the game with Detroit. No game for the Kings tonight. They'll take on the New York Knicks tomorrow. We'll get you caught up on all of that. Plus, we'll get back to the NFC and AFC championships. James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour is D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
There is Michigan. There's a lot of big games this week, and that's one of them. Nebraska. Nebraska is a really good team. Michigan plays Michigan State on Friday night, I believe. Michigan not beating people up the way I expected them to. Ever since I started to be like, yo, they smacking everybody. They went in by like 2-3. They done lost the game. Get it together. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I mean, we do. I'm not sure if Deeran's going to play, though. He didn't play on Saturday. And I think he played last Friday when they played Baylor. So I'm not sure why he didn't play yesterday. I mean, I'm assuming it's the hamstring still. But I'm telling y'all, tonight, you got Arizona and BYU. I'm tapped in. I am tapped in.
Oh man, it's the Kobe anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, is this ankle? Okay. Once again, had that one on I had that one on the quad box.
Which one?
Kansas and Kansas State on Saturday night. I almost will I talk about this at some point? Probably not. I may or may not have had a couple of dollars on Lakers Mavericks on Saturday night. And I was furious with the Lakers. They were down like 14 after being up by like 14 in the first half. Went down 14. I was in the sauna. I said, F these guys. And then I got out the sauna, and LeBron had brought them back. I gotta take at some point. It don't have to be today, but gotta take. LeBron had woke up and got them within 2, and then got them over the hump. But that was all to say that Kansas State was not getting volume played.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, we interviewed Bianca Belair. Look at that. Forgot about that.
That was a classic.
That was a great interview.
Is she wrestling right now? Anybody know?
I don't have the slightest clue, pal.
I had a great Kobe graphic from years ago. I'm never going to be able to find it. Boy. Appreciate you so much for tapping in. If you missed it, we announced some lineup changes that we'll hope you'll tap in for beginning on Monday. You can catch The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia at 7 a.m. drive time, baby, 7 to 9, Monday through Friday. D'Lo and KC moving to the afternoons from 2 to 6. That all begins on Monday. James Ham's still going to be a very, very active part as our ESPN 1320 Kings insider of everything we do each day. He'll join us for his regular visits with D'Lo and KC. Those are likely to begin at 2:30 rather than 3. And, of course, he'll spend some time with The Jump as well. So that all goes into play beginning on Monday morning at 7 a.m. with The Jump, Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia. And they can tap into everything that's going on with the Kings, because for the 4th time this season, the Kings have lost 5 straight.
Okay. That's just great. How many times? Say it again.
4.
All right, man. That's literally 20 games by itself. 20 games and losing streaks.
4 times this season, they've lost 5 straight. The 4-game winning streak has turned into a 5-game losing streak. The Kings' last 16 games are 7 losses in a row, 4 wins in a row, and 5 losses and counting in a row. All right. I think you were on to something a minute ago, though. If you want to dive into it, probably piss people off. They gave up 123 points versus Cleveland on Friday. They gave up 139 versus the Pistons on Sunday. And you've been clocking those opponent outputs over the course of the last couple of games.
I mean, it coincides with the return of Domantas Sabonis. And to be perfectly fair, man, I'm not trying to put this at the feet of Domantas Sabonis. They were a bad defensive team regardless. But they had shown improvements with a guy like Dylan Cardwell and what he was able to do in his minutes and the things that he was able to provide. Once again, this goes into what I had talked about, we had talked about Dylan, is he specifically helped that team with areas where they were non-existent: rim protecting, toughness, versatility on the defensive end. He brought all that to the table. He was almost exactly what they needed for those specific areas. When you kind of lessen his minutes, his workload, his ability to be out there, for a guy like Domas, who's a much better offensive player than Dylan Cardwell, but not even close on the defensive end. Now we're back to those moments where they're giving up 139 in a game. And yesterday in that game against Detroit, I thought, and he actually ended up playing like well, but I thought that was one of the lowest energy games I've seen from Dylan Cardwell in a minute. He was just, I don't know if he was tired. I don't know if he was trying to get used to maybe a different role, which he shouldn't be. He was coming off bench the entire time too. Maybe he's a guy that's energized by the home crowd. I don't know, but he seemed to step slow, a step late, and just low energy in that game yesterday afternoon against the Pistons.
Yeah, you could see it. He had a moment in the fourth, maybe third. I don't know. It all blends together because it was all bad. But he had a moment where he got the ball at the basket, solid play, and he's kind of coming up the floor. And I can't remember if it was you or James brought up, how's he going to play without that same like home energy type thing? And he kind of put his head up, and you could see like, oh, he looks a little different. And I wondered if it was the road versus at home, or if it was just maybe he's having a little off night, so to speak.
Right. He just the energy seemed a little off from him yesterday. Now, once again, he played well. I think he what do you have? 4 points, 5 assists, caught a couple of lobs. He ended up doing all right, but just the eye test, just watching him play, the energy seemed a little off, and I wonder if that has to do with trying to get acclimated to a new role now that Domas is back. But once again, it's not all Domas's fault, the defensive production, but any strides that you had made on the defensive end were like, you're not going to make them with Domantas Sabonis as your center.
He's still playing those minutes though.
Dylan is.
The minutes are still roughly the same for both him and Max.
So refresh my memory, because I know in the second half this happened, but was Dylan did he come off the bench before Max in the first half? I couldn't remember.
No,
because in the second half,
I think Max came in first.
Because in the second half,
I have to go back and look.
And I noticed it because him and Domas was playing minutes together.
Let me see. So I thought
third quarter.
That was the third quarter. It's probably going to take me a minute to find, but it was obviously the first quarter. I'll look for the substitutions because I have the game book. Max in for DeMar at the 5:37 mark. Malik came in for Domas. Dylan came in for Precious about a minute and a half later. So Max did come in first. Max is the one where I feel like the early like signs, the intrigue with Maxime Renaud have kind of like hit a wall a little bit, where I haven't seen a ton from Max recently. And maybe that's because of the fact that Dylan Cardwell has emerged, and he's emerging as something completely different. Not a substitution, not a hey, he's better than, something that is just completely different than what Maxime Renaud offers. And maybe I've gotten just more kind of caught up in that. But yeah, I feel like Max hasn't had anything I truly remember in the last handful of games, more than handful.
And I understand the concept of the rookie wall and all of that. I just think, especially with Domas coming back, that offensive component that Max is pretty good at as far as finishing around the basket and his floaters and being in the dunker spot and finishing with floaters that way, it's not as valuable anymore with Domas there. What you need when Domas goes to the bench or when he's not on the court is a little bit of a change of pace. You need a guy that's going to defend, rebound like Dylan Cardwell does until you get Domas back in there as your scorer. I wonder if that's why the impact of Max isn't the same as what we felt maybe earlier in the season.
It's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly fair. What I'm happy about, though, is that he's still getting those minutes. He's still getting the minutes. Dylan is still getting the minutes. And there was a lot of garbage time played yesterday, but still, like, those guys getting minutes on the floor is super important. And whether Domantas Sabonis was coming off the bench or it appears now is back in the starting lineup, it hasn't. He was up to 24 minutes last night, just shy of 25 minutes. Maybe that's something to watch moving forward, especially in games that are competitive. But it's still, those guys have kind of hovered in the range of staying at the 20 some odd minute mark since Domas's return, which is, I don't want to say it's the number one thing we were looking at, but it's pretty damn close. Mm-hmm. Like, how would Domantas Sabonis's return affect those guys and their ability to be on the floor?
Right.
Like, actually have minutes on the floor.
And some of that is also because Domas's minutes, I know he played 31 minutes, I believe, on Friday, something around.
Oh, did he?
Oh, maybe he didn't. Maybe I was looking at a different number, different category.
Yeah.
But his minutes hasn't been what we thought it would be with a Domas return. So that's allowed the Max and the Dillon minutes to stay close to what they were before.
No, you're right. Yeah, him and Dennis played 31 minutes, and I guess that was Doug had given up. Doug was so sick. Doug was so sick of that starting lineup after that 16-2 run. And like they deserve.
And that was Friday, by the way. Yesterday he played 20.
Yeah, 24 minutes. Yeah. No, you were right. Like, he played 31 minutes on Friday. Mm-hmm. That was the game where they started out. They were down 16-2. Doug, I think in his second timeout, maybe he didn't even call timeout. He just did a full line substitution, dumped everybody, and somehow the score was 35-35 at the end of the quarter. Right. Which and Domas wasn't a starter. Mm-hmm. Like, Domas came off the bench in that game. Yeah. Dennis came off the bench in that game, and Doug said, "I'm done with y'all." And the one whose minutes were kind of expensed in that one was Max.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with Sabonis there, I think that's the way it's going to be, because like we had talked about just a little while ago, especially with Doug Christie, he needs somebody that's going to defend, rebound, be a presence when Sabonis is on the bench. I can't, not saying Sabonis is soft, but I can't go to passive defense. Sure. Like, I need some type of change of pace to hold it down until Sabonis gets back into the game, or if I decide to play him together, or Precious gets in the game, whatever the case may be. So I think that a lot of the times, if they're in a minutes crunch, Dillon's going to get that look before Max. I think that's the way that will go moving forward.
Yeah, I think you're right. Especially against the team like it'll be interesting to watch tomorrow. Knicks are a physical basketball team. Dillon seems to love that physicality. Max, I'm not so sure that he does.
I mean, we could just say what it like right now. He's the scouting report was right, and there's the reason. I remember looking at this when he got drafted because I liked his game. I liked what I saw offensively. I remember seeing him at Stanford a few times and being like, this kid can play. And when he went to the Kings, I was like, I remember he can hoop like second round. Like, why? And the knock was he's a little soft. Mm-hmm. He's a little soft. He can get pushed
really
around
bad defensively.
Yeah, really bad defensively. When things get physical, he doesn't hold up well to that. And right now, the scouting report is correct. Now, I think one of the things that can help him out a lot in the NBA is his offensive game. He's shown that he can finish with either hand around the basket, which is elite for a guy his size. He's going to have to be able to get that jump shot going the way I saw it a few times in Stanford. Haven't seen it as much in the NBA. He's got to get that going. And maybe that's something that you just really lock in on in the summertime. But I think with like the physicality and stuff, I kind of feel like that's about who he's going to be. If he's going to survive in this league, he's got to make sure he has a versatile offensive game, not just finishing with floaters and stuff like that. Got to hit that three ball. Got to spread the floor a little bit, be a stretch 4 or 5 in certain situations. And yeah, it's kind of playing out how the scouts saw it.
Yeah, it sucks when that happens because you always want to give, and it's fine. It's fine in the sense of like, yeah, that was the discussion around him coming out of college. That was a discussion about why he went in the second round, given the fact that he could potentially stretch the floor, he could shoot threes, he could do a lot of different things. But now it's up to somebody, whether it's Doug, Bobby, or another staff, to say like, hey, this has been the rap on you for a while. We need to fix this because you have a skill set we'd really like to have on the floor. And right now it's problematic.
Tyler, I think this was Tyler Jennings.
It
He
is.
didn't change his name up on us. Well, he didn't do it.
Maybe he didn't. Yeah.
YouTube did it. But he says in the chatty house, he says he can get stronger, help him be more physical. That's true. But I'm a believer, and it doesn't mean that I'm right or scouts are right. It's in your blood. Like, do you embrace the physicality of being a big guy in the post? Some people shy away from that, no matter if they get in the weight room and do all this other stuff and they get hit with the what they do when they're training them, they hit them with the body.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that, but yes, that is a
you can
thing.
do that all the time.
Yep. The little flaily arms.
Yeah. To me, I believe it's in your blood. Like Dylan Cardwell, it's in his blood to be physical. He doesn't shy away from that at all. That's just what he does. So that's my worry with Max. It's just not in him in that respect. And he can get as strong and that'll help to a certain degree. But when you get in them trenches and it gets physical down there, what's your first response? What do you do? Do you shy away from it? Are you hesitant, or do you run into that physicality? Dylan Cardwell runs into that physicality. Right now, Max doesn't necessarily do that, and I hope that changes.
Feels like if it doesn't, there's a ceiling on Max. Now here's the other side of that coin. Wouldn't the ceiling be Domantas Sabonis? Domas can be physical. I don't think he likes it. He can be physical, but he is not good defensively. And some of those knocks that you just laid out about Max, they're similar to the knocks on Domantas Sabonis, especially at that position. Being a guard who doesn't like physicality, even being a 3 that doesn't like physicality, isn't the biggest deal in the world. When you're a 4 or a 5 and you don't like that, that's a problem. Yeah. At some point, it's going to show itself as a problem.
Yeah, I agree. And even with Domas, I think he likes a physical brand of basketball. He just doesn't always, I don't want to say respond well to it, because he does. Like, he initiates a lot of the contact physically.
Domas.
Yeah, Domas. He just, like, he's not very graceful with finishing around, and I'm talking just specifically on the offensive end. He's not very graceful. He can throw up some nonsense around the rim if he gets a little too physical and stuff like that. Like, he's more so, I'll get physical till I get 2 feet away, and then I'll pump fake, finish you that way. But if it gets too physical, it throws his game off a little bit. Defensively, he gets physical on the boards. He's one of the great rebounders in the game, but when it comes to resistance on the defensive end, whether it's on the perimeter guarding guards or even like trying to stop guys at the rim, he doesn't do that well at all. So if that's kind of what Max falls into, it's going to be some of the same pitfalls, with Sabonis being more offensively skilled.
Yeah, Domas is a high-end basketball player. If that's your ceiling, it's great. It's just it's your frustrations are going to ultimately be the same. Like, there's going to be things that you love about Maxime Reno. There are things I love about Domantas Sabonis, but there are things that also like drive you crazy. And maybe some of it is the makeup of this team. Maybe if you had a physical 4, maybe if you had someone who could stretch the floor and let Domas work down there by himself, maybe having a Dylan Cardwell out there with him more, maybe that helps. But right now, frustrations are elevated, especially because of how bad this team is.
Yeah. Well, Will Z in the chat as well says, I feel like his ceiling is Lauri Markkanen.
His being Maxime Reno.
Bob Brown agrees with him. That's not Bob Brown in the picture. We're going to have to address that during the commercial. But
Where does Bob find all these pictures?
Generic black guy on it.
Well, that's not a generic. That's a different generic black guy in this picture.
They said Lauri Markkanen is a ceiling, and I understand the idea and the concept of ceiling. Lauri was a bucket.
Yeah.
He was a bucket at Arizona. He was a bucket at Chicago immediately from 3 different levels. Could not handle like with like shaking somebody or something, but he was comfortable handling the basketball for 1, 2, 3 dribbles, spin, fall away, all this other stuff. He had that as soon as he came into the league, and I think he was like 19 and had all that.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that level of offense from Maxime Reynaud. Plus, Lauri could shoot the ball from 3 immediately. I feel like Max is a better shooter than what he's shown in the NBA. He's just got to show it. He's got to get them shots up, and he's got to show that he has that in his game.
Keon Ellis played 21 minutes yesterday.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, like I feel like we kind of botched this whole conversation when we were talking about Holland and the bump that Keon Ellis took. Yeah, Keon Ellis was on the basketball floor. That's the start of the story. Yeah. Is Keon Ellis was back to playing basketball for the Sacramento Kings. How, you ask? Why? I don't know.
Played well.
Doug did a full line change against Cleveland. Still didn't see the floor in that one. But yeah, Keon was playing yesterday, and yeah, he played.
Well, now talk about what he did, because it's a game to game thing now.
He fouled on a 3-point attempt.
I think about you every time it happens now too.
he fouled. He fouled on a 3-point attempt, man.
Oh man, he's got to stop that. He's got to stop that. Why?
I don't know.
Then he made Doug challenge, and Doug lost the challenge.
Like, and yeah, from my vantage point, it was tough to tell exactly what was going on over there. But yeah, he did it again. Yeah. I'm just like, I can't believe he did it again. This is a punchline. Like, I think he's doing it on purpose now. I think Keon's in on the bit, and he's doing it to be funny.
Yeah, man. But he showed some of the things that everybody seems to like about Keon Ellis. His ability to shoot the ball, his ability to defend without fouling from time to time. Mm-hmm. And he's a good ball player, man. Keon Ellis is a good ball player. I'm still a believer in Keon.
Playing?
I don't know. I think he shouldn't be not playing. How many minutes you think he should get? That's debatable.
If
right?
you can, I mean, and I get,
but he's a good enough player in this league where he should not be getting DMP coach's decisions.
Zach LaVine was out yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that played a factor into this or not.
I'm sure it did. I think it did.
Okay, sure. That was Keon's first action in 5 games. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's Keon. Okay, that is accurate. What I just said is 100% accurate. That is Keon's first action in 5 games. The subtext to that is Keon played 4 minutes against New York. He played 11 minutes versus the Lakers, and he played 6 minutes versus Houston. It's his first real action since the Golden State Warriors on January 9th. The speculation around Keon Ellis.
That was a big-time blowout, wasn't it?
It was bad.
Yeah.
34.
They came back a little bit. I thought it was a 40-point game. But yeah.
It was 137 to 103.
Yeah, they came back a little bit. Start cooking.
Sure. I don't know how you like your meals cooked, but, man.
Cajun.
This is, boy, you ain't lying. Looking at Keon's minutes really are fascinating because you go to 2 games before that. He played 5 minutes. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has 6 games this season, all since November 24th. Oh, including these 8 where he's played single-digit minutes. And then you have the DMPs.
Yeah, I do believe. I wish I knew what the answer was and why he wasn't playing. Yeah. Because I do believe he should be playing minutes in the NBA. Like he's a good enough player. He's not a perfect player. I think sometimes people overinflate the type of player he is and all this other stuff.
Agreed.
But he's still, I think he's a really good player, really good defender. He should be playing in games.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why he's not, I don't know. Doug has his reasons. We'll probably never know the reasons, but he should be playing. I can't answer why he wasn't playing because he should be.
Do you feel like you have the slightest clue as to what Doug Christie is doing with these rotations?
Not when you talk about a game to game.
Yeah.
I can't. I think I see like over the course of time, Dylan Cardwell seems like a Doug Christie type guy. I can see why he gravitates towards him. I think when you talk about Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook, Doug's trying to win games. And those guys can get you as close as you possibly can to winning games. Even if you're at the point now where it's like you're no good, you haven't won with those guys, play the young kids. Doug's still trying to win games. So if I'm trying to win a game, I'm going to go with DeMar DeRozan, who's like going to give me 22 on 9 of 13 shooting. Because that's my best chance to win a game. I can't go to Nick Clifford and think I have a better opportunity to win a game than having Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan in there. Even if people want to see him grow as a rookie and all this other stuff, that takes, at least it feels like for Doug right now, that takes a backseat to trying to win these games. He's not necessarily in the part where I'm going to establish culture at the risk of losing.
Okay.
So I think that's what I take from some of these rotations, a lot of these rotations. But the little stuff like Keon not playing or Malik not playing for a while and then being back, those are the things I don't understand. I don't know.
We'll come back. I have a question about that.
Okay.
Or potentially an answer. Or none of the above. We'll find out. Plus, did Sam Darnold have his moment yesterday? And if he did, what's it mean for that game in Santa Clara coming up in a couple of weeks? We'll dive into that as well. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I mean, that's not sure, organizationally and things like that. That's not a Doug Christie issue, especially when you talk about the contract that he's on. Like he's got to show that he can do like some successful things. And he is trying to win games, or he is trying to establish that, hey, I'm a good coach that can lead, a certain group to victory. So when it comes to Doug, I think he's still in that mode because there's a lot of question marks and lack of security when it comes to what his future may be. Scooter, what's good? What's good? What's good? Get Boozer out of there. No disrespect.
What was no disrespect?
He said, embrace the tank for Boozer, DeMonster, Peterson. And I said, get Boozer out of there. Boozer, if the Kings landed Boozer, that'd be great. There's about 5 other players that I'd want before Cam Boozer.
Russ is asking if you watch Saturday night's main event, and I'm just now learning that Saturday night's main event happened.
This past Saturday?
I think that's what Russ is saying. Yeah, did you watch it this past weekend? No. Did something happen?
Did you see the time lapse of this stadium they built in?
Did that in a month.
That's crazy.
Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I'm not exactly sure how many it seats, but let's just say 15,000. That's crazy. They built that in a month. Well, I did turn on the Paramount Plus because I wanted to see what it would look like. I fell asleep, so I don't really know. I didn't even really know what I was watching half the time, but I did turn it on. I did. That was after I watched some nice boxing on the Zone on Saturday night. But I did turn on the Paramount Plus. Oh, I'm gonna have to YouTube that, Katrina. Anytime a girl does anything, I gotta tap in, see what she's talking about.
So Gunther's thing is he's just retiring guys, huh? We were talking about the interestingness of Doug's rotations. And I asked you, do you feel like you know on a game-to-game basis what Doug is doing, what he's attempting to do, what these rotations are, and so on and so forth? You said no. Neither do I. I don't think anyone does. Do we think that changes? Specifically, do we think that changes? I don't know. A week from Friday. Do we think his approach to rotations change? Now, don't forget, I don't think they're trading anyone. That's just an opinion. That's not a report. I do not think a major move that people have their heart set on in terms of a salary dump or whatever is happening. So DeMar is here. Zach is here. Do we see those guys drop down to something closer to 20 minutes per game so other guys get more minutes? Of course, there is one guy who I think might be traded, and that might rule some of this out, and that's Keon. It almost seems matter of fact that Keon Ellis is being traded.
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form, which we'll get to as this show rolls along, because Kenny has some interesting thoughts that tied in to something we talked about last week. But does this change? Or does it just continue to kind of be, oh, I don't know. Dylan going to play. Oh, hey, Devin. Forgot you were there. Come on, man. Get in there.
Where'd that come from? That's another point when I was about to close out my notes. And I said, Devin's in.
That is the ultimate time to close out your notes. I'm sorry. Who's in the game? James. I'm watching the game, and Devin Carter signing from James Ham comes up like. All right.
My first thought is I would not have those guys play before I had them play 20 minutes. So you talk about a DeMar, a Zach LaVine. I would be in communication with them and be like, this is a vet night off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your back's messed up or something like that. I'm not going to play you 20 minutes. I'm not going to do that. But this is what we're doing with the young guys tonight. And you can rotate it, you know, between those guys or whatever and say, yeah, Zach, this is the night that you're going to be off. And tomorrow you're playing. And then 2 games later, vice versa. DeMar, you're off tonight, and Zach, you're getting the bulk of the minutes. I really think, and I hear you when you talk about not being sure if anything happens at this trade deadline. I do think something happens. I think a Keon trade happens. I think a Levine or a Sabonis trade could happen as well. I think it would be I think so. I think the Sabonis
the Toronto thing seems
that one's getting
noisy.
Yeah, feels like it's getting close. Feels like there's 1 or 2 hangups that you got 2 weeks.
Jakob Poeltl is one.
Yeah.
The other one is the Eastern Conference Player of the Week.
Right. Shout out to my boy IQ.
Yeah.
But I say all that to say it feels like it would be such a disservice to everyone if you kept DeMar DeRozan on this roster after that trade deadline. Disservice to the young guys. And I'm looking at it like this disservice to DeMar DeRozan.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing keeping him around here and having to endure the rest of the season when you could trade him somewhere and maybe it's not maximum value, but you could trade him, get something in return, and let him be pivotal in somebody's playoff run or in their chances to try and do something special in this postseason. Like, why would you have him sticking around? Unless he said he just wants to, but why would you have him sticking around here for what I just laid out, where like some nights he's just not even going to play?
Is not trading him and can't trade him the same thing?
No.
Like we're trying. Like we are trying to get you somewhere that is more suitable for you. The offers aren't there. And I'm not suggesting that they're not. I'm just saying like there could be another side to this equation also. Like, neither of the LA teams is called. No one of like consequence is called. Washington called? Do you want to go to the Wizards? Like, I don't know. But I don't know. Cass says send him back to Canada. I don't know that's a fit for him over there. It'd certainly be a cute story, but I don't know how that works.
I don't know how the money works.
I know people talk about Miami. That doesn't work at all.
No.
DeMar with this version of the Miami Heat doesn't work at all.
I don't know how the money works, and they're second apron, so they need the money to work. But I think Cleveland would be a good spot for him.
Cleveland would be great. I have no clue how you do it though.
Yeah. I think Detroit would be a good spot for him. We talked about this last week with Tristas, like in that Tobias Harris spot. Who do you want? And Tobias has been pretty good for them too. So they've
been very good.
They probably would say Tobias Harris, but I think DeMar would help out Detroit a lot, offensively and closing out games.
Yeah.
But if there is a difference between the two, to answer your question, but if you're Scott Perry and you haven't moved DeMar DeRozan because you're waiting for maximum value or this perfect deal, don't do that with DeMar DeRozan. Like get him somewhere where he can play some meaningful basketball this year. He doesn't have that much more time left.
He's not dying.
As a basketball,
I just want to point out, like DeMar DeRozan is very much not dying.
Shout out Dwight Howard, Lord, carry him now. That was when Gordon Hayward snapped his ankle.
Oh man.
As a basketball player, as an NBA basketball player, he doesn't have much time left.
No, I'm with you. I want the best for DeMar. I also want the best for the Kings. I don't think there's a bad deal to be made out there for DeMar DeRozan. There's just no financial way to. Well, of course, the Kings could always prove me wrong in that regard. I think in terms of fits, Cleveland is perfect. I don't know as a second apron team how you're able to operate in that regard and how they send something back with a contract that's not fully guaranteed next year.
So if that's, I'm gonna do this on the fly, and I'm not gonna use the trade machine.
Great.
But DeMar makes what, $24 million right now?
Yeah, I think it's 24.
So
and then like maybe 10 guaranteed next year.
Because I'm trying to find out how many players they can move on from on that roster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking right now. Max Strus makes 15. So can you combine players if you're a second apron team to get to that 24 number? because Max Strus makes 15. Dean Wade.
Can I tell you something?
Dean Wade makes 6.
I don't know, man. Second, I feel like we have done this so many times. There's literally one second apron team in the whole league after what Phoenix did, and it's Cleveland. And I'm so sorry for not being up on what Cleveland is allowed to do.
DeAndre Hunter is at like 23 and some change. Like you could go 1 for 1 there. But to your point, I don't know what the non-guarantee means.
First apron penalties, second apron penalties. Teams do not have access to the taxpayer mid-level. Teams cannot use trade exceptions created when combining salaries. So that doesn't matter because a trade exception is not in the equation. Teams cannot use trade exceptions for any prior year. Again, that does not matter because that's not what we're talking about here. Teams lose the ability to trade first-round picks that are 7 years in the future if teams remain in the second apron for any of the 3 years. So it sounds like you can combine salaries. You can't combine any trade exceptions that you may have.
DeAndre Hunter makes $23.3 million this year, 24.9 next year as an expiring deal. If those lack of guarantees for DeMar DeRozan next year isn't an issue, Cleveland should be looking to do something like that because that might help them get into the first apron.
But send DeAndre here?
Mm-hmm.
You want that? You go with the 29 next year?
I'm okay with it. He's 28 years old. He might be somebody that you
I like DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah, that you might want to have moving forward if you're Scott Perry. Yeah, he might.
Well, Sacramento Carter shot it down. Cavs can't take more salary back.
My God.
Sacramento Carter says, nope, not happening. I know Sacramento Carter got the trade machine open,
all right,
too.
Give us Tyrese Proctor then. He's 1.2.
Hey, Securin or Peyton, find a deal with Cleveland that actually does work.
Give me DeAndre Hunter and Tyrese Proctor. That should make up. Although Tyrese Proctor is 1.2, so I don't know if it's going to work. It might be $300,000 off.
Can you imagine DeMar DeRozan has to finish the year in Sacramento because of $300,000? Oh,
Securin says nothing works. Nothing works.
No one makes $24.7 million on the Cavs. Oh, and you can't combine salaries to go over. Man, that's tough. Well, fine.
Get him out of the picture.
Donovan Mitchell. Send Donovan Mitchell to Sacramento. Let's see what TC talking about here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. D-Lo and KC moving 2 to 6 beginning on Monday. What's up, TC?
Hey, on my mama. Hey, that's so solid. What's up with my two brothers?
What up, man? How you doing, big dog?
Hey, man, I'm vibing, bro. Listen, hey, listen, 2 to 6. Hey, listen, I can't even cuss on air, man, but they can't mess with us, man. They can't mess with y'all, bro. They can't mess with us. Jesse tapped in 7 a.m. They gonna hear me first thing in the morning with my trade. Man.
Oh, man.
Shout out TC.
He don't have to wait till 10 o'clock to get his trade ideas off anymore. That's a good look.
Congratulations to the family, bro. We growing though, man, and I love that.
No doubt.
Listen, check it out, man. Hey, so what I want to go back on, I was gonna try to work that out, but that'll be for tomorrow. The trade with the Cleveland. I got to work on that for a minute. I see Carter working, but I'm gonna go back to the drawing board. So as far as Doug, what I want to see moving forward is with Doug. I love Doug, but I kind of want Doug to get out the moment of just vibing. I get the just vibing, bro, but we got to run plays. Like, I get it. If this is something that you want to do next year, or if this is something you want to do on the back end of this season with the young, you're going to start running plays and calling tools and like all that. But this whole like vibing and just get out here, grab the ball, and we just out here like we at the park, bro, that has to stop, dog. We have to, Doug. We going to have to start running plays and making moves like that. And then as far as on the other end, as far as like the trade, we can't be worried about feelings, bro. Like, I get it with DeMar and all that, bro, but we worried about the Kings at the end of the day. I get it. He's a cool dude and all, but it's about Sacramento first, bro.
Yeah, Casey, stop worrying about feelings, man.
What was that?
Stop worrying about feelings, Casey.
I'm trying to trade
worrying
him.
about feelings. Yeah, but you're worried about his
Get him out of
feelings.
here. TC, man. Shout out to my dog, man.
Playing like they're at the park.
Oh, man.
If I ever went to a park and saw a team playing as poorly as the Sacramento Kings had, I'd just leave.
Man, go to
Ain't no run here.
Go to 10th and P.
Ain't no run here. Oh, they'd never play like that at 10th and P.
Well, no, you get some of them people out there at lunchtime. Like, oh, man, I work in the building over here. About to go hoop at lunch. I ain't played over there in a while. I need to get back over there. Shout out McClatchy Park. Shout out Reichman.
Shout out Sam Darnold. He had his moment yesterday.
I'm gonna say he played a good game, but he still plays for the Seahawks, so we ain't gonna shout him out.
Look, I'm not wearing a Seahawks jersey.
Are you
today.
a 12? Are you a 12?
Go Hawks.
Oh my gosh. The amount of times they said 12 in that stupid post game actually started to piss me off.
Shout out to the 12s.
Oh my, bro, I was pissed. I was really pissed.
You're handling it well, though.
Yes.
The amount of time they just kept saying it.
You don't want like a 12th fan jersey? It says 12th fan on the back.
Bro.
Seattle's a great place. I'll take you with me next time.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I want to go to Seattle. I got no problem with Seattle. But stop calling. I don't want to hear about no stupid 12s.
Yeah, we couldn't have did it without the 12s.
Oh my gosh. Stop it. Stop it, Miss Allen and Darnold.
Boy, that really upsets you.
No, it pissed me off. They said it. Am I wrong? Didn't they say it like 40 times in that post game?
Well, they didn't say it once. I know that for sure. They said it quite a bit. I don't know if Sam Darnold shouted out the 12s.
He did.
I'm sure he did.
He absolutely did. That's when I got pissed.
That was the one, huh? He's 25 of 36, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Not sure he could have played any better. The defense left him a lot, man, and he went out there and he produced, and he got his team to the Super Bowl, man. Did the Seahawks fly under the radar this year?
I think so. I think everyone, like up until that first Rams game where he threw 4 picks, everyone was like, oh yeah, Seattle's one of the best teams in the league, or at least one of the best teams in the NFC. And then he had that game, and it's just kind of like, okay, let's wait till, I guess, the NFC Championship, and we'll see if he's for real or not. I don't think anyone really took him I don't want to say too seriously, but there was always a caveat. Like you were waiting to see what happened with Darnold.
I understand the question, and there's some truth to the fact that they stayed under the radar. But I did hear a lot of, at the beginning of the season, NFC representative. Not overwhelming. It wasn't like everybody was picking him, but I heard that. And as the season went along, especially like after the Thursday night game, it was like, oh yeah, these are the two teams. We're gonna see them play again. And they looked at Seattle as a true contender, a true, like, this team could represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. So I'd say it was a little 50-50. There were people for sure that still talked about the Rams or still believed the Eagles could do something, or looked at the Bears or the Packers or something like that. So that was out there for sure. But I feel like Seattle got their just due as the season went along.
I wondered if the loss to the 49ers week 1, the 4 interceptions in week 11, and that was the Rams, if that kind of like highlighted people's concerns about Sam Darnold and allowed them to go, oh, the Rams, I don't remember the 49ers being brought up in week 11, but the 49ers are winning games. Oh, yeah, no, there's Seattle there too. Like almost, yeah, no, also. Oh, watch out for Detroit. Oh, week 11. Here come the Packers. Be on the lookout for the Packers. But it felt like it was always da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah, Seattle too. And I'm not even sure that changed up until yesterday. And I wonder if part of it was the Sam Darnold thing that you and Jesse, spoke of. going into that game or even going into the 49ers game. Sam Darnold is the only quarterback to win 14 games and reach the Super Bowl his first year with the team. He has some pretty, like Jesse asked, before the show, has there ever been a quarterback with the career path that Sam Darnold has? And the only one, and I couldn't come up with one. The closest I think I can find is Kurt Warner, but you have to use the AFL as the AFL is the New York and the Carolina. And then, he goes on and he obviously cements himself as a great, great quarterback. I don't know that he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. I don't know that anyone has Sam Darnold as something defined by that or something as defined as that. But you have the New York and Carolina run. Then you have him getting to a more solid franchise in Minnesota, him having the season that he has, him getting thrown into a position. He was not the starting quarterback in Seattle. He got thrown into the position of being the starting quarterback in Seattle. They excel. I said Seattle, Minnesota. He wasn't the starting quarterback in Minnesota. He got thrown in to being the starting quarterback in Minnesota. And then Minnesota decides to go the direction that they go. Very curious how they feel about that now. And now Sam Darnold is doing this with Mike McDonald and the Seattle Seahawks. It's not a 5, 6, 7, 8 year window, but it's a really unique trajectory that I can't find someone else who has it. Baker's close.
He's the next one, but he just hasn't reached the heights.
He
I guess,
hasn't
of a
gone,
Super Bowl,
yeah.
But he did the Cleveland thing. Then he did a little stint with the Rams because I think Stafford was hurt, and then was with Carolina for a year, and then ended up with the Bucks. That's probably the closest.
Yeah, I think it went Cleveland, Carolina, then the Rams.
Cleveland, Carolina.
Gets off the plane. And he beat not to be funny, he beat the 49ers, right?
Beat the Raiders.
No, the Raiders, yeah.
Oh, he beat the Raiders.
Yeah,
okay.
We were doing the whole thing for like a year. It was like, oh my gosh, they lost to Jeff Saturday too.
Losing to Jeff Saturday is insane. They lost to ESPN analyst Jeff Saturday.
A little tidbit right there.
Jeff Saturday still got his mic from NFL Live on the sidelines.
And then he wasn't even sure why he was there. He was like, what am I doing? Am I calling the game? And then after that, he winds up in Tampa Bay. He becomes Tampa Bay's franchise quarterback. They've won games. They haven't won them to the extent in which, they haven't had a 14-3 season. Like, Sam Darnold now has 2 of them. But at any point, like, do we look at Sam Darnold now as a upper echelon quarterback in the league? Again, 14-win seasons in a row, 2 different teams, and now a trip to the Super Bowl.
It's close. It's close. I don't necessarily view him that way after these 2 seasons, but I look at him in a little bit of a different light for sure with what he's been able to do for 2 years. I got one that you guys maybe forgot or didn't mention.
Great.
And it's not exactly, I think Sam Darnold's better than this guy. Numbers will prove that he's better than this guy. But Trent Dilfer might be that guy. And I only say because did you guys know? I had to look this up. I wasn't sure. Did you know Trent Dilfer was the number 6 pick overall in his draft?
Drafted that high. By who? The
Tampa Bay
Bucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was there 6, 7 years.
It's not dead yet, huh?
Not yet. Almost. 6, 7 years. Middling quarterback, leaves and goes to Baltimore. And I don't even think he was the one to start. Like, he wasn't the day one starter. He goes to Baltimore and plays and starts middle of the year, wins a championship. I think Sam Darnold is better. He's done more in this potential Super Bowl season than Trent Dilfer did. But I was thinking about just where they were drafted and how their how their careers had gone up until the point where they made the Super Bowl. It's a little similar.
Fun fact about Trent Dilfer that I don't think I knew till this exact second. He was only in Baltimore that 1 year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then he got the deal in Seattle.
Free agent deal.
Huh. He didn't play a lot of football after that.
Nah. body was
played 6 games,
broken
6
down.
games, 5 games, 5 games, and then shout out to him. Another Cleveland quarterback, played 11, went 4-7 in that one. I don't like it, but I see what you're doing because he has a 7-3 season in Tampa Bay. He didn't play a lot of football games. Jesus, he has an 8-8, a 10-6. I don't know. I guess it's too early. Like we're 2 seasons into this, but 2 14-win seasons in a row is pretty damn impressive.
Is Steve Young and work with this one? I guess is he like the best version of this? Started out with Tampa, like that didn't go well at all, and then was like it's not exact, but like spent some time on the Niners bench until like he got a shot.
It's probably the most elite version of this that we've ever because Rodgers was drafted and put in the position he was in on purpose.
He was expected, yeah.
That was planned, and it was a succession plan that everybody was aware of, including number 4. Yeah. And Steve wasn't necessarily that. He wasn't brought in to be Joe's successor. He just wound up being Joe's successor.
Spent 2 years in Tampa and then was the 49ers backup for about 5 or 6 seasons.
Oh my God, it was that long?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
5 seasons, 5 seasons.
If I have the story correct, could be wrong, but Bill Walsh did kind of identify Steve Young as like,
man, that's a long time.
Yeah,
that 5 years is a long time.
Yeah, he looked at it. Wasn't Kyle Shanahan signing Sam Darnold? Like, he's a good little backup. Like, I think the story goes Bill Walsh identified.
He thought he was signing Aaron Rodgers to Brett Favre.
Yeah, or like
because obviously the point being they knew
right. This guy can take over when Joe's done.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I've heard the stories of Bill Walsh talking very favorably about Steve Young. I just assumed that was after they got him in the building. It's like, oh man, I like this. I don't know what to call him. Mostly young man. Like he wasn't old by the time he got to the San Francisco 49ers, but he wasn't 24 either.
26 years old.
Okay, way younger than I thought. I thought he was like 28.
Well, that's what we think about all those guys.
That's true. That's true.
Sparky, 32-year-old Sparky Anderson.
Looks exactly like 71-year-old Sparky Anderson. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. Oh, another twist, no pun intended, in the Jonathan Kuminga issue. We'll talk about that and a little bit more as the Super Bowl is set. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Steve Young, 2-time MVP, 6-time All-Pro.
Could have been back-to-back-to-back, but he finished second in between his 2.
Yeah.
So who? Do we know?
Well, let me guess. Let me
find
what it. This was 1993. It might be Favre.
I think you're a little early on Favre. Favre was not there.
Okay, wait, give me another chance. 93. Give me another chance. Hold on. Let me think. 93. Is it Marino?
No, sir. I think Marino tore his Achilles in 93.
Really? It was that early? I thought it was more like 90.
I think Marino came back in 94.
It wasn't Elway. Damn, who was it?
Emmitt Smith.
Emmitt got it in 93. Damn.
Almost 1,500 yards, 9 touchdowns, 400 yards receiving, and a touchdown there.
Emmitt, watching that.
Steve finished second. Jerry Rice finished third, and Elway was fourth.
Damn. Watching that that Cowboys doc, Emmitt was like the prototypical, I want to build a franchise around this guy. He wasn't the best. Like, you could say he wasn't better than Barry or all these other guys. But when you talk about a dog, oh, man. Emmitt was a dog.
Yeah, I feel like the narrative hasn't been great for Emmitt Smith since he retired. I feel like people try to discredit him because of his lines and stuff like that.
Barry Sanders would have been the all-time. Like,
well, I'll take Barry and Adrian Peterson over Emmitt Smith. The last one probably is just because it's a favorite of mine, but
they were better players. But I don't know.
Adrian Peterson was like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley all in one.
They were better players, but if this is unfair to them, it's completely unfair. No disrespect. but I don't know if they're playing week 16 with a separated shoulder.
No, that's fair.
Emmett was like,
Yeah, he's tough. Yeah.
if you needed Emmett was going to be there. And he was not just going to play, he was going to produce. I think he would have like 150 yards in that game or something like that. Like Emmett was a dog. There was just a level of toughness that you can't account for. You couldn't always see that he would bring to the table. Damn, I hated those guys. They were so damn good.
I think I'd go Barry, AP, Emmett Smith, Walter Payton, and LT for top
LT,
5.
you know LT, my boy, man. I love LT. I love LT. LT. That's the one I think gets forgotten a lot. That's my boy. Where Marshall Faulk at?
Being 6'10", wherever he wants, he could pick his.
Do we have to put some tables together? Are we putting?
No, we don't have to put tables together.
We might need to put some running back tables together.
Whereas he can be the lunch lady.
I'm getting texts that they mad across the street. Man,
what do you mean?
They all in their feelings.
Don't worry about what's going on around here.
They spend way too much time worrying.
Don't worry about what we doing. Y'all don't know about Sunset Park. He goes, don't worry about what I'm doing.
Was that Guru?
It was Spaceman. Spaceman played by. Anybody want to take a guess?
It's not bro from Onyx.
No, that was
Jim Jones.
No. No, if you remember the movie, who was Spaceman in Sunset Park? Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Daryl Johnson.
I'm gonna give the chat 10 more seconds. Oh,
damn.
Sorry. Good knowledge, Kyle. Good knowledge.
Terrence Howard, one of my favorite. Q from The Best Man is one of my favorite movie characters.
Yeah,
I love.
He
Q.
was really good.
That
He was
is
almost
great.
like Jerry West in Winning Time, where like he felt a little problematic, but
he was always right.
He was right about
He
pretty
was
much
always
everything.
right. Yeah, that's my man. I remember Terrence got nominated for an Oscar for Hustle and Flow.
Mm-hmm.
And I had the chance to talk to him that same morning on KSFM.
Oh, that he got nominated?
Yeah, it was
wow.
just luck that
Yeah.
it wasn't for anything. It was just luck and the timing. And it's one of my favorite interviews ever because you could just hear the joy in his voice. I have a couple interviews with him in person too. But yeah, Terrence Howard is one of my favorites.
Hey, what's up, man? This is Terrence Howard. What's your name, Damien? What's up, man?
Missed out on a Marvel bag.
D-Lo. We were using government names on
my
KSFM
bad,
in the
D-Lo.
mid-
Sorry about
2000s.
that, man.
I don't
That's
know.
pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, like now the case.
That's above
no,
five.
the
It's
cadence.
above 5.
Well, it might be
No,
5. I don't know if it's above
no,
5. I don't know if it's above.
I don't
It might
know.
be 5.
I don't
It's
know.
above 5. It's above 5.
I mean, man, it's a stretch to go 4.5. Come on, man. Stop.
I don't know what's wrong with these Kings, man.
Well,
That was funny.
well,
That was a 5.1.
neither do we, Terrence. Neither do we. It was it's kind of a weird weekend in the association with like there were weather postponements of games. Like that storm out there was crazy.
Yeah.
And then of course there was everything that happened in Minnesota where it feels like the Warriors have now been for like a week. I don't think they have, But they're playing tonight, right? Warriors in Minnesota are playing tonight.
Yes.
And they played Sunday.
Yeah. They were supposed to play on Saturday.
Right. And that game got postponed because of of a lot. Yeah. Because of what's going on out there. And we saw a lot of athletes, particularly from the NBA and Unrivaled as well. Breonna Stewart comes to mind. They had a lot to say about what's going on in Minnesota. It reminds me that the WNBA really started the modern version of athletes dipping into political waters. Now, the shut up and dribble, stick to sports component is always hilarious because the intersection between sports and politics has been there since the beginning of time. It's been there since, one of the most recognizable Olympic moments from 1936 is based off of politics. Mexico City, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, that's a political statement. It's happened. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Muhammad Ali, changing their names from Lou Alcindor and Cassius Clay. Those are religious components that bled over into political statements. And this idea that no, that's not what we do. That's not what we do. No, man, that is exactly what we do. Some athletes don't. And I'll let that sit for a second. But most athletes, this is something that they have to contend with. I just named 5, 6, 7 very prominent examples. They all have one thing in common. Shout out to Stewie for taking, she had an abolish ICE sign at the Unrivaled introduction this past weekend. Steph Curry, they all spoke about it. Anthony Edwards, he spoke about it. I was reading comments from De'Aaron Fox this morning.
Yeah, I saw that too.
He spoke about it. Like, this is just the platform that athletes have. Yeah. And they always have.
Yeah, man. And it's
shut up to sports. Stick to sports. Shut up and dribble. That's far newer than the idea of athletes being involved in politics. Mm-hmm. Far, far newer.
Yeah, man. And this is something that, like you mentioned, has gone on for years, for decades. And I find it refreshing when these athletes, and I'm not saying they have to, because like I say all the time, not everybody's supposed to be or is cut out to be Malcolm X or Muhammad Ali. Like, and just because you are famous, you do have a platform, I'm not going to say you have to do that. I would like for you to do. I hope that you would understand the responsibility that you have to speak out with the platform that you have. But I'm not necessarily looking at you as less than if you choose that. That's just not me. That's not what I want to do. But it is, for me, refreshing when these athletes and entertainers use their platform to bring awareness to injustices going on. And you see they're not absolved of the real world and the real things that are going on outside of their bubble as athletes and entertainers and wealthy people and stuff. They are affected. Whether they're affected directly or just on a human level by seeing these type of things, they're affected by it, and they're not afraid to voice that. And we saw some of that over the weekend, and I always appreciate it.
Cass says something interesting. People don't even start paying attention until it affects sports. That's not I don't know that it's 100% accurate, but that's got me thinking, Cass. That's not a bad call right there. It's certainly more heightened because there are people that don't, for a variety of different reasons, tune into cable news. They don't have alerts for CNN or Fox News or whatever, media outlet they like using. They have it set for Shams and Woj and ESPN and those types of different things. So when you realize that a game isn't being played, when you realize that you're the favorite coach of your team or your favorite athlete or whatever is saying something, maybe it's not the first time you're paying attention to it, but your awareness to it becomes a lot more heightened. And again, this idea of keeping politics out of sports is laughable because Donald Trump has made it very clear there will be a massive presence of ICE agents in San Francisco. And it's disgusting. He's offended by the Super Bowl act, the halftime act. And I encourage anyone who is in the city over the course of the next 2 weeks, particularly leading into that game on the 8th, to be safe. Transitioning. I don't know how to cleverly transition to Jonathan Kuminga. I know.
Kuminga Watch.
Jonathan Kuminga has a bone bruise.
Oh.
He has a bone bruise. There's no official timeline. The trade deadline is a week from Monday, or a week from Friday. It's like, bruh, what is happening?
Was it Aiden O'Connell told you to put an air cast on that?
Well, all right, man. Aiden will never live that down, nor should he. That was ridiculous.
Was Jonathan Kuminga taken off on a wheelchair or a stretcher?
No.
Did they bring the cart out?
No, because
he kicked a little girl out of her
just moved
chair.
her out of the seat. He was able to recover. Because he just moved her out of the seat. Tweet went crazy, by the way. I only bring that up because I just find it fascinating which tweets go viral and which don't. Or just when tweets go viral.
What tweet?
My tweet about Jonathan Kuminga went crazy this weekend.
Okay.
And
what's the tweet?
Oh, I thought you well, you gotta unblock me. I forgot you blocked me.
I'm not gonna unblock you.
They it was the video of him, getting hurt and then moving the little girl out the way so he could sit down and examine his knee. And I was just like, bro made little girl get out of the seat. Weak, and just laughing emoji. Like 14,000 likes. Like 1.5 retweets. And I'm like, who found this? And why did it was a funny moment, but why did it blow up to that? Our guy
for a second I thought you tweeted something insightful, but you tweeted laughing emojis and it went crazy.
It went crazy. Just like
it was funny.
It was funny because the little girl.
He was sweet to the little girl too. He was like, "Oh, thanks." He's like smiling at her.
Well, her just standing there watching him, that cracked me up. But K Flippin, he had a tweet that went crazy. Did you see that?
No.
They're selling Kings tickets at Costco.
Okay, actually I did, but I don't think I saw it on Twitter. I think someone grabbed it and put it on Instagram. Also,
crazy.
We've got Kings tickets to give away. This is a shoot. We got Kings tickets to give away. Hang out. You'll have a chance to win them at the top of the 3:00 hour right before James joins us. We have Kings tickets to give away. The Kings take on Memphis on February 4th. And the Sacramento Kings have sent us tickets. We're going to get those out to you coming up at the top of the 3:00 hour. I'm glad you said that. I was giving them away over on 102.5.
Yeah.
And I just remembered, we've got tickets to give away here too.
Yeah, they're going through every
Memphis
base.
Memphis game might be a little light. We got you guys. Don't worry.
Every base is to get people at that one. But yeah, I'm glad it's only a bone bruise for Jonathan Kuminga. And it feels like a bone bruise, if there is a deal out there to be made, wouldn't keep the deal from happening.
I don't think so.
If it was a meniscus tear or something, like maybe it might, but a bone bruise, that's what it's being reported as, that's what the diagnosis is, should still allow for, if there's a deal to happen, for it to go down. So that's another reason why I'm happy that that's all it is.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Did you see Giannis? He suffered another injury and then sat in the locker room and diagnosed it. He was like, yeah, they're going to tell me something in my calf probably popped, and then they're going to tell me I'm out 4 to 6 weeks, and it's just another calf strain, and then there's all this talk going to be about my health, and what does that mean? And it turns out he was right. Doc Rivers said so. He said the diagnosis on Giannis, the self-diagnosis from Dr. Antetokounmpo was accurate. The only thing Doc said is we don't have a timeline for his return. Giannis says it's 4 to 6 weeks.
Mark Spears thinks he's played his last game as a Buck.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw that. Yeah, I think he. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here's Mark. Look, Robert Mona looking at him like that.
Down for the season, guys.
I think he's played his last game. Bucks uniform.
Do you?
Yeah. Whether it's
What makes you say that?
I mean, because there's so much benefit for him not playing. One, you could make a trade for him now with Atlanta and get that piece, a generational piece, of maybe the number 1 pick and the number 2 pick. You play them and they win, it just pushes back their potential pick further. So to me, it benefits them to sit him and
see what's out there. See what happens. Come
ain't nothing better than for a team like that to rebuild.
There's other teams that are going to offer something. You might be able to add to this.
I mean, the only thing they could see is on the lottery day what these top 2 picks could be, but I'm doing Atlanta.
Should they shut him down for the season, guys?
Interesting. There's a lot there.
Yeah.
It started with the question, should you shut him down for the season? I don't. 4 to 6 weeks, geez. February. So where are we at? February 26th. Middle of March-ish.
You only got a month left in the season, and for a team to be finished, I think they're like 3-13 without Giannis this year.
And they are currently 18-26 overall. That's even out of the play-in conversation. Their point differential is damn near -4.
Yeah, you probably should.
Yeah. Like they're flirting with the Hornets record.
And I think Mark Spears is correct. Like he's played his last game as a Buck. Because you shut him down this season. In the summer is when that move happens.
Is it sad that I looked at the 19-28 Charlotte Hornets and thought, wow, they're a lot better this year?
Did you see what they did to the Sixers today?
Today? I missed that.
Beat the brakes off of them.
Why did that happen?
I'm not sure.
What was this game in Saudi? Or is it at the Royal Rumble Stadium? Why was this game on already?
Riyadh season, the NBA.
Riyadh season. I'm not sure.
There were 2 games today.
They might be trying to avoid weather, or they already got.
Oh,
they already got pushed because of
yeah, good call. 130-93.
It wasn't even that close.
Gracious. Yeah, Atlanta beat Indiana already today.
So yeah, some of these teams might have some flight situations.
Sure. Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
No, it makes complete sense given how kind of chaotic it's been.
Yeah. Charlotte playing though. Charlotte playing.
Yeah, I mean 19-28. If I were to guess, they probably won 19 games last year. Or maybe not, but like in the vicinity of it.
I think you're right.
I doubt they won 19, but 19, I don't know, 19-28 and seeing how close they are to Milwaukee's like, wow, look at them. But the story is the Giannis Antetokounmpo thing and whether they shouldn't play him anymore. And they are
19-63 last year.
Stop.
Hornet expert.
Yeah. They were 19-63?
19-63. Damn,
even the Hornets are better than the Kings.
I'm about to say the Kings getting to 19 wins this year. They got 12. The Kings getting to 19 wins this year.
I don't know, man. I don't know. History says they'll win 4 in a row. They'll get to 16 and then it'll all go to hell. I don't know when the Kings are winning next. This trip that they have is brutal.
Oh yeah, it ain't happening this week.
They got New York. Is Boston right after that? Philly. I'm sorry, Philly's after that. Is New York, Philly, Boston, Memphis, or excuse me, Houston, or God bless it, Washington, which you can see on Monument TV. Then it's Memphis. That's the game we have tickets to coming up at the top of the 3:00 hour.
Clippers on Fridays on Prime Video. Kings win. They might talk to Taylor Rooks.
No, man, this season went exactly as we expected. We feel like we're good. We're good, Taylor. It's just,
we're figuring things out right now. Hey, switch is about to flip.
See, Dylan can't be the one. Put like Max in front of Taylor.
Well, if my days are correct, that's trade deadline day. So it'll
right.
It'll
February
be
6th.
It'll be Malik Monk saying, "Yeah, we got Domas out of here now." So that was one of the reasons why we played so. That was mean. I'm just making a joke.
Nah.
I'm just making a joke.
No, it was
That's all it
Malik.
is. I ain't got no
Malik,
problems
like,
with Domas.
No, Malik, like, yeah, we're good now. We got Domas and Mike out of here. We fine. We fine. Once we moved on from that sucker Fox, we were good.
Or
just have him turn heel on everybody.
Or Kings lose to the Clippers. And DeMar DeRozan says, yeah, it's just good being here in Los Angeles. I enjoyed my time in Sacramento. But I got an opportunity to be here with the Clippers, and we're gonna try and make a run.
Yeah. DeMar DeRozan in his first game with the Clippers, 30, 10, and 14. It's his first triple-double in 15 years. And Doug Christie still isn't playing Keon Ellis, despite the fact he's still on the roster.
Or they talked to DeMar and Keon after the game, after they beat the Kings. Like, yeah, it's just glad, we got familiar faces to go to here in Los Angeles.
Keon Ellis, 20 points, 10 assists, 0 fouls.
0 fouls. 5 blocks, 4 steals.
Oh, just out here being aggressive, man. Just out here being aggressive. That's all. That's all. Whistle different in LA, Taylor. Whistle different.
Blake, you know what I'm talking about. Blake,
Oh, man.
Yeah. Prime Video on
Cleveland's here the next night.
Yep.
Yikes.
Is our Cleveland insider going to be there?
He's back. Maybe. I talked to him yesterday.
Their next win might be at New Orleans, but I doubt it.
I don't
New
think
Orleans beat the Spurs last night. Zion, no longer with Jordan Brand, had a little number for Wemby.
That is very odd. The Jordan Brand is like the mafia. You don't really get out of it. Like, Mike still wears it, right? Like, he's essentially torpedoing Sac State's relationship with Adidas because he's like, I'm not wearing that. And I don't blame him. Stand your ground, Mike. But you don't often hear about guys you don't often hear the phrase former Jordan athletes. It's like once you're with that brand, it seems you're with it forever.
Right.
Like Maya's still with Jordan. Maya hasn't played basketball in, I don't know, it feels like 10 years. I have no idea how long it's been, but she's still with Jordan.
She's still represented and
everything.
Yeah. Zion no longer with Jordan Brand. They discontinued the relationship with Zion.
That bad, huh?
I guess so. Wasn't that bad last night, though? But really
not. Listening to Giannis diagnose his injury was pretty crazy.
Do you think
that was pretty crazy? Oh, so back to the original question: do I think he's played his last game?
Do you?
No.
Oh,
I don't.
I think he has. I think it's over.
Well,
I think it's over.
But he's not getting traded between now and Friday.
No, he's going to get traded in the summer. I don't think he's playing.
He's just not going to play again.
Yeah. I think he's done for the season.
Let's take. I'm not going to say take money out of the equation. So let's say. I can't remember the number. Maybe it was 110. I can't remember. But let's go. Let's say the difference in money was overall on the life of the deal. Just to make it a number to talk about, $10 million. Does Miles Turner feel stupid? Like, well, I don't now.
No, he shouldn't, because he should have known what he was gotten in. This didn't happen. This whole Giannis might be leaving didn't happen.
Right.
A month ago, and it's like, oh, I'm blindsided. Like you
knew when you signed the deal.
Yeah, and some of these guys don't follow the league, but yeah, you knew there was a very real possibility that he could be gone soon, and I guess the money was the principle of the money, and everything was more important in that situation.
That's going to be a tough place to be stuck. Now, Indiana, I don't know. I'm not saying they would have been light years better with Miles Turner and Siakam in that group there without Tyrese Halliburton, but still, you knew where you were winding up next year. when Tyrese returned.
What I would say to that, though, is maybe you're not stuck. Like, you get the money. If it doesn't work out with Giannis, they'll probably have a fire sale. You request a trade, they'll move you, get more picks, get, if the I don't think the Kings are a good example, but the Kings might be somebody willing to do some work with you. Like he can be moved, but you got to, like we always talk about, you sign the contract.
I have lost the belief that any contract can be traded anymore.
Well,
the way they've talked about Malik Monk's insurmountable $18 million deal has just made me question how this whole system works.
Very true. Very true.
I just don't know. I do want to say Will Z did send us a trade for the Cavs. DeMar DeRozan. Oh, I love this. DeMar DeRozan, Sarge and Carter to the Cavs. Garland to the Kings.
Let's do it. Let's get it done.
DeRozan, Sarge, and Carter to the Cavs. Garland to the Kings. I'm sure I feel like the Cavs would love that. I don't know. I wonder what the state of mind is for Cleveland. Because if Milwaukee's like, yeah, we kind of know what's going on here. My thing with Cleveland was always like, you're fine. You have really, in this second apron world you're living in, you have, give it another shot next year. See if you can make any adjustments going into that final year, and then that's it. And that was kind of accelerated to where that's it might be happening.
Yeah.
Because they just don't look like, even regular season wise, the same basketball team that they were last year. Now, the flip side to that is
still going to miss you at 2-6
if they excel in the playoffs. They excel in the playoffs, then who knows? This isn't a team that they're 27-20 right now. They're in the fifth spot. They're not a play-in team. They're not nothing like this is still a playoff team. And maybe the regular season doesn't matter, especially when evaluating who they are, because they won 60 some odd games last year. No one cared and was waiting for them to fail in the playoffs. Go succeed in the playoffs. Right. And the whole conversation is different.
That would be my conversation with them if I was the coach or
the Cleveland Cavaliers or Sam Darnold.
Yeah. None of this matters.
14-3 doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Go win.
I was trying to think, didn't they just have a big come from behind win? I guess it was the Philadelphia game.
Wasn't the Kings.
No, they were just fine in that game.
Wasn't that. We'll come back. We've got Kings tickets to give away. James is going to be with us. You want to have that Keon Ellis conversation next? The one we were having before the show. Yeah. So we'll set this up for you. Keon Ellis, the trade deadline, the Sacramento Kings, and why he might still be here right now. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to stay here, guys. I ain't going nowhere. I just got to put the old banner up. Changes are coming. Change is hard. I see y'all. Pause. I see y'all. There's a lot of reasons we're doing it. None of them are simple, but still on from 10 to 2 at KSFM, man. Still on from 10 to 2. I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna hit star right here and bring that right into the conversation. Nope, no more changes besides these. No more. Man, Leezy, great question. I think I have an answer to it. Yeah, this will be the only thing that's a little annoying. But we'll navigate it. It's no big deal. We got to air Rich Eisen 9 to 12. It's part of our agreement with ESPN. It's just kind of the way it is. It's a good show. I don't hate it. Obviously, I wish it was local, but we're an ESPN affiliate, and we've agreed to air that show from 9 to 12. So, shut up, Manny. Love you, though. Yeah, we'll find ways to make it work and make it fun. That's all. We will find a way to make it fun. Your boy might be working on that, David. Your boy might be working on that. And by your boy, I mean Kyle. I'm sorry. I definitely hate that. Like, one thing that I always took and take pride in is the people who are kind enough to say, man, you help us get through the day, because you're at work doing whatever. And that's why we try not to take a lot of time off. We do kind of take that responsibility seriously. So knowing we're kind of switching things up on you, especially, with the 10 to 2 and you guys just kind of being used to us being there, I definitely feel for that. I'm sorry. Gave Matt George the greatest Christmas present we can ever give him. All right, James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour, and we will have your chance to win Kings tickets. The Kings take on Memphis coming up on February 4th, and the Sacramento Kings have given us tickets. We're going to give those to you, your chance to win. Again, coming up here in just about 10 minutes. You and I were having a conversation about Keon Ellis before the show started, and I think you said it was tied to something you heard Kyle Madsen and James talking about on one of the final editions of the Insiders earlier this morning.
So, yeah, they were talking about Keon Ellis and spotty play time. And I think there's a new report, Mark Stein actually, had a report that it's just inevitable that Keon will get traded.
Which is kind of an echo of what James has been saying.
Yeah, he's been saying it for a while. Thinking that the Kings potentially could get a first rounder for Keon Ellis. Obviously, worst case scenario, second rounder. But Kyle asked the question, if you didn't have any intention on moving forward with Keon Ellis this year and moving forward, why was he a little bit of a deal breaker over the summer in the Kuminga talks? Reportedly, it was like, hey, we want to do this deal for Kuminga, but you guys asking for Keegan Murray, forget about it. You guys asking for Keon Ellis, forget about it. Like, it's not happening. You could take Monk, Devin Carter, Sarge, or whatever, but those guys are not available. And I was thinking, I feel like Scott Perry looks at a lot of these players as, not in a disrespectful way, but like as individual assets. So he looks at, and what I mean by that is he looks at Keon Ellis as I could get a second rounder for sure in the right situation, the right team being desperate, the right deal. I could get a first rounder for Keon Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
And he's looking at that deal with the Warriors and Kuminga as like this isn't a combined thing. Like Sarge, Carter, and Keon isn't just one price. Sarge and Carter is a price. You add Keon, that's going to cost you something different because I think the value of Keon Ellis is another pick. So say, for instance, in the Warriors situation, they want Keon Ellis. Okay, that's going to cost you a first-round pick because Keon's value on the market is a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And the Warriors were like, well, no, like we're not doing that. Well, we don't have a deal. I'm not just throwing him in there. For comparison, I think the Warriors look at Kuminga, Moody, take your choice of Pods or Buddy as one deal to go get a major player. They don't look at Moody as his individual value on the market or Buddy his individual value on the market. They look at that as one whole trade package. I don't think Scott Perry looks at anybody on this roster as a group trade package.
Okay.
He looks at Domas and his value and what you could get. He looks at Levine at his value and what you could get. DeRozan, Keon, Malik Monk to a certain degree. And I don't think he's moving off of that. So if you have a deal and you're trying to present a deal, say you're Toronto and you're like, all right, we want Sabonis, but we need you to take this contract, but we also want Keon Ellis. Cool. That's going to cost you another first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Keon being a part of this isn't a part of a whole bigger deal. His value now gets added to what Sabonis' value already was. This Sabonis in a trade by himself was the value of a first-round pick, RJ Barrett, and just a random roster player. And Toronto was like, we want Keon Ellis. Oh, okay. That cost you a first-round pick. That's the price tag on Keon Ellis. And I think that has a lot to do with why we didn't see him moved for Jonathan Kuminga or as part of any other deal over the summer.
And I think there's also something that we talked about on Friday or sometime last week is like, what's the number one priority for Scott Perry this trade deadline? Is it to offload contracts? Because if it's the likes of Domas, depending on the team you're working with, Levine, maybe DeMar, but I almost hesitate to put him in that. I think more of like Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis. It's probably difficult to get draft capital in deals like that. Zach LaVine, I see no chance you get draft capital regardless of who you're working with. The Domas is a little bit different, especially if Toronto was part of the equation, because Toronto has some contracts that they want to offload, and I'm looking at them like, fam, we're helping you. And in order to do that, yeah, we need this in return. No. We're not using Keon Ellis as a, quote, sweetener in this deal.
Right.
You need to do something to sweep the deal for us, because as good as Emmanuel Quickly is, y'all don't want him anymore, and you don't want to continue to pay $35 million to him, so we're taking that contract. We're talking multiple draft picks if the name Jakob Poeltl even comes out of your mouth. And so there's no Keon Ellis conversation to be had there. Now, if Zach LaVine is on the move, maybe there is. If it's Milwaukee, for example, the team that he seems to have been linked to the most, it becomes, hey, we want to get this done. We know you guys have a strong interest in Keon Ellis. We could throw him into this deal to go ahead and get Zach LaVine over there to you guys. In that regard, I don't know if again, Milwaukee in this example, almost certainly knowing what they're facing next year, is interested in sending any sort of draft capital. Also, would they have any interest in Zach LaVine now, knowing that the Giannis Antetokounmpo was out for the next 4 to 6 weeks at minimum, with speculation that there's no point in even him even returning this year.
Right.
And so then you have the idea of just trading Keon for a draft pick, which, according to every insider that's ever existed, the league is willing to offer a draft pick to the Sacramento Kings for Keon Ellis. Great. What are you prioritizing if you're Scott Perry? Is it the offloading of contracts or is it acquiring assets? It might take you up till Wednesday, Thursday, even Friday to be able to solidify what works best for you.
Yeah.
And I don't expect the Kings to do anything at all this week. Don't even expect them to do anything at the beginning of next week. If moves are made for them, I feel like it's going to be at the end of next week, heading directly into the trade deadline.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Scott Perry looks at this roster and to answer your question, it feels like the assets is what takes priority right now, as opposed to offloading contracts, because they might be the exact same. Because I was about to say he's not going to just offload a contract and not get anything in return. I think he would for Zach LaVine. Like he doesn't need a first round pick or even a second round pick to move on from his contract. But that's also because he knows the market doesn't call for that. So he's not going to stick to that. If the market called with whatever analysis he does and research he does to understand these things, if it called for Zach LaVine getting you any type of pick in return, please believe in any deal, Scott Perry's going to be like, I need a pick in return
I hope
for
so.
Zach LaVine. Like if that's what the market called for.
Sure.
I think he's talked around and been aware of what's going on in NBA circles. And he knows like, yeah, a pick with Zach LaVine that's not part of the market. So he's not going to hold on to that. But I think he will for a guy like Sabonis. Like Sabonis could net you a pick. All right, we're not even talking about Sabonis Team X unless you're talking about a pick. Because I've talked to enough people, I've did my research or anything else like that. I know that's what he's supposed to go for. And I think that's the way he looks at a guy like Keon. Man, Golden State Warriors, don't try to throw Keon in this deal as like you said, as a sweetener for us to get Kuminga. I know Keon can get me a draft pick. So you either coming off a draft pick or we're not even talking about Keon. And I think that's how he's approaching all of these deals. I think he can get the Domas deal done. I think he can.
Really?
The Jakob Poeltl situation is getting a little murky. But I think with the way Toronto is showing their interest and with the way the Eastern Conference is this year, we're like, man, we can get Sabonis. We can make a run. Like we can do what Indiana did last year.
Yeah. My brother, I hear you. But from a Kings perspective, are you touching that Jakob Poeltl?
It'll cost them. It'll cost them. And also I'm not taking Quickly and Jakob Poeltl.
Okay.
So I'll take RJ.
Great. I want Quickly. I do not want Jakob Poeltl.
What's the specifics on that one again?
It's like 20 and some change, but he's got that back I think it's 20 and some change, maybe 27. I'll get it exactly.
I got you right.
But it's for like the next 3 years.
He is so it's this year. Next year is an expiring.
Jakob Poeltl's expiring next year?
Yeah. He's 27.7 right now, 29.6 and 26.27 unrestricted. Oh, I'm looking at RJ Barrett. That's my bad.
I got you. It's okay.
He's got his deal. He's got 27.3 next year, 29.4, and then 27 again as a free agent in the 30-31 season.
Yeah, he's far from an expiring.
Yeah.
I was looking at RJ Barrett. Who's right above him.
That's all right.
Yeah, that 27 and 29 is the killer. Like if he stayed at around that 19, I maybe can justify it, but going up to 27, 29.
Yeah, I already know what James is going to say about this. Let's do a couple of things here real quick. Stilo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Speaking of free, we've got tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Memphis coming up on February 4th. You want to get your hands on those tickets? Kyle told us to tell you to be caller 13 right now at 916-909-1320. Big thanks to the Sacramento Kings for these tickets. You want to see the Kings take on Memphis coming up on February 4th. Be caller number 13 right now at 916-909-1320 as we welcome in our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham and the host of the Locked On Kings podcast.
Come on now.
James here with us. Hammer, you hate a potential deal with Toronto that involves Jakob Poeltl.
Well, I think the good thing is I'll just report it here. Like, according to my league sources, the Kings aren't in the business of bringing in Jakob Poeltl. So I don't even think it has to be really all that mulled over and discussed that much. Just to be honest, he's 31 years old. His contract is obscene for a player of his skill set. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but that is a huge, huge number. And it's a really long contract. That extension is bad. The fact is, when the Raptors rolled through Sacramento, he had just left the team to fly back to Toronto because his back was hurting so bad he couldn't withstand the trip. And so I'm not taking on a 31-year-old 7-foot center with back problems who just signed an extension and has another 3 years under contract. That's just way too high for what you're getting. Now, as far as RJ Barrett, that is somebody who I think that the Kings would listen to. And I would not be surprised if there is a transaction that involves the Toronto Raptors, that it would be RJ Barrett coming back. Scott Perry drafted him with the 3rd overall pick when he was in New York. I think he has an affinity for the kid. The problem the Kings have is that any deal that would bring back RJ Barrett, you already have a logjam at the position. So what are you going to do with Zach LaVine? And does that make any sense at all for the Kings? And the answer is it doesn't. Unless the idea is just to purge your roster of Domantas Sabonis and figure it all out later. I don't like the idea of figuring it out when that player makes $49 million next year, because that could lead to a disastrous situation for the Kings.
So does it feel to you, Ham, as if the timing is off for a potential deal for Domas in Toronto? Like they have some mutual interest in some of the players and all this other stuff, but maybe it's not the right time for them to make a deal with the Jakob Poeltl contract, with the Emmanuel Quickley contract hanging over Toronto. They just can't get there right now. Is that kind of how you're feeling?
No, I mean, like, look, I think that there's a possibility that they keep working here and they figure something out down the road. You've got another, week? Something like that. So you got, 9 days until the trade deadline. I think there's plenty of things that can happen between now and February 5th. I guess that's 10 days. But for right now, like, the reports of what we're hearing aren't accurate from what I know. That the Kings, number one, haven't really discussed Keon Ellis with them at all. And secondly, that Jakob Poeltl is not a player that the Kings are interested in bringing in at all. So that's what my sources are telling me. I trust my sources on this. But again, that doesn't mean I haven't done all the other like iterations of a trade that may or may not work. I know RJ Barrett makes a good amount of money, and I don't think it would take that much to get to the point where you're talking about Domantas Sabonis, matching salary for Domantas Sabonis, or at least coming close enough to Sabonis's salary that you fit within the league rules.
Are your league sources sharing that the Kings are having conversations with Toronto? Maybe they don't center on Jakob Poeltl. Maybe Jakob Poeltl is just a flat out no. But is there something to all of these rumors that are out there regarding the Kings and some version of the Toronto Raptors?
Yeah, I think that's a definite. Yeah, it sounds like that they've had conversations, like whether those conversations got past, like, what level they got to, I don't know. But, I do think that there's been plenty of conversations, and whether something can be worked out or not, like, I don't know. Whether they can find a third team that could take on Poeltl. But I just, like, at this point, the Kings are looking at them in the same way I think the Golden State Warriors have looked at Sacramento for the last couple of years and said, yeah, we can't figure out a way to get Kuminga to you. Even if we would like to trade him to you, we can't figure that out. And so you got to have, we talk about this all the time. It takes, everyone's got a different motivation for why they would make a move, why they wouldn't. And for right now, it does not appear like the Kings are like willing to take on that contract. And man, that Pirtle contract is so bad. Like the 27-28 season is when the 27.3 million kicks in. And he's got, so that means that the 26-27 season, he's making 19.5 million. So we're talking about over 80 million over those last, it's 84 million over the last 3 years, plus next year. So there's no way the Kings are taking back 4 years of Jakob Poeltl. And I don't think there's any way they're taking back 4 years of Emmanuel Quickley either. I think it's 3 years of Quickley after this year at 32.5 million a year.
Interesting.
Yeah, Toronto gonna have to live with that Poeltl deal. you got to deal with that one, man. I can't imagine anybody taking that one on. James, I talked a little bit earlier about a conversation you guys had on the Insiders about that Kyle was trying to figure out why Keon Ellis, who looks to be available right now, looks like it's inevitable, like you've mentioned a number of different times, that he's going to be traded. If that was the case, why wasn't he involved in the Kuminga deal earlier in the summer as somebody that would have been able to push that deal over the top? I believe that Scott Perry looks at all these players as people first and foremost, but individual assets, right? And Sabonis, this is what he could net me on the open market. Zach LaVine, this is what I could do in a trade for him. DeMar DeRozan, this is what I could get in return and trade for him. Keon Ellis, this is what I can get in a deal from him. And whatever he has those values set at, what the market says it should be, he's not going to waver off that. So, for example, if the Warriors wanted Keon Ellis, now this isn't part of a package deal for us to get Kuminga. That's going to cost you a first-round pick because the market says he's going for a first-round pick, maybe even a high second, or excuse me, a second rounder, maybe even a low first rounder. And he's not willing to move off that. By knowing Scott Perry the way you do, is that kind of accurate at how he sees these guys? They look at them as individual trade assets.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you have to look at them. And like we talked about this earlier, me and Kyle, when it comes to like a Keon situation, there are a lot of ways you can view Keon. You can use him as a sweetener in a bigger deal. You can use him as like a major piece in a trade that may end up yielding you something. Because like we keep thinking, maybe you got to throw him in with Monk in order to match salary or to bring back the player that you want or to get rid of Monk's salary, that kind of thing. But I think there are a lot of different ways that you can do this. You certainly can, just move Keon straight up for either a late first or a couple of second round picks. Right now it does I'm hearing like is 4 or 5 teams that have at least called and had pretty solid exploratory conversations with the Kings. That could be more teams that have called and said, hey, just kicking the tires. But I do know that there are 4 teams that have been in at least some pretty solid conversations. But then look, there's nothing that says that if you trade for a first round pick, that you're going to use that first round pick to draft a player. So, I think the difference that I would point out, it's too late to trade a couple of players, bring back a couple of players, and the players you bring back, turn around and trade them again in other trades. You can trade a player as an individual, but you can't put them with another player when you acquire them. The difference is if you were to say trade Keon Ellis for a first round pick and Keon goes out, let's say tomorrow, and you get a first round pick back, you can turn around and trade that first round pick between now and February 5th as well. So I know everyone's like, well, why would you do that? And it's like, well, because sometimes there are trades that you're looking at with teams and say, hey, I've got this pick, you've got that pick, maybe we can do something if, you can at least retain a first round pick and we'll move up in the first round to get a better first round pick. Like there are all kinds of different ways in which they could use a selection right now to either sweeten a trade to move off of a contract or to, again, make some bigger splash that we haven't seen, whether it's, going and chasing a guy like John Morant or something like that, where you might need a pick. And so I think the Keon Ellis thing, it might play out faster than what we think. But at the same time, it's kind of run its course, and what's going to happen here if you get to the summer.
Do we have an idea? We were discussing with Kenny's thoughts right there. If Scott is prioritizing, and maybe these aren't mutually exclusive, Hammer, but prioritizing moving off of big contracts like Domas or Zach LaVine versus acquiring usable assets like first and second round draft picks. Has Scott, do we know, like prioritized one or the other? Like, is it obviously it's ideal to try to do both, but is that even realistic?
Yeah, I think what you hear around the league right now is that the Kings are really hoping to move off of one of their big contracts, at least between now and the trade deadline. And so moving off of a contract, and the big contracts, there's three of them. It's Domas, it's Zach LaVine, and it's DeMar DeRozan. They know right now they're trying to move off of one of those contracts. Now, whether that ends up being, like whether that happens or not, like who knows? Because again, it's not easy to trade like a $42 million Domantas Sabonis either. That's a hefty number, and you've got to find the right situation for him to go and get moved. But I do think that's sort of the objective. Again, trading Keon Ellis is not because you don't like Keon Ellis or that, he's got to go. It's very specific that, you chose your path with Keon during the summer. And here we are, a couple of months later, and he hasn't worked his way into the rotation full time. He hasn't become this player that you thought he might for you. But you also know that he might be that player for other teams. You're just not in the right sort of mode to have a player like him. And so the deal is that if he's on this roster after February 5th, like there's very little way that the Kings are going to be able to retain him. They'll still have his bird rights, but he's a guy who falls in the mid-level exception and under contract-wise. And so there are going to be a lot of teams who have either an exception to throw at him or part of an exception, a $10 million, $12 million contract that they can throw at Keon without having to have true cap space. And that's where an unrestricted free agent really has his power. And so, I think there's a little bit of question mark about, if you trade Keon, can you get maximum value for him because he's only under contract through the end of the season? But also remember the team that's acquiring him will also receive his bird rights. They will be able to like re-sign him for a contract that without regards to the salary cap, as long as they're not hard capped at some dollar figure. And so they can retain him, and they can even start working on a contract come February 9th if he is traded.
Do you think the Kings have kind of messed up this Keon situation, and not necessarily like how we feel about the player? Like, sure, I wish he would have stayed in Sacramento or be here long term or whatever. But if they didn't see him that way, then yeah, don't sign him to a contract in the summer if you don't view him as that type of player. But just as managing the asset portion of it all, do you think that they can salvage it? They've done okay, or they messed it up?
I mean, I don't think they've messed it up per se. I mean, this isn't the way that I would have handled Keon, but I also have been here covering him for 3 years before Scott Perry got here. So, like, I think that might be some of the biggest issue here, that the three of us have a different idea of who Keon Ellis is because we've watched every game he's ever played, where Scott Perry hasn't really had that advantage to see the really good stretches when Keon's rolling and you're winning because Keon's playing. So I think it's really tough to sort of, throw this at the feet of Scott Perry, because he had to assess the situation on the fly this summer, and he had to make a decision, and that decision really, it had a ripple effect. And it's hard for you to make a decision like this and not have a player get pretty upset about what happened. Because there's a big difference for Keon Ellis between making $2 million this year and having, not knowing where your next paycheck's coming from next season, and making $10 or $12 million and knowing that you're locked up on a 3 or 4 year deal, whether it's in Sacramento or somewhere else. And so you sort of took away the financial stability piece from Keon. And I think we've seen a little bit of that on the court. You can see a player who is allowing the outside stuff to sometimes play into his head. And it's just human nature. I mean, he's not doing anything wrong, but you can see that he's not settling and that sometimes he's trying to do too much and not just playing the role that he has forever. So I think there's a lot of gray area with this specific, transaction. And to be honest, Kenny, all of it to me comes back to Mike Brown getting fired, De'Aaron Fox getting traded, because if that doesn't happen, then all of a sudden you don't have a 35-minute per game shooting guard in Zach LaVine. You've got a point guard, and now Keon Ellis has an open slot in Sacramento to try to work his way into the starting lineup. And when you made that move, it took you from a position of power with a strong player at your point guard position to a position of weakness where you had to use any money that you were going to use for Keon Ellis to go out and sign Dennis Schroeder this offseason. And that's a shame that it had to happen that way. But at the same time, I do believe that Scott Perry thought he was doing what was best for the franchise because he needed a point guard. You can't walk into a season that you think you can win 40 to 45, maybe 50 games without a point guard. And now here you are at 12 and 35 or whatever it is. And, you're in a much different position than you were before.
In hindsight, do you think he would do, because you just outlined how Zach LaVine created some struggles here, but that was out of Scott Perry's control. Do you think in hindsight, if Scott Perry had the chance to do the Dennis Schroeder signing over again, that he would do it?
Probably. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like when you get to this stage and you're looking at what Dennis has brought, probably not. Because you don't know, which version of Dennis Schroeder you're going to get. Like we've talked about this. There were 3 distinct versions of him last year where he was with the Warriors and couldn't find a place at all. Then he goes to Brooklyn and he's phenomenal. And then he goes to the Pistons and he looked exactly like the same player he was at Golden State. The numbers look identical. It's just he became like this really cool veteran leader for them, and they globbed onto him and they really liked him. So there's all these different versions of him, and that's sometimes what happens when you have a player who bounces around the league and plays for 10 different teams. Like he has to be someone different every stop. Sometimes he chooses the right version of himself and sometimes he doesn't. So I think if they had it all to say again right now, they probably would look at it and go, yeah, that probably wasn't our best move. But there's still, to be honest with you, there's still a possibility that Dennis Schroeder could be traded between now and February 5th, and he might be able to yield you a piece that you really like. And that's something that the Kings are looking at. Like they're looking at everything at this point. There's no reason not to shop him to a Houston, to a Minnesota, to the Knicks who are interested. Like a month or 2 ago, like there are a lot of different places that probably would still potentially kick the tires on Dennis Schroeder.
Am I giving Scott Perry a little too much credit when I say he potentially looked at the Dennis Schroeder signing as, hey, we need a point guard. I like this guy. I think it could work. And I got a good feeling that if it goes bad, I can move him at any time. Is that giving him a little too credit, or is that a little bit more realistic than we think?
No, I think it's a little bit more realistic than you think. I think they overpaid a little bit in order to make that happen. So again, I think Dennis Schroeder at like 12 million right now would probably be a little easier to move than at 14. But the fact is that Dennis he gets a pay raise next year of it's 5% pay raise. So like 14.7 or something. And then the final year of his contract is only guaranteed at like $4 million. So like, I don't think you're going to have trouble moving off of Dennis right now. And the fact is it's possible that Dennis might yield you like an up and coming young player that, that fans would really, really like to have in Sacramento. But the team that he goes to is just in a weird position where they have a lack of strength at the point guard position, and they know that they need to bring someone that can play defense or whatever it is, handle a team, and sort of direct them when their starter goes to the bench. So I think that there's a definite possibility that Dennis Schroeder could be on the move. But again, you got to find the right trade partner at this point.
How many times have you watched our friend Doug Christie this year make a change in the lineup, do something in substitutions, or maybe just at the end of a game go back and look at a box score and go, I wonder what he was thinking here?
Oh, it's happened quite a few times. Yeah. But I also like just the way that the season's gone. Like,
feels like he's searching a lot.
Yeah, I think he is searching, but I also, like Dennis Schroeder isn't the only one that has like different versions of himself, right? Like there are nights where Russell Westbrook's so good and you just can't look away. You're like, this is incredible to watch. I can't believe he's 37 years old and still doing this. And there's other nights where you're like, please make it stop. Like what in the world is happening? Why is this happening? Why are you doing what you're doing? And so that's just one player. I think the one guy that you can say that you go out there and every single day you know exactly who and what he is, it's DeMar DeRozan. Outside of that, what can you bank on if you're Doug Christie? And I would love to tell you is Keegan Murray and then he's just going out there and putting up his 14 points every game and playing solid defense, but he's not because he's hurt. And Domantas Sabonis, you don't have to write in pencil. You don't have to pencil in his numbers. You can write them in like a permanent marker, what he's going to do every game. You're going to get 19 points. You're going to get 14 rebounds. You're going to get 6 assists. He's been so consistent over the last 4 years. Well, take him out for 30 games and see what happens. So when it comes to like what Doug is trying, I'd like to just put it all on him and say, hey man, you completely messed this whole thing up. But it's like, you don't know what you're getting from Max Reynaud from one game to the next, or Nick Clifford or Dylan Cardwell, or even Precious Achiuwa. You have no idea what you're getting from Malik Monk because he's been erratic and all over the board this season. And man, some of these veterans, like the Dennis Schroeder thing, one night he can't miss a three, another night he can't hit a three. The same with Russell Westbrook. Like the inconsistency of the players, as much as anything, has led to sort of this up and down season. And it, again, I don't think Doug's done a perfect job here. That's not what I'm saying. But I also, you got to be fair when you're looking at the way that this team and these individual players have played throughout the season.
Yeah, I try to figure out exactly, what the rotations mean when he makes them from game to game. Injuries have played a really big part in how inconsistent those rotations have been. But yeah, Hammer, sometimes I just don't get it. Like I don't understand why Malik Monk doesn't play for X amount of games, or Keon Ellis does play for X amount of games, and then all of a sudden they play. And it's like, well, all right, like when they're not playing, you can think things nefarious like, hey, they're about to trade them, or they're not happy with them, or all this other stuff. And it's like, that makes sense. But for them not to play for X amount of games, and then all of a sudden Keon's playing 21 minutes. Like, why isn't Devin Carter playing those minutes if you're going to move on from Keon Ellis?
Well, I think very specific yesterday was about Zach LaVine not being there. And Zach LaVine will be questionable for tomorrow's game too, which opened the door for Keon to play after he hadn't played for the previous 3 as a DNP CD. It's just a healthy scratch.
Real quick, James, that's what I'm saying. Like, why wouldn't Devin Carter play then?
Well, because Devin Carter is not even a breaking case of emergency player at this point. I mean, Devin Carter is the 15th man on the roster. That's the way it's worked out. And again, Scott Perry, Doug Christie, they don't care at this point that it was that Monty McNair spent the 12th pick in the draft or the 13th pick in the draft on Devin Carter. That's just the situation you're in. And like, look, there's enough there. If you look at, last season and this season, that the team just isn't going to move forward with him. I'm surprised they picked up his team option for next season. And again, it might even complicate what they're going to do, but I would be very surprised if he gets his 4th year option picked up. And I'd be very surprised if he continues with the Sacramento Kings after this season. It's just whether you can find somewhere for a $6 million salary to go for next year or not. And that might be something that's easy to do as like a throw-in piece, or it could just be like, hey, it is what it is. When it comes to like the rotations and like why Doug plays this guy and not that guy, like you got a bunch of players here. You got a bunch of guys who expect minutes. And I think if I looked at Friday night's game and then compared it to Sunday night's game, I thought Friday night's game, the tandem of Schroeder and Monk, and it's been that way for like a week, where Schroeder and Monk off the bench are just phenomenal. And you're like, oh, look at them. They were down a ton, and all of a sudden you bring these guys in and they're rolling, they catch back up. That whole 16-2 start, and then they lead at the end of the first quarter. Then fast forward 2 days, like it's like Dennis Schroeder slipped and hit his head on the ice. He turned the ball over 7 times yesterday in 25 minutes. Like, that's not basketball. That, I don't know what that is, but that's where, like, if you're Doug Christie, you got to be looking around and going, man, if I had hair to pull out, I'd pull it out. Like, what are you supposed to do in that situation where even a 32-year-old, 32-year-old, 12-year vet has that kind of variance from one game to the next? It's tough.
We'll come back. There's a lot more Kings basketball to talk about as we are within 10, 11 days here of the NBA trade deadline. We'll talk more with our Kings insider, James Ham, when D'Lo and KC return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hammer, your camera's doing this weird, like, flickering.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, no, stupid. Did you think I didn't notice? Sorry.
Well, I got a new webcam, and it's like perfectly clear.
Yeah.
It looks spectacular, except for that right there, that little clip. So I actually, while I was waiting to come on, I was trying to Google why it's doing that. There we go. Why does it flicker? Mismatch power line frequency. Huh.
Yesterday, I had to change or clean out the vent in my dryer.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an experience. I didn't think I was going to make it.
It feels like one of those things you just ignore for life.
You mean like the vent?
Yeah, like behind the.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, you were in the walls then.
I had to.
Oh.
I was able to get behind the dryer, but when I moved it so I could get behind the dryer, the little foil thing separated. So
yep.
I'm behind the dryer. I have to pull the dryer close enough where I can connect it.
Yep.
But if I pull it too close, I'm stuck. And then if I pull it like a little closer than that, I can't even bend down to connect it was dangerous. Not for my health or anything, but I just didn't know if I was going to get from behind the dryer. Might have done the show from right there. Luckily, I made it happen.
Blue collar Kenny.
Kenny, next time you can tie a string around the hose.
Okay.
And then just use a thumbtack or whatever, or tie it to one of the knobs on the front of the dryer, so when you climb out, it doesn't move. So just hold the string in place and then push it back. But it's a never-ending battle, because then the thing wants to like slip off where the backside of the dryer, or it comes out of the thing in the hole in the ground that you're trying to attach it to.
Yeah, it was touch and go. We almost just got a new dryer.
Yeah. You would have had the same issue though, because you get another one of those tubes.
People would have installed the dryer that time.
That's true.
Yeah, I think you can want to fix it.
You can get aluminum tape too, and you can wrap aluminum tape around the both sides, like where it goes into goes out, and then where it goes into your dryer, and that will hold it in place when you're pushing it back.
Gotcha. Hopefully I never have to do that. But if I do, that's good to know.
Yeah. Let me see if I can figure out. Let's see. I wonder if I drop to 720, if that will help. Let's try that.
What is the other one? 1040?
1080.
1080, sorry, yeah. I don't even know that we operate at that high of a Oh yeah, we do.
It's not happening now, though.
Nope, it's not, and that is clear.
Yeah.
That is clear.
Yeah, foil tape, aluminum tape, like it's not easy to work with, but once you figure it out, it's really, really easy to use.
All right, we're coming back, Hammer. Hey, a couple of quick things here before we dive back into Kings Talk. Well, this is Kings Talk. Congratulations to our man, Russ. Russell won tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Memphis. Coming up on February 4th here, right before the trade deadline. Russell will be in attendance at the Golden One Center. Big thanks to the Sacramento Kings for that. Also, we made an announcement this morning. James Ham's role as the ESPN 1320 Kings Insider is expanding. He's going to be at more practices. He's going to be bringing more audio and more video to the social aspect, to the show aspect. He's stepping away from the insiders to focus on the Locked On Kings podcast that he has taken over. Another announcement that he's made this morning. And the jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia takes place beginning on Monday at 7 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Drive time, baby, 7 to 9. Jesse went from, hey, don't let the kid talk, to hosting a drive time morning show in Sacramento. I bring all of that up to point out one thing and one thing only, because Jesse is unaware of this.
Oh, brother, what?
There are so many people on Instagram trying to congratulate you. They are attempting, they are doing everything they can in their power.
You want to congratulate me? Go ahead and go to the ESPN 1320 Instagram page. Go ahead and follow and like everything on there and drop a congrats, Jesse, if you'd like.
Yeah, there's no at.
Just
say congrats,
just proud Mr. Tapia just put up this just heartwarming post to it. Jesse didn't even see this because, and then the coldest part was, there's the old handle, Jesse Tapia _03. Click on it. Still waiting for Jesse to accept my friend request.
It's a tough. I think the last picture I posted was my prom picture.
It's a tough time for our guys over here. Just can't even get a friend request. Jesse's like, we're cool, man, but we're not that cool.
Yeah, I don't know you like.
I don't even have the app.
Okay. Congrats, Jesse. Congrats, Jesse. To glory be. Congrats, Jesse. Yes, I was waiting for this announcement. So proud of him. Congrats, Mio. Proud of you. So proud. Clapping emojis, fire emojis. You're missing all of this.
All of it.
I'm not. You just told me, actually.
And they can't even like at you.
See,
it's just in the abyss.
But like, I'm sure it's like family stuff. I see those people already.
All right.
Special.
No.
Get an Instagram.
Well, Jesse, just so you know, every other week is your job to get donuts.
Yeah,
for all
do the whole donut Friday thing. It's like, yeah, we're missing a week now.
No, I'm done. They're not getting donuts this Thursday.
Well, I'm saying Kyle Madsen's the other one.
Yeah, good luck with that, Jesse.
Well, hey, that's manager duty. It's all on Kyle. Hey, Kyle,
where's the donuts? I don't know the store.
You're on the leadership. Kyle, what's great is Kyle's got to cook breakfast now. When they do the leadership breakfast thing, he's got to come in here and make eggs and pancakes and sausage for all of us. Now I'm going to come in early and heckle him. Like, hey, man, come on, man. Hey, these eggs are runny. What you doing, Kyle?
I just thought about something.
Uh-huh.
What about when we need drinks at one of our functions?
What you mean?
Alcoholic drinks.
He's asking if I'm going to still bartend. Probably not.
Fortress?
Hey, and Kenny just said the Fortress? The Fortress is being removed.
No, James. No,
I'm
James.
Saving my $90 a month on donuts.
You are still a prime member of ESPN 1320. You must be here to bartend. Who's going to walk in and hand me an old fashioned at 4:30?
Come on, man.
Or in some cases, 2:30.
It ain't fire.
Or every once in a while at noon.
It ain't fire.
Yeah.
I went to
recording his 12th podcast of the week by that point.
That's true. I went to a restaurant this weekend and they served me a Manhattan with Rittenhouse, and I'm like, oh no.
How was that?
Well, I mean, it was spicy because Rittenhouse is like 110 proof. I'm like, what in the world?
Oh, Charlie gave us, I think.
Shout out to Charlie.
Yeah.
Shout out Charlie.
I think Charlie low-key was trying to murder us for a few years.
Yeah, he was giving us like the most dangerous whiskey you could get every year.
Yeah.
And
Every year.
AC was Stone Cold Steve Austin, the whiskey.
All right,
here.
you sip this. Wait, you guys are still drinking yours?
I'll never forget Kyle's face. We both took a sip and we're like, woo. And Kenny's looking at his empty glass like, woo.
He's like,
And me and Kyle are like, oh, bro, you good?
Yeah, man. Well, it
It
was
hit.
hitting.
Yeah,
was hitting.
it hit.
It'll put hair on your chest.
Yeah.
It did more than warm you up. It's like,
KC was like, it's hot.
yeah.
Hey, look at this psycho and Soren talking about. I said over easy, bro. It's over easy eggs.
Oh, there are people.
Who?
People.
Crazy
People who salt their eggs and maybe put pepper on them.
Man, scramble them eggs, man, and call it a day. Stop playing with me.
You know
Overeasy's
there's
not bad.
You know there's
Stop
more
playing.
you
It's
can
not the
do
go-to,
with
but-
eggs than scramble.
Oh,
them.
you can do a lot. That doesn't mean I'm going to scramble the eggs and call it a day.
Go ahead and throw the black pepper on the over easy. Don't touch my
Yeah.
scramble. Black pepper on the over easy.
I like the poached egg too. I like
Yeah, the
little
poached egg's kind of fire.
eggs
poached egg
Benedict.
is-
Heck yeah.
What's the egg? Well, I'm not sure if it's really an egg, but what's the egg in like a sausage egg McMuffin? Is that a griddle type deal?
No,
Now,
that's
what-
just an egg that they put into like a little
Egg
cup.
surprise.
Not,
Yeah.
Egg-like substance.
not actually what they do, but how you make that type of egg.
Oh, I just think you crack it in a circular, like almost like a cookie cutter type.
Yeah, you need like one of those things. I got
It's
one.
it's like
Yeah.
That one's fine.
it's like an over easy egg. They just overcook it so the yolk is firm. That's all.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
better than the regular over easy.
Shout out to
There
the
you go.
McGriddle.
You have very passionate takes on eggs.
Yeah, don't be messing with my bro. Scrambled eggs and leave me alone.
All right. Well,
Because I
don't ever
love
serve
eggs.
Kenny a plate of.
I love eggs. Don't mess up
what
my
do they call them?
eggs.
Sunny side up. Don't
Oh
do
my
that.
gosh,
That's right.
I'm
Kenny
doing
will
what
lose
Ryan
it.
does, and I'm throwing the food back at you.
Oh God, is that what she does?
She's not. Yeah, she just pushes the plate.
Not
off the
eating
table.
this.
Oh,
crap.
Speaking of, I thought about Jesse. I know we got to talk about Kings, but I had to bring this up. Jesse, we had the very first let her play with the unplugged controller moment.
Oh, nice. Hey, they grow up so fast.
That's
I'm like, oh, look
terrific.
what you're doing. Oh,
Yeah.
you made the bucket. Let's go.
Wow, you just threw a 70-yard pass to AJ Brown. Incredible. How did you do that?
That's funny.
Shed a tear. Shed a tear.
Oh, look, baby, Devin Carter just dunked. You did so good.
She talks for the first time. I didn't sub him in.
Like, wait a minute. You're like, hey, Dad, get him out of
Yeah,
here.
what is this?
Get Devin out of here.
Throw the controller.
Devin Carter got minutes. What do you think about? I know you mentioned Zach LaVine. We got Zach LaVine and Malik listed as questionable for tomorrow night's game against the New York Knicks. This is a brutal road trip. We talked about Doug just kind of trying to find something from time to time. It felt like yesterday might have been one of those days where you go to Keon, which I guess makes more sense with Zach LaVine being out of the lineup. And then that old James Ham tweet, Devin Carter signing, and here he comes. I think it feels like he played 40 minutes last night. He played like 6.
Hey, I marked it down. It was like 5:51.
No,
5:51
too many. Yeah.
I mean, look, the game just got completely out of control. And to be honest with you, I really thought Nick Clifford did a great job starting. And somebody in the chat asked earlier about what his position. Oh, yeah, here we go. What is Nick Clifford's eventual position from what did I just see? And to be honest with you, I think that's going to be the Kings are going to figure that out over the next 35 games, whatever's left. I think it is 35. Wow. Yeah, I think they're going to try him at the point guard position. I think they're going to try him at the shooting guard position. I think they're going to try him at the 3. They're going to see what natural position he better fits in. But to be honest with you, watching him last night gave me a little bit more of a positive vibe. He's starting to figure it out. He needs to be more aggressive, and that's the only thing that's separating him. And the more of those big name players you take away and you put on the bench, the more I think we're going to see him come out of his shell and sort of perform like the player that he can be. I think he's been excellent passing the ball. He's a better rebounder than what we've seen. He's actually really good at getting to the free throw line, which is something that he hasn't done at all just because he hasn't had the ball in his hands and he doesn't want to force the action. So I think we're about to see a new version of him here from here on out. And I don't think he's going to be starting just because you still have Zach LaVine on your roster. But I do think that there's a good possibility you're going to see him become a major focal point here in the second half, especially if they still have Domantas Sabonis at center and taking away some of that time from the young bigs. So you need to keep developing these young players, and you can only do that, when you've got minutes to give them.
And he hit a 3-pointer last night.
Two.
That's a look at me. All right, boy. Sharpshooter out here. Let's go.
He's had a couple of moments in recent games, but they've kind of been that. Like, I remember that moment. Like he had the dunk a couple of nights ago. It's like, okay, he finally he got one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like Nick.
They've been moments and not so much games.
Right. I'm rooting for him because I like his game. I like the idea of what his game could be. I also like Dylan Cardwell. Matter of fact, I love Dylan.
Almost 341. We almost made it.
Now, James, I was talking to D'Lo earlier, and I mentioned, while he played fine, I mean, all things considered, yesterday was like the lowest energy Dylan Cardwell I think I've seen all year. He seemed a little tired, potentially. And I know you talked on the Insiders about Maxime Reynaud possibly hitting a little bit of a wall. Do you think the same thing might be happening with Dylan Cardwell?
I mean, he's only played 20 games. I think we're going to see it sort of fade in and out with him. Like you'll see some games where he's super effective and other games where he's not. And part of that is because, like, realistically, it takes so much energy to be Dylan Cardwell, right? And when you go out on the road and all of a sudden you're on this weird trip and your schedule's thrown off and it's freezing cold everywhere they're going, and like there's all of these changes, like it's really difficult to just like flip the switch and say, okay, it's go time. And to be honest with you, I thought like the energy level might have been a little bit less last night, but I thought he was phenomenal because he showed me a little bit of what we saw, again from Kevon Looney when they beat the Kings in the 7-game series in the first round of the playoffs a couple of years ago. He just kept grabbing every rebound, and then as opposed to him forcing it, turning around and trying to score the basketball, he just looked for wide open shooters and fired it around the outside and had beautiful passes on time and on target for wide open looks. And, so if he finishes more games with 4 points, 5 assists, 9 rebounds, 2 blocks, like, okay, I'm here for that. Because, I mean, what that is, I hate saying this, that's Draymond Green. I mean, that's basically who that is. And as you get further and further along in his career, I think he's going to be able to add a little bit here and there. But for right now, like there's a calm to him. He goes up, he grabs a big rebound, he's fierce. And then he calmly looks around and says, where am I going to go with this ball? And he doesn't make a bunch of turnovers. He doesn't make a bunch of mistakes. It's just a very concise, okay, I can get the ball from point A to point B without making a mistake. And that's a really, really good sign for him.
Do you feel like there's a lot of growth left in his game?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, look, I think it's like when we talked to him last week and he started going off about how he averaged 5 points and 5 rebounds a game as a college player and no one thought he could rebound. We're already seeing that. I mean, I think he's always been a good offensive rebounder, but right now I think he's averaging like 3 offensive rebounds and 6 defensive rebounds over his last like 10 games or something. Like that's what you're hoping that he develops into, just this monster on the glass. And I think there is a ton of room to grow. Like just because, you have a plant in a really nice spot, it doesn't mean that that's the best that plant's ever going to do. If you take out the big giant tree right in front of that plant, and all of a sudden it starts getting more sun, it's going to grow like crazy. And that's, I think, what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a player who is really, really, as a college player, put in a box and said, this is what you are. And when he got to the pro level, it's like, okay, I can be that. And then with some coaching, they taught him how to go get rebounds. And with some coaching, they taught him how to do a little baby jump hook. And now all of a sudden the natural flow of the game is starting to happen. And he's starting to have everything slow down, which is why we're seeing the passing go up. So I'm excited about like the future of him. I don't think he's going to be like a 12 point, 10, 12 rebound, 5 blocks per game type guy. But I do think that he can average 8 points a game and 11, 12 rebounds in the right situation where he's playing a lot of minutes, and he can provide you a bunch of minutes per rebounds per minute. And the shot blocking is there. So yeah, I'm excited for the future of him because I do think he's going to get better. And like, look, per 36 right now, he's averaging 7.3 personal fouls per game.
Checks out.
Like that will get better. And a little bit of that stuff reminds me of Jason Thompson. Jason Thompson just the stupid ticky-tack fouls. Man, do not accidentally slap a big man in the face out past the 3-point line. Like, bro, you just can't do that. And so I think he'll get better. He'll get better at that aspect.
Not, they haven't put anything out injury-wise, but where do you think we're at with Keegan Murray right now? It's been about 3 weeks, I think, since he went down with that ankle injury. I think the diagnosis was 4 to 5 weeks or something like that. Has there been a Keegan Murray sighting at all? I know they're on the road right now, but has there been any word lately?
Yeah, the last update when he was put out for 3 to 4 weeks, and that was on January 6th. So we're waiting for an update here. We're almost to the 3-week mark. We're a day away from the 3-week mark. So I expect that, either he's going to start working his way back or he's getting closer. That's, I think there's no way he's not getting closer. But also look at what date we're on. Like there's a possibility that he doesn't come back until after the All-Star break, because that just gives him a whole entire week to recover and sort of refresh his frame of mind and get back in the gym with the Kings. So, I think it's going to be a little bit of a balance here, especially with the team on the road for another 4 games and then 2 or 3 home games right before the break. It's possible that they just like err on the side of caution here and say, hey, there's no reason to force him back in right before we take off for another week and just give him a break.
This season's kind of a lost one for Keegan, isn't it? Like, given the injuries, the overall, I don't want to say dysfunction, that's not fair. The overall just frustration with the roster, the lineups and things like that, that even when he was here, even Domas wasn't here when Keegan was here. Like, that's the wild thing. Would you say there are 30-something games left? Those two have not played a single game together this entire year. And it just feels like this is lost. This season for him is lost.
Yeah, I think that it's possible that it's lost, but I also think that a lot can happen in the final 25 games of a season. And, when we get to the post All-Star break stretch, I think that, again, that's a point where you need to hand the ball to somebody else and say, hey, it's your time. Show us what you got. And I think with young players, you can get a little bit of a false barometer when it comes to, what if Max Reynaud all of a sudden averages like 15 and 9 the whole second half of the season. And it's because, he's playing starter minutes and there's no one else except for him and Dylan. And let's just say the Kings, win 8 games and just are horrible. And so there's that type of development where you're like, hey, let's get him on the floor and just give him more and more. He may never average that ever again. We don't know. But with a guy like Keegan, I do think that there is a way in which if you're going to reset after the All-Star break and, again, the coaches take that week and they really come up with a game plan for what's next. And I think there's a distinct possibility. It's like, hey, man, this is your team the rest of the way. Like, go ahead and go. And if it works out, it works out. If we're building something, we're building something. If you're still, off with your 3-point shot and you're still struggling and you're sometimes taking 8 shots and sometimes taking 14 shots, then we're going to have some really, really tough conversations moving forward. I think that that's what they'll probably do with Keegan in the second half. They're going to give him the reins, because unless they acquire someone else, unless there's a Jonathan Kuminga to do that exact thing with, and it's those two and nobody else, I don't really see a way in which, you're going to get an honest read for next season. And so I don't think it has to be a lost season. I think he can recover here, especially a guy who's in his third year, trying to finish. Is it third going into fourth or fourth? Is this his third?
This is his fourth.
This is his fourth. Yeah.
This year counts as 3. So
right.
3 years all rolled up into one.
No,
his
it does.
Injury, his return, and his second injury. There's a 4th year on the way here whenever he returns from this latest injury.
Well, that, and I think last year, like, you almost have to count in dog years. Like last year's felt like 7 years in one season. It was just brutal to watch.
James, from everything that you've heard, does it feel like the Kings are going to escape this East Coast road trip without any? We've seen postponements and game times moved around and everything. I think the worst of it was supposed to be this weekend out there on the East Coast. So have you heard are they concerned about getting stuck out there or any kind of game times shifting because of the weather?
No, I haven't heard anything yet, but like, look, we're at the, we messed up this world we live on, and now we got to deal with the ramifications of that. And the weather changing all day long, we have no idea. Like, look, I think it does help that you're flying private jets. You're moving around from, one city to the next at sort of like on a different schedule than a standard airline. And so I think they'll be okay. But, fingers crossed that they don't have any major delays. I think they were stuck on the tarmac yesterday for a bit. But you can always follow Gary Gerald. He'll tell you exactly what's happening, where they're at, and how long they've been sitting there. So yeah, it's a little difficult to judge though what's going to happen with all the weather stuff.
Great pictures of food on G-Man's account also. Really, really great pictures of food.
Yes.
Lots of snow on G-Man's account as we speak. Hammer, what's the blueprint has kind of been laid, but Locked On Kings is quite the endeavor. What do you got planned coming up for that podcast here? Obviously the next 2 weeks probably kind of write themselves, but you're back to game reactions and all of that stuff over there with Locked On.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm going to combine it a lot with some of the things I do at the Kings Beat. I'm going to have my mornings free now, which is really nice. So I can sleep in after game nights, but then I can get back to writing, which is something that I miss dearly. It's just like you get to a certain point where you don't have the bandwidth and you're trying to balance too many things at one time. And I think, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I had one of the busiest weeks I've ever had in my entire life with all the games. And, you get thrown a dentist and doctor visit and get a haircut. And next thing you know, you've booked out like 16 hours a day every single day, and you're just exhausted. So I'm excited about the new Locked On adventure. It seemed like it was going to be a lot worse, to be honest with you, than it has been, just because they have a whole system that you got to work within. But to be honest, I like what I'm doing there. It's fun. It's different. And most of it is from home, which keeps me from driving all over God's creation and putting, I think the Tesla's got 70,000 miles and it's 2.5 years old. So I'm going to be able to get to a lot more practices. I'm going to be able to get to some shoot arounds and stuff like that, but more, I'll just have a little bit different of a workflow.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to be able to do that stuff. I know that's something you used to really love doing that kind of took a back seat to the insiders, and we would, try to make adjustments during training camp so you could get there because that was obviously so vitally important to our coverage. But I'm excited to see what you're able to do when it's, when you and Sean Cunningham out there, with Doug and these guys as the season starts to wind down.
Yeah, me too. There's, I like to call it pulling on a thread. And that's where you a lot of times get the best information when there's two or three reporters who hear the same thing. And it happened last week with the Dylan Cardwell stuff where Jason and myself and some of the other reporters started pulling on this thread, and you just end up getting gold. And that's what I'd like to get back to. And I like to get back to writing as much as possible.
Well, we're excited for that, and don't get it twisted. James isn't going anywhere. He's a massive part of what we do here on ESPN 1320, and of course, a very, very big part of what we do here on D'Lo and KC. So, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. James may not have to get up in the morning next week, but he's got to get up in the morning tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
We've got the Insiders beginning at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Devin Carter. I'm showing love to the bro. I'm showing love.
Use the vamos on that.
Trying to get balloons. Come on, where are the balloons at? Boo.
Oh, the balloons don't work with your new camera, Hammer.
The thumbs up worked.
Oh, did it?
Did last time. There it is. Thumbs up.
There it is. Yep, I see it.
Yeah.
In the corner. Yeah. All right, y'all. We are going to shut down. Thank you guys as usual. I'm going to put this on the screen just so it's the last thing you see, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
And jump on Locked On. Subscribe.
Like and subscribe.